Chapter 866. Gu Jiao was wearing the Jin army armor, so the other party should just be asking a normal question. Gu Jiao gently patted the back of the Black Wind King's horse. The Black Wind King retracted his king's chi and lowered his head, looking very tired. In terms of acting skills, no one could be more eye-catching than Gu Jiao. Except Xianyuan Qi. The cavalryman sped up and ran towards Gu Jiao. He stopped about 6 feet away from Gu Jiao. He looked at Gu Jiao from head to toe and asked, "Which battalion are you from? Who's your subordinate?" Coincidentally, there were a few sentences in the Jin language that she had just learned. Gu Jiao answered his second question without changing her expression, "I'm under General Liu." She didn't know which battalion she was from, but she was afraid that he would mention which General Liu. The cavalryman looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. "Are you under General Liu Wei's command?" "I've never seen you before." Gu Jiao said, "I was just transferred from General Min Hongyi's army." General Min was killed. The key was the last sentence. As expected, the cavalryman's expression changed immediately after hearing the news. "What? General Min was killed?" "Min Hongyi was killed the night before yesterday." It seemed that the news hadn't spread to the new city yet. Gu Jiao said, "Yes." The cavalryman asked, "How did he get killed?" Gu Jiao said coldly, "I can't say much." It was mainly because she didn't know enough Jin language that she had learned at the last minute. Otherwise, she would be exposed. This was an experienced cavalryman and obviously wouldn't be fooled so easily. He frowned again and looked at Gu Jiao. "Then what are you doing here? Are you here to catch the murderer?" "If I say that I'm here to catch the murderer, won't all of you follow me? Then how can I go back to Ziyang City?" Gu Jiao was a woman of few words. "It's a secret order. I can't say much." Once the word secret was involved, it would have a sacred and inviolable color. In addition, Gu Jiao looked magnanimous. She didn't look guilty at all, so the cavalry believed her. Just as he was about to tell him to leave, another cavalryman came over. Judging from the red tassels on his armor, he was a small leader. "What has happened?" he asked. The cavalryman saluted him and said, "Vice General Zhang." He was a soldier under General Min. After General Min was killed, he was transferred to General Liu. He is now out of the city to carry out a secret order. Vice General Zhang's eyes turned cold. Secret orders are executed by at least 2 people. Was there such a thing? Since when did your Jin army become so advanced? Coincidentally, Xianyuan Qi and Tang Rishan arrived at the same time. Xianyuan Qi's aura made people feel like strangers were not allowed to get close to him. He coldly glanced at the 2 Jin soldiers, and the 2 instantly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. "General Liu." Gu Jiao saluted Xianyuan Qi. The mask on Xianyuan Qi's helmet was down, so people couldn't see his face clearly. However, with their status, they didn't dare to look directly at General Liu's appearance. The 2 also saluted. Xianyuan Qi simply said, "Let's go." Gu Jiao quickly replied, "Yes." Then, the 3 went back the way they came. The 2 cavalrymen were confused, but they didn't dare to make them stay. The 2 rode their horses back to meet up with the rest of the army. They also reported the situation to General D, who was leading the army this time. General D noticed 2 important points. Min Hongyi was in trouble, and his subordinates were taken away by General Liu Wei. "That's impossible," General D said. The 2 were stunned. General D frowned and said, "Liu Wei is in the scout camp. He is in charge of collecting intelligence. He is General Gongsuan's spy. Why would he want Min Hongyi's men?" Min Hongyi's soldiers were used for war. They weren't professional scouts. Liu Wei had no use for them. Most importantly, why would Lu Wei come to Ziyang City in person? Was he carrying out some secret order? He came here, but he turned around and left after encountering his cavalrymen. He felt that something was wrong. Are you sure that person is General Lu Wei? General D asked. Well. The two exchanged a look. Vice General Zhang thought carefully and said, he was wearing a helmet and had his mask down. We didn't see his face clearly, but his figure did seem to be bigger than General Lu Wei. Subordinates didn't dare to question their superiors. However, General D and General Lu Wei were of the same rank. He was the one who questioned General Zhang, so Vice General Zhang dared to say something strange. General D said, something is wrong. Zhang Ren, you lead the cavalrymen and chase after him. Yes. Vice General Zhang immediately led 500 cavalrymen to lead the way and outflanked them from the main road and the small roads. When they heard the sound of horse hooves behind them, the three of them knew that their identities had been exposed. Unfortunately, there was no forest on this road that they could hide in. There was only a sparse little village. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go to the village. The Jin army was not easy to deal with. They would do anything. Tang Yuishan said, we can't keep going forward. If we keep going, we will go back to Puqing. We will be attacked from the front and back. We will be finished. Gu Jiao also understood this. The current situation was too unfavorable for the three of them. There were nearly 1,000 lives waiting for reinforcements in the tunnel. Every second they were delayed, they would be in more danger. It wasn't easy for them to get here. Would they be forced back by the 10,000 Jin soldiers? Gu Jiao held the reins tightly and said, we can't go forward. They couldn't go any further. Their horses had been through a long journey for a whole day. They were already exhausted. It was only a matter of time before the cavalrymen of the Jin army caught up. The three of them stopped their horses. The sound of galloping horse hooves came from the front and the side. The Jin army had split into two and blocked their escape route. They only had one choice left. Break out of the encirclement. The situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Any perfect plan would encounter unexpected situations. This was exactly the case. The Imperial Army was out in full force. There were no extra soldiers in the city. They could only rely on themselves. But could the three of them really kill their way out of 10,000 soldiers? Tang Yuishan joined the army at the age of 12. He had fought countless battles in his life, but he had never fought such a difficult battle. It was not 2,000 against 20,000, but 3 against 10,000. Gu Jiao held the red-tasseled spear and said, we don't have to kill them. We just need to rush out. As long as we enter the city, they can't do anything to us. Although that was the case, it would definitely be a fierce battle. The sound of horse hooves was approaching. The murderous aura was endless. The sun was hidden in the clouds, and only the gray sky could be seen. Xian Yuanqi looked at the incoming cavalrymen of the Jin state and the black mass of infantrymen behind them. He urged his horse to take a few steps forward and stood in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was used to rushing at the front. She was slightly stunned when someone suddenly took over this dangerous position. Xian Yuanqi pulled out the long sword at his waist. The 3-foot sword reflected a cold light in the twilight. It was like a dragon out of the sea, eager to eat the bones and blood of the enemy. Who is in front? Get down from your horse and follow me. Before the cavalryman could finish his sentence, Xian Yuanqi rode forward and cut off his head with his sword. This scene happened so suddenly that the cavalrymen behind did not have time to change their route. The horse hooves crushed the head that rolled down, and the brain matter fell out. Xian Yuanqi raised his sword and slashed down fiercely. He opened a path for Gu Jiao with the power of thunder. count me in. Tang Yueshan raised his hand and took the big bow on his back. He took out the arrows from the quiver and shot 3 arrows at the same time. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and rushed all the way with the Black Wind King. The cavalrymen of the Jin state were in a mess. If all 500 cavalrymen were here, they might not have succeeded so easily. However, they divided half of their forces and went to the official road on the side. The 3 of them did not continue to fight. After rushing out of the encirclement of the cavalrymen, they continued to rush in the direction of Ziyang City. Compared with more than 200 cavalrymen, the more than 9,000 soldiers in front of them were the real difficulties they had to face. Xianyuan Qi took the lead and opened a path in front. Tang Yueshan and Gu Jiao each formed the left and right wings respectively, and they rushed into the dense army of the Jin state. As Gu Jiao said, their goal was not to defeat them. They would win if they rushed over. Get into formation. General Dietz shouted. The well-trained Jin nation army held shields and quickly formed an impenetrable iron wall. Shoot the arrows. Along with General Di's stern shout, the archers behind the shields stood up and shot a rain of deadly arrows towards the 3 of them. Xianyuan Qi pulled the reins and changed his direction. He ran diagonally in front of Gu Jiao and directly in front of her. He used his long sword to cut down all the arrows that were flying towards Gu Jiao, building a wall that no weapon could penetrate. Tang Yueshan also pulled out his long sword and quickly brandished it. Xianyuan Qi's murderous intent was like thunder. He came to the front of the first formation and used his fierce killing move together with his powerful internal energy. He broke the shields of the Jin state army with one sword and the soldiers fell to the ground. Xianyuan Qi jumped on his horse and flew over the heads of the Jin state army. A powerful warhorse could make its master even more powerful. Similarly, a powerful master could also make the warhorse perform incredible combat power. It stood proudly among the heroes like a beast in the abyss. Under Xianyuan Qi's control, it suddenly stepped into the Jin state army. The Jin state army was terrified as if they had seen the ancient god of death. However, this god of death was not enough. There was also a little god of death behind him. They cut through all obstacles and wherever they went, the Jin state army was defeated and blood splattered. Tang Yueshan also killed to his heart's content. Awesome! Ha 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 ha! Come and kill me! Come on! Come on! He shouted to attract more soldiers to attack him so that Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi could be relieved. I'll take you on. General Di drew out his saber and urged his horse to charge at Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan and General Di of the Jin state fought fiercely. General Di was also a powerful general of the Jin state and was skilled in martial arts. Tang Yueshan looked down on him at first, but after a few moves, he realized that General Di was a tough opponent. Tang Yueshan was forced to take him seriously. On the other side, Xianyuan Qi and Gu Jiao were also surrounded by the Jin state army. They learned from their previous failure and gave up the defensive formation to attack. The situation suddenly became more serious. Everyone was losing their strength. The difference was that the Jin state army always had a constant supply of fresh blood, while Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi were losing less strength. Gu Jiao was in a killing frenzy. Soon. They were about to rush out. Fuck you. Tang Yueshan was almost stabbed in the back. He thrust his sword backward and pierced General Di's abdomen. He leaned back on the horse, curled his stomach and raised his legs. He wrapped his legs around General Di's head and twisted him hard. With a cracking sound, General Di screamed miserably and fell down. One of the Jin soldiers was shocked. General Di! General Di! Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and sat back on the horse. Who attacked him just now? He got a dart in his thigh. He pulled out the dart and threw it away. He killed his way and caught up with Gu Jiao and Xianyuanqi. The three of them rode side by side. Gu Jiao noticed the blood on his thigh. "You're injured." Tang Yuashan said, "It's just a small injury. It's okay." General Di's fall made the Jin State Army's morale drop for a moment. It was a great opportunity for them to rush out of the encirclement. However, at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura came from behind. Gu Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Clang! It was Xianyuanqi who cut off the arrow. It was not an ordinary arrow. The moment it broke, countless poisonous needles burst out. Xianyuanqi waved his sword and used it as a shield to block all the poisonous needles. A woman's bell-like laughter came from behind. Ha, ha, ha. Amazing. Really amazing, this voice. She was the only female general under Gong Sunyu. She was good at using hidden weapons and setting up formations. She was the same age as Gu Jiao. She was 16 this year. He did not expect her to submit to Gong Sunyu so early. She was a Turkic. She had a pair of beautiful light brown eyes. Her appearance was bright and beautiful, but she did not lose the innocence of a young girl. She wore a graceful pink dress. Her waist was slender and her body was light. She reminded people of the butterfly spirits among the flowers in the misty forest. She was riding a beautiful white horse. The horse was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. It did not fit in with the bloody battlefield. "Miss Yu." A Jin soldier recognized her. At this moment, Yu Liuyi was not a general of the imperial court. She was just a master recruited by Gong Sunyu. However, she was not a general, but it did not mean that the other person was not a general. A burly man riding a tall steed caught up to them and said in a rough voice, "Little Lu, this is a place where men fight. It's better for you to move aside so that you don't get hurt. If the Lord blames me, I won't be able to bear it." Yu Liuyi said carelessly, "Oh, the Lord blames you, not me. I don't care." A Jin soldier said excitedly, "General Zhu. General Zhu is here." That was right. This person was none other than another fierce general under Gong Sunyu, Zhu Zhangguang, known as the Iron Palm. His position in the army was much higher than General Di's. His arrival undoubtedly boosted the morale of the Jin soldiers. Yu Liuyi looked at one of the three with a smile and said, "That fatty." "Yes. It's you. You were hit by my poisonous dart. Without the antidote, you will die in less than an hour." Tang Yuashan was furious. "Fuck you, fatty." He was Zhuang. He was as strong as a yak. Zhu Zhangguang and Yu Liuyi's arrival reignited the Jin soldiers' blood. They rushed forward and surrounded Gu Jiao and the other two. If this continued, the three of them would be exhausted to death. Xianyuanqi looked ahead. At the end of the official road was a pass. After passing through the pass, they could see the tower of Ziyang City. "Don't fight. Run at full speed," he said. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "Boss." The Black Wind King ran at a speed that he had never run in his life. He did not know how many swords and sabers had cut him, but he did not hesitate at all. He rushed all the way to the pass with Gu Jiao. Zhu Zhangguang led the soldiers to chase after them, and Yu Liuyi assisted with hidden weapons. Xianyuanqi's warhorse was hit by a poisonous dart. The poison had invaded its internal organs, and it could not run anymore. Gu Jiao reached out to Xianyuanqi. "Get on the horse." Xianyuanqi reached out to Gu Jiao, but he did not want to hold her hand. Instead, he slapped the Black Wind King with his palm. The huge internal force sent the Black Wind King and Gu Jiao forward. Gu Jiao frowned and looked back at him. Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi sent Tang Yuishan and his warhorse out with another palm. He did not do this because he had lost his mount. From the moment he gave the order to rush to the pass, he had already made this decision in his heart. His life was about to come to an end, but he did not know what his mission was. He often thought that he might not be able to wait any longer. Yu Liuyi said disdainfully, "Humph. You want to stop my Jin country's 10,000-strong army by yourself? Dream on." She flew up and slashed at Xianyuan Qi with the folding fan in her hand. Silver needles shot towards Xianyuan Qi like flying flowers. Xianyuan Qi's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yu Liuyi. So fast. Yu Liuyi's expression changed, and a chill ran down her spine. She hurriedly turned around to defend, but she was a step too late. Xianyuan Qi stabbed her right wrist. Ah! A sharp pain came from her wrist, and blood spurted out. Her folding fan fell to the ground, and her beautiful face turned pale. What's the point of bullying a little girl? If you have the ability, fight with me. Zhu Zhangguang slammed his palm towards Xianyuan Qi. His palm actually forced Xianyuan Qi to take a few steps back. Zhu Zhangguang snorted proudly. I don't kill nameless people. Who are you? Tell me your name. Xianyuan Qi's eyes were cold. You, scoundrels, are not worthy. He looked like he was forced to retreat, but it was actually a feint. This distance was more suitable for him to use the Ghost Mountain sword Qi. Zhu Zhangguang was sent flying by his sword, and fell to the ground heavily. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Liuyi said fiercely, "Attack together." Zhu Zhangguang ordered, "Don't just stand there. Kill them. Who can charge through today? The reward is 1,000 taels." Brave men were bound to appear when there was a great reward. The Jin country's army madly rushed towards the mountain pass. Xianyuan Qi held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand, and domineeringly guarded the mountain pass. One man could hold back 10,000 men. Tang Yuishan's poison spread in his body, and he vomited blood while lying on the horse's back, losing the ability to fight. The sound of fighting came from behind. The Black Wind King did not turn back. It exhausted all its strength and rushed forward without caring about its life. Gu Jiao held the reins tightly. Xianyuan Qi. Hang in there. The Black Wind Cavalry is coming, the Jin country's army is coming. On the observation tower, a guard noticed the figure rushing towards the city gate. Wait. It doesn't seem like it. Open the gate. Gu Jiao shouted. The one guarding the east gate today was General Ji. He recognized Gu Jiao's voice. Commander Xiao. Commander Xiao is back. Open the gate. Black Wind Cavalry. Gu Jiao shouted again. What's wrong? Why did they suddenly call for the Black Wind Cavalry? Could it be General Ji? Look. A guard pointed at the mountain pass in the distance. The mountain pass was not directly facing the tower, and it had to be turned right. The mountain blocked most of the Jin country's army, and it also blocked Xianyuan Qi's figure. However, the Jin country's army behind the mountain was decreasing. They rushed into the mountain pass, but none of them came out. It was as if they were all swallowed by the mountain pass. General Ji said, "Inform the Black Wind Cavalry to fight." The guard said awkwardly, "Only the reserve camp can fight." General Ji said, "Go to the reserve camp not because they are weak, but because there are some things that must be done. Don't underestimate any soldier." Yes. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. I am about to enter the city. The capstan on the city gate tower turned with a rumbling sound. The two gates in the city gate hole were pulled open one by one, and the last city gate rose up slowly. Bang! Tang Yueshan's black winged cavalry fell. A man and a horse fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao gritted her teeth and did not stop at all. She quickly ran towards the city gate. Xianyuan Qi, hang in there, you have to hang in there. Xianyuan Qi was covered in blood as he stood in the middle of the mountain pass. His Qingfeng sword was dripping with blood. His stamina and life were also rapidly depleting. Yu Liuyi said, their city gate is open. There are less than 10,000 soldiers in Xiyang City that can fight. Why don't we take the chance to kill our way in? Zhu Zhangguang held his chest and said, but this guy is not dead yet. Yu Liuyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Xianyuan Qi, whose arm was cut by a Jin country soldier. She said, I think he is almost out of stamina. When we enter the city, we will first kill that kid, and then kill their city guard. This is a good opportunity to take down Xiyang City. The heavens are on our side. Zhu Zhangguang also felt that this idea was feasible. He attacked Xianyuan Qi again, but he never expected that Xianyuan Qi could still send him flying with one strike after being exhausted like this. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Yu Liuyi panted and said, I calculated that we must kill him within 10 moves, or we won't be able to make it in time. Zhu Zhangguang said with lingering fear, but with our strength, not to mention 10 moves, we can't do anything to him in 20 moves. Yu Liuyi was so angry that she vomited blood. What a monster. It was no wonder that Yu Liuyi said that. That guy was not afraid of death or pain. He was like a living dead that crawled out from the ground. He could not be beaten down or killed. Yu Liuyi clenched her fists and coldly glanced at Zhu Zhangguang, who was about to retreat. She snorted and said, if you want to hide, then hide. I won't hide. Today, only one of us can live. After saying that, she pulled out the soft sword at her waist and used her qinggong to stab at Xianyuan Qi. Her soft sword entangled with Xianyuan Qi's qingfeng sword. She curled her lips and a poisonous needle flew out from between her fingers, stabbing straight at Xianyuan Qi's vital point. Xianyuan Qi pulled back his long sword, and the sword Qi sent Yu Liuyi flying, shattering her silver needle. Yu Liuyi crashed into the stone wall behind her and was bounced back by the huge force. She fell beside Xianyuan Qi's feet in a sorry state. Xianyuan Qi's sword stabbed towards Yu Liuyi's forehead. Yu Liuyi was so scared that she closed her eyes and turned her face away. She heard the sound of a sharp blade entering her body, but the pain that she imagined did not come. A drop of hot blood dripped onto her face. She opened her eyes and saw that Xianyuan Qi's long sword had stopped in front of her forehead. It was only half an inch away from stabbing her. She looked up. Xianyuan Qi's chest was pierced by a long spear that was shining with cold light. That long spear looked a little familiar. She turned around and saw a man in a white brocade robe riding a majestic dark brown warhorse under the drooping curtain of the night. The man had an unparalleled aura in the world, and his eyes were calm and steady. Yu Liuyi's eyes lit up. Master. Zhu Zhangguang also hurriedly bowed. Master. Gong Sun Yu calmly raised his hand. Yu Liuyi kicked Xianyuan Qi. Who asked you to be so arrogant? You dare to be arrogant again. Blood dripped from Xianyuan Qi's chest. He gripped his long sword tightly, supported himself, and slowly stood up. The well-trained archers behind him drew their longbows and aimed at Xianyuan Qi in unison. There was a long spear in Xianyuan Qi's body. He did not spend any effort to pull the spear out. Instead, he dragged his long sword and walked towards Gong Sun Yu step by step. The long sword made an ear-piercing sound on the cold hard stone ground. The Black Wind King leaped into the city gate. Gu Jiao did not turn around. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her hand that was holding the reins began to tremble. Commander Xiao. Zhao Dengfeng called her from the back of the horse. She did not seem to hear him. She let go of her stiff hand and dismounted from the horse. She calmly walked up the city gate tower. Only Wenren Chong noticed that her entire body was trembling slightly. Some of the soldiers wanted to attack Xianyuan Qi, but Gong Sunyu raised his hand and stopped them. Xianyuan Qi's vision was blurred by the blood. He had overexerted himself, and his dantian had already exploded. All the bones in his body were broken, and blood flowed out of his orifices. Intense pain gnawed at his body. He walked towards Gong Sunyu with great difficulty, but his will was firm. Yu Liuyi stood beside Gong Sunyu's horse and looked up at him in confusion. "Master, let him come over," Gong Sunyu said. Xianyuan Qi seemed to have walked his entire life in just a few short steps. Xianyuan Qi used all his remaining strength to raise the Qingfeng sword in his hand and launch a final attack at Gong Sunyu. Puchi, the long sword pierced through his body. It was Gong Sunyu's sword. Bang! The city gate closed. Gu Jiao stood on the towering city gate tower. She gripped the city wall tightly with both hands and scratched a large patch of blood. "Show the flag." Show what flag?" General Ji was stunned. Wenren Chong rushed up. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and jumped onto the city gate tower. He unfurled the eagle flag in his hand. The Great Yen flag and the Xianyuan commander's flag fluttered in the west wind. Xianyuan Qi knelt on the ground powerlessly and looked in the direction of the city gate tower. Was that the commander's flag of the Xianyuan family? He could still see it before he died. How nice. He had no regrets. Zheng'er, forgive your father. I can't wait until the day I reunite with you. The Lord of Shadows, Xianyuan Qi, had completed his mission. See you in the next life. Father, a heart-wrenching cry came from the official road behind him. Xianyuan Qi closed his eyes and lowered his arms. Chapter 867. He's dead. Yu Liuyi looked at the lifeless Xianyuan Qi and pulled out her sword. She snorted, "He hurt me. I'm going to cut off his hand." "Liuyi," Gong Sunyu calmly called out to her. Yu Liuyi's dagger-wielding hand paused in midair. "What's wrong, my lord?" Gong Sunyu listened to the approaching sound of horse hooves and said, "Let's go." Yu Liuyi looked at the man galloping towards them from the end of the road. Behind him was a large army. She frowned unwillingly and put away her dagger. This guy got lucky. She quickly mounted her horse. Gong Sunyu didn't bring a large number of troops, only 20 archers. They didn't have the advantage in numbers. However, this man looked very powerful. Killing him would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to the Yen kingdom. Yu Liuyi followed Gong Sunyu. "My lord, who's that big guy?" Gong Sunyu looked at the rolling dark clouds in the sky. Yen kingdom's general. Xianyuan Qi. Xianyuan Qi. Didn't the Xianyuan family all die? Yu Liuyi muttered to herself. She looked up and saw that Gong Sunyu and the 20 archers were already in front of her. She quickly whipped her horse and caught up. She said to Gong Sunyu, "My lord, your horses are very powerful. I've never seen them before." Gong Sunyu said calmly, "The Yen Kingdom's Han family sent the Black Valiant Cavalry." Yu Liuyi said mischievously, "Black Valiant Cavalry. The Xianyuan family has the Black Wind Cavalry. The Han family has the Black Valiant Cavalry. Interesting. My lord, I want one too." Gong Sunyu said, "There are more in the city lord's residence. Go back and pick one." Yu Liuyi smiled brightly. Okay. The group of people left. The last ray of light dimmed. Dark clouds swallowed the entire night sky. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The biting cold west wind instantly turned into a storm. The grass and trees at the pass swayed, as if tens of thousands of heroic souls at the border were sobbing silently. Yu-Lu-Yi was drenched and snorted disdainfully. Today is not a good day to attack the city. We'll fight them another day. Gongsun Yu didn't say anything as he rode on his horse. His expression was cold and solemn, like a god from the 9 heavens. In the end, the last great general of the Xianyuan family had fallen in his hands. The legend of the Xianyuan family came to an end. Sooner or later, Great Yen would fall into Great Jin's hands. By the time Liao Chen's horse reached the mountain pass, Gongsun Yu had already left with the Jin army. He almost jumped off the horse and fell heavily into the mud that was soaked by the rain. Braving the cold rain, he rushed over on his knees and arrived in front of Xianyuan Qi. He looked at the man who was covered in blood and had his chest pierced by a spear. Tears immediately flowed out of his eyes. Why, the wound that he had taken 20 years to heal was once again cruelly torn open, and his heart felt as if it had been torn in half. He raised his hand and wanted to hug his father, but he was worried that he would hurt him, such a serious injury, so painful. He knelt in front of his father, and his entire body was trembling uncontrollably. He suppressed the pain in his heart, and his tears fell onto the ground. Why can't I see you after so long? Why can't you wait for me? Why must you leave me behind every time? Open your eyes, look at me, look at Zheng. Zheng has grown up. Liao Chen knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. His fingers dug into the mud, and blood spread from his fingertips and flowed all over the ground. The heavy rain broke a big tree that had been cut by the sword energy at the mountain pass. Without the cover of the big tree, everyone on the city tower saw this scene. They had all thought that there was a small army at the mountain pass, and that was why they didn't let the Jin army charge over. Who knew? It was just one person. That person used his own flesh and blood to guard the mountain pass, and stop the 9,000 soldiers of the Jin army. His body was full of arrows and knives, and there was even a spear that pierced through his chest. What kind of tenacious and unyielding willpower was this? What kind of willpower could make a person forget life and death, or even surpass life and death? Everyone had tears in their eyes. They didn't know who that person was, but they all felt the powerful willpower coming from him. That was the undying war spirit of the great Yen. Yi Qing stood on the city tower, and stared at the father and son kneeling in the rain without even saying goodbye. His heart was filled with countless complex emotions. Master, your divination has come true. Everything is exactly the same as what you said. The soul of Xianyuan has fallen under Gongsun Yu's sword. But Master, since you already know the result, why did you still send me to the border? So that I can witness this tragedy with my own eyes. With my ability, I can't change anything. I didn't even have time to take precautions. The soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen. The state teacher's disappointed voice flashed through his mind. Yi Qing's eyes turned cold, as if he had made some kind of decision. He clenched his fists, flew up, and jumped down from the city tower. Master Yi. General Ji's expression changed. He reached out to grab him, but he was too late. He didn't even touch a corner of Yi Qing's clothes. The blue robe of the state teacher's palace fluttered in the wind and rain, like an ink-stained green lotus blooming. Yi Qing jumped down from the city tower. General Ji's face was solemn. Master Yi, what do you want to do? Yi Qing used Qinggong to rush through the wind and rain. Master. Since the soul of Xianyuan shouldn't have fallen, then please forgive me for making this decision without permission. I'm very sorry for going against your will. When I return to the state teacher's palace, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I don't know if this can save him. Maybe I can't save him, and I'll waste the most precious thing you gave me. But no matter what, I want to try my best. If I'm wrong, please let me use the rest of my life to make up for today's mistake. When Rin Chong jumped down and came to Gu Jiao's side, Commander Xiao, that person is. Gu Jiao looked at Yi Qing's figure flying in the rain, and her eyes moved, General Xianyuan Qi. When Rin Chong was stunned, General. He's not. Could it be? No, it's him. Gu Jiao concisely answered his question. Prepare the stretcher. Finished speaking, she turned around and quickly went down the city tower. The rain was getting heavier. When Yi Qing came to the father and son's side, the three of them were all soaked. Yi Qing knelt down on one knee and took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms. Xianyuanjing, help me support your father's head. Liaochen was slightly stunned. He hadn't heard anyone call his name for many years, so he didn't react for a moment. My name is Yi Qing, the eldest disciple of the state teacher's palace. Yi Qing said, and his eyes were cold. If you don't hurry up, when your father is completely dead, even the Luo Jin Xian won't be able to save him. Tears rolled down Liaochen's face as he held his father's head that was gradually losing its temperature. He could no longer feel his father's pulse and breathing. Like this. Can he really be saved? Yi Qing pulled out the cork. In the state teacher's palace, there are many patients who have stopped breathing and pulse. Not everyone can be saved, but as long as they aren't completely dead, there is still a glimmer of hope. Liaochen choked and asked, what is considered completely dead? Yi Qing poured out the only pill left in the bottle, pried open Xianyuan Qi's mouth, and fed it to him. If your breath and pulse stop for half an hour, then you're basically completely dead. An expert like your father may be able to delay it a bit. This kind of pill didn't seem to melt in the mouth. Yi Qing then slapped Xianyuan Qi's abdomen, and used his internal energy to slide the pill into his stomach. Liaochen carefully avoided the weapons on his father's body, and let his father lean on his chest. In the past, his father was his support. In the future, he hoped that he could become his father's support. There are 2 points. Yi Qing glanced at him and said, first, I'm not sure if your father is dead or not. If he's dead, then it's useless for him to take this pill. Second. Saying this, Yi Qing paused, even if your father isn't completely dead, this pill may not have any effect. Liaochen looked at him with a complicated expression. The pill you gave my father is purple grass poison. Yi Qing met his gaze and honestly said, you should have heard of this poison. It has a 99% chance of directly killing your father, making him completely dead. Liaochen squeezed his fingers and murmured, in other words, the chance of survival is only 1 out of 100. Not that much. Yi Qing pondered for a moment, then said, with your father's situation, 1 out of 10,000 is the most. Gu Jiao arrived at the scene, and found that Xianyuan Qi's situation couldn't be carried on a stretcher. That is, if Xianyuan Qi had any hope of being saved. Gu Jiao began to deal with the weapons on his body, starting with the spear. Yi Qing, as the state teacher's direct disciple, was also not weak in medical skills, so he cooperated very well. When Rin Chong and the others held up their raincoats, blocking the pouring rain from the sky. What did you give him? Gu Jiao asked Yi Qing. Purple grass poison. Yi Qing said. Gu Jiao understood. Since coming to the Yan Kingdom, she had heard of this poison more than once. Last time, Gu Chongqing was stabbed by an Hun and was sent to the intensive care unit, almost becoming a cripple. The state teacher also intended to give him this poison. It's just that the poison had expired. Gu Chongqing used his own willpower and psychological suggestion to pull himself through. This was a miracle in the history of medicine, but Xianyuanqi's situation was very different from Gu Changqing's. Gu Changqing had already woken up, and his life was no longer in danger. He just didn't want to become a cripple. But Xianyuanqi, he really breathed his last. Gu Jiao put on the silver silk gloves, and cut the spear in Xianyuanqi's chest with the golden silk. This won't expire again, right? It won't. The state teacher had told him about last time before he left. He hurriedly explained, the medicine master gave Gu Changqing was left many years ago. This medicine was found in the Han family's mansion a few days ago. Han family. Gu Jiao cut the spear in her back with the snow sky silk. Yi Qing said, yes, master said that the Han family is likely to control a large purple grass garden. They have a lot of purple grass in their hands. The Han family's black valiant cavalry and 5th Master Han's black demon horse were all fed with purple grass poison. Black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao frowned slightly when she heard the name, but this also explained why 5th Master Han's horse was so powerful. Then didn't a lot of horses die? She asked. Yi Qing nodded. Animals are much more resistant to purple grass poison than humans, but there is still a 70% failure rate. A large number of young horses are poisoned to death, and only those who survive are qualified to become black valiant cavalry. Gu Jiao didn't speak anymore. In order to strengthen themselves, the Han family was really willing to do anything. If it wasn't for Yi Qing's master mentioning it before he left, he wouldn't have known that the Han family had so many crazy secrets. He coldly said, they're worse than animals. Gu Jiao glanced at him and disagreed, don't insult animals. Yi Qing was stunned, oh. Gu Jiao's hand that was treating Xianyuanqi's wounds suddenly stopped, and solemnly asked, Yi Qing, will the purple grass poison lessen his pain? Yi Qing quickly realized that she was referring to Xianyuanqi. Liaochen supported his father in his arms, and also carefully looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't hide anything from him. As a son, he had the right to know his father's real situation. He has very serious internal injuries, and suffers great pain every day. Living is a kind of torture for him, but death is a kind of relief for him. Liaochen clenched his fists, and his body slightly trembled. He didn't expect his father to be like this all these years. He will. Yi Qing firmly said. Either he will be poisoned to death, and the pain will end. Or he will endure the poison and be reborn. Thinking of something, Yi Qing added, after being poisoned by the purple grass poison, he will enter a state of suspended animation, and will look no different from a dead person. It will last for different hours. Some people will last for 6 hours, some for 14 hours. If he still can't wake up after 24 hours, then he is really dead. Gu Jiao's eyes fell on the man's face. Xianyuanqi. You have to survive. No matter who you've been waiting for all these years, and what kind of agreement you have with him, I think he doesn't want you to die here. Your mission is not complete. Go through all the pain in the world, live on as the spirit of Xianyuanqi, live on as Liaochen's father, live on as Jing Kong's uncle, and witness the new dynasty in peace. That is your true mission. Xianyuanqi was brought back to the wounded barracks, and Yi Qing personally guarded him. Liaochen pulled himself together. Whether or not his father could be saved, he couldn't wallow in the pain for too long. Is it Gong Sunyu? Liaochen asked faintly under the awning outside the tent. Other than him, there was only Gu Jiao in the tent, looking at the map. Gu Jiao grunted, yes, it's him, the main general of Jin's expedition to the east, General Shenwei. Liaochen said coldly, I will kill him with my own hands. Gu Jiao looked at him. Liaochen had changed out of his monk robes and put on the black robes of the Shadow Division, which made him look a bit murderous. Okay. Gu Jiao said, he is yours. The lights under the awning reflected in Liao Chen's eyes, like two burning flames of vengeance. What are the other two called? Gu Jiao flipped through the map and said, Zhu Zhangguang and Yu Liuyi. They are both Gong Sun Yu's confidants. Liao Chen said, if they are here, I will kill them as well. No one will take your head, but... Gu Jiao said, handing him the map with the key points. We may have to split our forces. They may not all gather in one place. You have to think carefully about who to deal with. Liao Chen said without hesitation, Gong Sun Yu. A medical officer came out from another camp. Gu Jiao called out to him, how is old Tang? The medical officer hurriedly said, Commander Shao, he has taken the antidote pill you gave him. He is fine now. He will recover after a few days of sleep. Yu Liuyi was a master of concealed weapons, but she didn't use poison. The antidote pill given by Madame Nan could cure all poisons. Except for Shang Wanqing's poison. Thinking of Shang Wanqing, Gu Jiao closed the map and said to Liao Chen, Shang Wanqing is still trapped in Ghost Mountain. We must attack Puqing as soon as possible and draw the Jin army away. How many soldiers do you have in your shadow division? 20,000, Liao Chen said. Not all of them are from the shadow division. There are also some old subordinates of the Xinyuan family. Gu Jiao said, the Black Wind Cavalry can fight for 10,000 soldiers. Altogether, there are 30,000 soldiers. The Imperial Army is attacking the Liang Army. I sent Wenren Chong to send a message. I don't know how many soldiers they can send. The Imperial Army had 120,000 soldiers. 80,000 of them were soldiers, while the rest were supplies and logistics. The Jin Army claimed to have 200,000 soldiers. It was unknown whether that was true or how many soldiers they had. Gu Jiao called for Teacher Hu. How many of the translations have you done? Teacher Hu hurriedly said, half. I will go and urge them. Gu Jiao reminded him, remember, not a single word is wrong. Teacher Hu patted his chest, yes, sir. Don't worry, I have found 4 true descendants of the Jin army. I have checked them carefully. There will be no mistakes. Gu Jiao said, that's good. I need accurate information about the Jin army. On the other side, Shang Wanyan was in charge of the rear. Marquis Xianping led his troops to kill the Jin army. Wang Man led his troops to besiege the Nangong family and recapture the new city. Marquis Xianping drove the Liang army out of the border. But that was not enough. He directly killed his way to the border of the Liang country and planted the flag of the Great Yan on the territory of the Liang country. In the rear tent, spies constantly sent in reports of victory from both sides. Shang Wanyan was very satisfied. At this rate, it will be over in 3 to 5 days. Outside the tent, a man's voice came, Your Highness. Wenren Chong of the Black Wind Battalion requests an audience. Shang Wanyan sternly said, Come in. Wenren Chong hurried into the tent, cupped his hands and bowed. He presented the letter in his hands. Huan Er took the letter and opened it and handed it to Shang Wanyan. After Shang Wanyan looked at it, she stood up with a swished sound. Her crown princess aura was fully released. Someone come. Go and inform General Shao and General Wang Man. They must end the battle tonight. Tomorrow, we will set out to attack Pu City. Chapter 868. Marquis Xianping was planning to order the soldiers to rest and continue the siege tomorrow morning, but he received an order from the rear. He frowned. Why are you in such a hurry to finish tonight? The best way to deal a heavy blow to the Liang army's vitality was to attack all the way into Bian City. Of course, this was impossible. Neither the military strength nor the provisions would allow it. But at least, he had to seize a few border cities to hurt the Liang army. Tonight, he would reorganize. Tomorrow, he would attack Li County and harvest more heads of Liang dogs. The guard presented a letter with both hands and said, "This is a letter from Her Highness the Crown Princess, please take a look." Marquis Xian Ping casually took it. A message is a message, why write a letter? There were no superfluous words in the letter, only 6 words. Qing'er was trapped in Pu City. Marquis Xian Ping's expression instantly turned cold. In order to make it easier for him to lead the troops to war, Shangguan Yan fabricated an identity for him as an old subordinate of the Xian Yuan family. He had been working secretly for years and temporarily conferred him the position of Dingyuan general. Although everyone was unfamiliar with this person, it was an indisputable fact that he killed Chu Feiping. In addition, the 4 of them defeated the Liang army's thousands of soldiers and horses. There was no doubt about their prestige and strength. In addition, everyone only thought that the crown princess wanted to take the opportunity to support her henchmen. They were not too surprised by his sudden appearance. This time, he was with the great Yan imperial court's General Zhao Guoping. Did General Zhao also get the letter? Marquis Xian Ping asked. It seems, no. The guard braced himself and said. Marquis Xian Ping's expression was as calm as ever, but there was a bit of chilling murderous aura around him. I know. You go and reply to the crown princess. Not tomorrow morning, at midnight, I will take Li County. The guard opened his mouth wide. At midnight? There were only 2 hours left, right? Can they really take it? Shangguan Yan paced back and forth in the tent. She vaguely felt that she had missed something, but she couldn't remember it at once. Her mind was full of the news that her son was besieged in Ghost Mountain. She couldn't believe it was true. Why did her son come to the border all of a sudden? He even fell into the Jin army's territory. What the hell is going on? There was limited space in the letter. Gu Jiao only picked out the main points. Everything would have to be discussed in detail when they met. Huan Er wanted to remind her, but seeing how anxious she was, she silently swallowed her words. When something happened to His Highness Zhongsun, the first person you thought of was Marquis Xian Ping. Have you forgotten about General Zhao? It didn't matter if she forgot, Marquis Xian Ping would deal with it clearly. At midnight, Marquis Xian Ping flattened the Li County camp and killed 6 Liang country generals. The Liang army was forced to retreat. They wanted to escape but were surrounded by the Yan country army. In the end, King Pingyang stepped forward and submitted a humiliating letter of surrender. With the letter of surrender in hand, King Pingyang was taken away by Marquis Xian Ping as a hostage. On the other hand, Wang Man's task was much easier. The new city was not as sturdy as Ziyang City. Furthermore, the Nangong family's army had been left behind in Ziyang City by Tsun Takashi. There were less than 10,000 local soldiers left in the city. When Wang Man's army of tens of thousands charged over, the Nangong family was destined to lose. When the sun was about to rise, Nangong Sitsi died in battle, and the others were captured alive. In the commander's tent of the Black Wind camp in Ziyang City. Advisor Hu walked over with the translated booklet in his arms. My lord. Please take a look. Gu Jiao looked away from the sand table and raised her hand to take the book. Liaochen was also in her tent. The 2 of them carefully read the intelligence of the Jin army. Gu Jiao said, there are more than 200,000 soldiers. Excluding the supplies, there are more than 160,000 soldiers who can fight. Given the conditions of war in this dynasty, the supplies usually accounted for about a third of the total military strength. The Jin army was no exception. Gu Jiao continued, we can mobilize about this number of soldiers. However, the Jin army still has to include the 30,000 soldiers of the Han family. The main reason for this situation was that the Yen country was besieged by 5 countries. Many of its soldiers were scattered. The only country that could be confirmed to have retreated was the Zhao country at Chishui Pass. However, Chishui Pass was mainly made up of navy soldiers. It was not suitable for fighting on land. Even if they rushed over, it would be useless. The Qin country and the Zhao country were far away, so there was no definite news. Liaochen read all the information in the book and said, "Gongsun, you've deployed a large number of soldiers at the north and east gates. These 2 gates are the closest to us. The south gate is guarded by the Han family. There are 30,000 cavalrymen and 20,000 infantrymen. I don't know which gate they will be transferred to. The west gate is the weakest, but it is too far from us." Gu Jiao said, "It's almost time. Let's go to the pass and meet with the crown princess." Due to the urgency of time, Shang Wanyan and the imperial army did not enter Ciyang city to rest. After they finished fighting the Liang army, they rested for a few hours and then began to march to Puqing. Gu Jiao changed into red battle clothes and black armor. She also went out to put on helmets and armor for the Black Wind cavalry. When she turned around, Liao Chen had also put on his battle armor. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. This general in helmet and armor, was he still the handsome monk in her memory who loved to eat meat and drink? The laziness and demonic charm of the past had faded away, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura of a powerful army. "What are you looking at?" Liao Chen asked indifferently. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "I'm not used to you suddenly being serious." Liao Chen was speechless. Liao Chen mounted his horse and led the troops out of the city. Gu Jiao also took 10,000 Black Wind cavalry. Most of them were soldiers of the garrison camp. They had been longing for this battle for a long time. After the destruction of the Xianyuan family, Wen Renchong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng finally had another chance to fight side by side. The 3 of them rode on horseback. They no longer looked high-spirited in their early 20s. Their faces were stained with the vicissitudes of life. But the conviction in their bones had never diminished or wavered. Zhao Dengfeng sneered. "Old Shi is not here. This time, we will fight back together with his share." Wen Renchong, Li Shen, Zhao Dengfeng, and Shi Zhongkue were the 4 fierce generals of the Black Wind Battalion. Shi Zhongkue died in battle more than 10 years ago. Thinking of old Shi, Wen Renchong and Li Shen's eyes turned cold. Old Shi's death had nothing to do with Jean. This time, they were going to settle the old and new accounts together. For old Shi. For the general. For the 7th young master. The 3 of them looked determined and chased after him without hesitation. Gu Jiao waited for Shang Wanyan's carriage on the official road outside the pass. She patted the Black Wind King and stepped into the carriage. Shang Wanyan's eyes were red. It seemed that she had cried because she was worried about Shang Wanqing. But she had calmed down and was able to talk to Gu Jiao calmly. She took Gu Jiao's hand and let Gu Jiao sit down beside her. "Jiao Jiao, what happened?" Gu Jiao looked back. Shang Wanyan said without changing her expression, "General Shao, you also get on the horse. I have something to discuss with you and Commander Shao." Marquis Xianping also got on the carriage. Gu Jiao told them about the Ghost Mountain. There were 3 main points: Shang Wanqing, Xianyuan Qi, and the 1,000 lives in the tunnel. Gu Jiao only mentioned Shang Wanqing's situation in the letter. Shang Wanyan never expected that Xianyuan Qi was involved. Second uncle is still alive. He is still alive. He has a son. Shang Wanyan didn't know about the Shadow Division. She thought that Xianyuan Qi really died that year. He is the master of Jing Kong. Gu Jiao said. So in Jingkong, he is also a child of the Xianyuan family. Although Sheng Wanyan had doubts for a long time, she was not sure. Where is Sheng Er? Gu Jiao said. He first set off with 20,000 troops and some of the city's supplies. Sheng Wanyan whispered, second uncle is still in danger, right? Gu Jiao nodded regretfully, yes. Gong Sun Yu. Sheng Wanyan coldly clenched her fists. Marquis Xian Ping, who had been silent, suddenly opened his mouth. I have two doubts. First, where did old Gu go? Second, why did Qing Er go to Ghost Mountain? Sheng Wanyan, didn't you say that he is staying in the village outside Qingdu? Sheng Wanyan opened her mouth. Marquis Xian Ping raised his hand and made a stop gesture. Okay, no need to say any more, this Marquis knows. The two looked at him with a dumbfounded face. What do you know? Marquis Xian Ping couldn't hide his emotions and said, father and son are connected by heart. He must have come to find this Marquis. What a filial son he is to look for his father for thousands of miles. Gu Jiao, Sheng Wanyan, Wang Man beat the gong to withdraw his troops at dawn and was on his way. Mu Qingchen was also under his command. While waiting for the two of them, Marquis Xian Ping and Sheng Wanyan quickly understood the deployment of the Jin army and drew up a preliminary battle plan. Gu Jiao's Black Wind Cavalry and Liao Chen's Shadow Division went to attack the 30,000 Black Wind Cavalry of the Han family. The battle location was at the South Gate. Marquis Xian Ping led 50,000 infantry and archers to attack the 80,000 Jin army at the North Gate. Wang Man led 30,000 troops to the East Gate to fight the 40,000 Jin army. Finally, Chang Wei led 30,000 troops to the West Gate of Puqing to fight the 20,000 Jin army. The rest of the troops stayed in Xuyang City to prevent the Liang army from counterattacking and the Jin army from being defeated. Chapter 869. In October, the border was cold and bleak. After making all the battle plans, Sheng Wanyan stayed in place to wait for Wang Man's army. Gu Jiao and Marquis Xian Ping led the troops first. Just as the two of them got on their respective warhorses, a mighty and majestic figure galloped towards them, full of vigor. Hey! You two are not loyal. Go out to fight. You left me alone in the wounded barracks. You're not kind. It was Tang Yueshan. You're injured. Gu Jiao said. Tang Yueshan angrily retorted, is that an injury? It's just a mosquito bite. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark face. Little henchman, pay attention to your tone, or I'll give you an injection. Tang Yueshan coughed softly and said, it's fine now that the poison is detoxified. I don't care, I want to go. He was born to be a warlike person. He wouldn't stay idle in the wounded barracks. Then you follow me. Marquis Xian Ping said. Tang Yueshan was a little hesitant and disdainful. You already have Chang Jing, why do you need me? I can't use my full strength as the Grand Marshal if I'm with you. His reins were pulled away by Marquis Xian Ping. Pu City, City Lord's Mansion. Yu Liuyi went to the yard early in the morning to play with her new black brave mount. The black brave mount was not all black. For example, the Lord's was dark brown, and hers was chestnut. She rode on her new mount and happily circled around the City Lord's mansion. Seeing Gong Sun Yu returning from the barracks with Zhu Zhangquang and several generals, she jumped off the horse with a smile. Lord. Gong Sun Yu nodded slightly. She was a little girl, so Gong Sun Yu treated her more leniently than those rough men. He said, it's still early, don't you want to sleep a little longer? No. I want to ride a horse. She said mischievously, I heard that the Lord caught a few more prisoners. I wonder, can you give them to me? Gong Sun Yu generously said, after the interrogation, I'll give them to you. Yu Lu-yi smiled and said, that's great. Another newbie is testing the mechanism. Zhu Zhangguang secretly shuddered. Looking at this girl's innocent smile, he thought that she was an innocent and harmless little girl, but he had seen her use mechanisms to torture people to death. She was a little devil. Thinking of something, Yu Lu-yi stomped her feet and snorted, why isn't Jie Xingzhou back yet? A mere 300 ghostly soldiers had been tormented for so long. How useless. My lord, I'll go help him. Okay. Gong Sun Yu agreed. Yu Liuyi laughed heartily and mounted her horse. Just as she was about to gallop out of the estate, a guard suddenly rushed in with a hurried expression. He saluted Gong Sun Yu and said, reporting to the Grand General. Our spies have discovered the movements of the Yan army on the official road. A large number of cavalries are heading towards Puching City. Without waiting for Gong Sun Yu to speak, Yu Lui chuckled, Yan army. Were they really that bold? He had just killed their great general Xianyuan yesterday, and now he dared to come to their doorstep for revenge. You're really not afraid of death? Gong Sun Yu calmly asked, how many soldiers do you have? About 30,000. The guard replied. Yu Lui scoffed, it's just 30,000 cavalries, my lord. Give me 20,000 men and I'll go out of the city and kill them all. Gong Sun Yu was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he asked the guard, are they the Black Wind cavalry of the Xianyuan family? It seems so. The guard said, they're carrying the Flying Eagle flag of the Xianyuan family. Yu Lu-yi excitedly said, my lord, I'll go cut down their Flying Eagle flag. Gong Sun Yu calmly said, there's no need for the Jin army to do such a thing. The Han family has always wanted to compete with the Black Wind cavalry. Then, let the Han family prove it to me. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen's 30,000 men took a day to reach the small forest near Puching City. Gu Jiao said, we'll rest here for a night and attack the city at dawn. Okay. Liao Chen felt that it was feasible. Gu Jiao was not worried that their whereabouts would be exposed and they would be attacked by the Jin army. Based on her understanding of Gong Sun Yu probably did not care about these 30,000 men. He wanted to keep the Jin army to deal with the main force of the Yan kingdom. Gong Sun Yu would probably let the Han family deal with them. In order to maintain the strongest force, the Han family would not choose to attack at night. Gu Jiao sat on the ground with her back against a tree. She hugged the red tasseled spear and closed her eyes. She said, they'll wait for us in the city. The tree was wide enough for two people to sit together without feeling crowded. Liao Chen sat beside her. He glanced at her and said, I've always had a question in my mind. What question? Gu Jiao asked. Liao Chen whispered, do you have any relationship with the Xianyuan family? Gu Jiao said, why do you ask? Liao Chen looked at the branches above his head and said, my uncle's red tasseled spear is in your hands. I know it's a coincidence, but I feel like it's destined to be yours. Gu Jiao was silent. Liao Chen said, the armor you're wearing belongs to the First Lord of Shadows. The armor was recast from my uncle's armor, but that set of armor was originally given to him by the First Lord of Shadows. So my profound armor has such a history. There was something else Liao Chen didn't say. The armor and armor were inseparable. Now that they were finally combined, it was as if they had found their true master. A gentle breeze blew past. Liao Chen turned to look at her again. He found that she had fallen asleep with the red tasseled spear in her arms. The Black Wind King quietly came over. He bit off a warm cloak from the carriage and gently placed it on Gu Jiao. Liao Chen closed his eyes in envy. In a flash, he felt something extra on his body. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the Black Wind King had also covered him with something with his mouth. It was a broken sack. Liao Chen was speechless. The next day, at 7 in the morning, the sky was overcast. There was an invisible chill in the haze. The Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Division were at the city gates. Pu's city was not as easy to defend and difficult to attack as Chuyang's city. There were two reasons for this. First, it had been in disrepair for a long time. The original city lord had embezzled the money allocated to him, causing it to be unable to be repaired. Second, when the Jin army attacked Pu's city not long ago, they had damaged the city gates once. After the Jin army entered the city, they enslaved many strong men to repair the city gates. Unfortunately, the south gate had not been repaired. Gu Jiao and Liao Chen rode at the front of the 30,000 soldiers. They looked up at the familiar figures on the city gates. It really is the Han family. She had guessed correctly. She introduced them to Liao Chen. That silver-haired man is Han Fifth Master. Beside him is Han Lei, Han Ye's father. Liao Chen looked at them. They also looked at Liao Chen. Han Lei said thoughtfully, "I know that youth. He's the one who took Xiao Liulang's identity. He was adopted by Duke Ongua and became the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. But who is the person beside him? I don't think I've seen him before." Han Ci did not speak. He looked at Liao Chen without blinking. Liao Chen also looked at him without dodging. Han Lei looked at Han Ci and asked, "Fifth brother, do you know him?" Han Ci said, "I don't know him. But I think I've seen those eyes somewhere before." Gu Jiao raised the red tasseled spear in her hand and pointed it in the direction of the city gates. She said arrogantly, "Bastard of the Han family, do you dare to come out of the city and fight with your grandfather?" Han Lei was so angry that his mouth twitched. In the next moment, the city gates opened. A young man in silver armor rushed out with a long sword in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at him. Han Yi." Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. She put the red tasseled spear on her shoulder and looked at him calmly. "Your hamstring is fixed. You can't only fight on horseback." Han Yi was angry at the mention of this. He had suffered so much and endured so much pain before he could stand up again. It was all Xiao Liulang's fault. He wanted to kill him and avenge himself. And also avenge second uncle. Han Lei frowned. Why did you open the gates?" Fifth grandfather Han said calmly, "We can't defend it anyway. Why don't we go out and fight?" The valiant dark cavalry's strength was offense. Only under the city gates could they unleash their full power. Moreover, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He always wanted to know if the valiant dark cavalry he trained could defeat the Xinyuan family's dark wind cavalry. An endless stream of valiant dark cavalry rushed out of the city gates and fought with the dark wind cavalry and the shadow tribe. The battle came faster and fiercer than expected. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cavalry fell. Some were on their own side, and some were on the other side. Han Ye's target was Gu Jiao. "Why didn't that Gu Chongqing come with you? You don't deserve to fight with him." "Nonsense. Watch out for my sword." Han Yi swung his sword at Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear to block the attack. The spear and sword clashed, and Han Ye's murderous aura filled the air. Han Yi was shocked. The last time they fought, this kid was clearly no match for him. Why was it that after a dozen moves, this kid's face was not red, nor was he panting? It seemed like he was very relaxed. Whoosh! Gu Jiao killed a cavalry with a single stab. Then, she stabbed her spear at Han Ye's waist. The angle was very tricky. It could not be blocked or deflected. Han Yi gritted his teeth and used his qigong to leap up, perfectly dodging the attack. Then, he swooped down from above Gu Jiao's head and stabbed his sword at Gu Jiao's Baihui acupoint. Are you trying to make me jump up? Dream on. Gu Jiao stared at him. Then, she suddenly leaned back. Han Ye's spear stabbed Gu Jiao's armor. However, it did not pierce through. Han Ye's eyes flashed. Gu Jiao's spear slashed at his thigh. Han Yi did not understand why this kid's armor was so hard. It was too late for him to retreat. Seeing that one of Han Ye's thighs was about to be cut off by Gu Jiao, fifth grandfather Han suddenly rode his black demon horse and quickly arrived behind the two. He used his sword to deflect Gu Jiao's spear. 2 against 1, Gu Jiao was pincered. Han Yi said, "You attack her arms. I'll kill her horse." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Qin flew over and forced fifth grandfather Han off his black demon horse. Fifth grandfather Han stabilized himself with a flip. He turned around and looked in disbelief at the man who forced him off his horse. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Liao Chen's killing intent was like a knife. Xianyuan Zheng of the 7 Xianyuan sons. Chapter 870. As soon as he said that, everyone seemed to feel the powerful spirit of Xianyuan. The morale of the soldiers on the battlefield was split in half. The morale of the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division was rising. The Black Wind Cavalry of the Han clan seemed to feel the suppression from the spirit of Xianyuan. Puqing was the burial ground of the Xianyuan army. Many years ago, countless Xianyuan soldiers were buried here. Some died in battle, while others died in vain. Now that the 7 Xianyuan sons had returned, the souls of the heroes in the world seemed to have been summoned. A gust of wind blew past, and the house of Han's cavalry felt a chill run down their spines. Most of them forgot to think about how many sons the Xianyuan family had. Only fifth grandfather reacted. He said coldly, "The Xianyuan family has 6 sons. Since when did they have 7? You're obviously pretending to be one of them. Don't try to persuade a stubborn person, because they won't listen." Liao Qin didn't waste time with fifth grandfather Han. He sheathed his sword and pulled out the spear on his back. The action of holding the gun and the domineering move that was completed in one go shocked fifth master Han once again. Fifth grandfather Han looked at him solemnly. "This is, traitor. Die." Liao Qin's spear came down. Fifth grandfather Han blocked it with his sword, but half his body went numb. His feet sank into the ground with a bang. It was obvious how powerful the spear was. "Black Demon Horse." Fifth Master Han shouted, and the Black Demon Horse charged towards Liao Qin. Liao Chen's target was not the Black Demon Horse, but he could not allow himself to be knocked away. Just as he was about to hit the Black Demon Horse with his palm, the Black Wind King came galloping over and mercilessly collided with the Black Demon Horse. The young and healthy Dark Demon Horse was actually knocked aside by a 16-year-old horse. Fifth grandfather Han couldn't believe it. Even more incredulous was Han Yi, who was fighting Gu Jiao not far away. This beast, he had raised it for so many years, but it turned around and sought refuge with someone else. What an ingrate! If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chu Nan and left it to fend for itself. He should have caught it back. Ah! Han Yi was kicked violently and fell heavily to the ground. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear and stood in front of him. She looked down at him and said, "Don't get distracted. You might die." Han Yi clutched his aching chest and stood up. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Gu Jiao. Did you use some kind of evil method to increase your power?" If you can't beat me, just say so. Gu Jiao carried the long spear on her shoulder. This action was exactly the same as Marquis Xian Ping carrying his broadsword. She even shot off a Han family cavalryman's helmet and stepped on it with one foot. Didn't your fifth uncle just use drugs? But look, did he win? Han Yi turned to look at his fifth uncle. He saw the Han family's once-in-a-century expert being defeated by someone who called himself one of the 7 sons of Xian Yuan. After being sent flying again, fifth grandfather Han fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. How can this be? This was his fifth uncle. The survivors who survived the purple grass poison possessed terrifying inner strength and an immortal body that could be said to be immune to pain. Immortal body was an exaggeration, but he was more resistant to injury than normal people. No matter how serious the injury was, it could be healed the next day. This time, it must be the same. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, Liao Chen's palm shattered his dantian. Liao Chen had countless chances to kill him, but he did not. Instead, Liao Chen took him down one move at a time. Yes, the purple grass poison could heal a person's body, but could it restore a warrior's fighting spirit? When fifth grandfather Han's last shred of fighting spirit collapsed, he spat out blood and lay on the blood-stained ground. It wasn't that he'd run out of energy, but that he could feel the huge gap between him and Liao Chen. He was not a martial arts genius to begin with. It was only because he had been poisoned by the purple grass poison that he had such astonishing strength. Liao Chen was different. He was really strong. Fifth grandfather Han finally accepted his fate. He closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Liao Chen's spear pressed against his forehead, but did not stab him. You let my sixth brother go. Consider this life of mine repaying you in his stead. With that, Liao Chen put away his spear and turned to leave. Fifth grandfather Han suddenly opened his eyes and looked weakly at Liao Chen's departing figure. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Is sixth grandfather still alive?" Liao Chen did not answer. He mounted his horse and said to Gu Jiao, who was fighting Han Yi, "I'm going to kill Gong Sun Yu. I'll leave this to you." Gu Jiao shot Han Yi and knocked him down. Go! Liao Chen led dozens of Dark Shadow Division fighters into the city gates. He rode his horse while the others used their lightness techniques. After entering the city, they split up and disappeared with a whoosh. A large group attracted attention and could easily be surrounded by the Jin army. It was much more secretive when they split up. They would meet up at the governor's mansion later. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the city, a child's scream came from the top of the city gate tower. He looked up. A 5-year-old boy was falling from the top of the city gate tower. His face was full of fear. He flew up and caught the boy in midair. Now is the time. Murderous hidden weapons rained down from the top of the city gate tower. The boy was just bait. If he didn't fall for it, the boy would fall to his death for nothing. If he fell for it, he would be shot to death with the boy. What a vicious plan. Liao Chen flicked his sleeves and pulled out his sword, stabbing it into the tower. He stepped on the blade of the sword, and under the great force, his body flew forward like an arrow released from a bow. The rain of hidden weapons clanged against the sword and also hit the hard bluestone floor. His horse was also injured and couldn't continue to fight. He landed on one knee at the corner of the street with the boy in his arms. Are you okay? The boy was so scared that he didn't even know how to cry. He turned to look at the towering city gate tower with a cold face. On the city gate tower, a graceful girl in pink was looking at him with a smile. You're the 7 sons of Xianyuan. Xianyuan Qi, who was killed by the Lord, is your father. How interesting. You actually dodged my flying flower hidden weapons. Interesting. Throwing an innocent child down from the city gate tower was left out of her mouth so casually. Liao Chen turned his head and put the boy in a safe place. He looked at the top of the city gate tower with a murderous look. It was impossible to climb such a high distance with lightness techniques. However, he had just stabbed his sword so he could borrow some strength. Let's try. Liao Chen pulled out the long spear behind his back and stabbed it into the long sword. With 2 points to borrow strength, he shouldn't miss. Liao Chen flew up. No way. Climbing the city gate tower with your bare hands. Humph, how confident are you in your lightness techniques? Yu Liuyi didn't attack. She just looked at Liao Chen and waited for him to fall. Unexpectedly, Liao Chen really came up. Yu Liuyi widened her eyes in disbelief. Looking at the man who flew in front of her, she was so shocked that she forgot to attack. Bang! A powerful sword energy came from behind Yu Liuyi. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He slapped the wall of the city gate tower with his palm and supported his body upside down to avoid the attack. The next moment, 4 or 5 more powerful sword energies came at Liao Chen. This was a blatant sneak attack. Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't dodge, he was blasted off the city gate tower by the sharp sword energy. His whole body was numb for a moment. He couldn't use his internal energy and lightness techniques. Was he going to fall to his death? He looked at the grayish-blue sky. White clouds had appeared at some point. He saw his father's gentle and kind smile. He hadn't avenged his father. Was he going to die in vain? At the critical moment, a figure in a dark blue Taoist robe soared into the air from behind. The figure grabbed his waist, which was clad in armor, and brought him down slowly. His toes touched the ground and his whole body sank. Then he turned his head to look at the man who had appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ox nose. Taoist Qing Feng ignored him. He only raised his head and looked at the 5 swordsmen on the city gate tower with cold eyes. He said lightly, "His life is mine." The aces of the sword hut all frowned. That boy was already difficult to deal with. Why was there another one? Yu Liuyi's almond eyes widened. This stinking Taoist seems very strong. Capture him. I want both of them. I want to use them to test medicine. The 5 aces of the sword hut flew down from the city gate tower. Taoist Qing Feng looked at the pale Liao Chen and said, "You're injured." Liao Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "It's nothing. Why are you here?" Taoist Qing Feng said, "I should be the one asking you this. But before you answer me, I have another question." Liao Chen didn't argue with Liao Chen on account of Liao Chen's kindness. "Go on." Taoist Qing Feng held a bag of dried buns in his hand. He asked seriously, "Is this Zhangshue Pass?" Liao Chen was speechless. Zhangshue Pass was in the northeast. This was the northwest. Chapter 871. The newest chapter of the book is not finished yet. Liao Chen's expression was indescribable. Did this guy get lost again? How did he get lost from the northeast to the northwest? Liao Chen suppressed the urge to twitch his mouth and said calmly, "This isn't Zhangshue Pass." Speaking of which, did the Feng family swap missions with Wang Su to escort the emperor's grandson to the Qin kingdom for peace? Taoist Qing Feng said, "Feng Wuxiu wanted to eat lamb buns, so I went to buy them for him. I told him not to run around and to follow Prince Chongsun. I think he got lost with Prince Chongsun and the others." Liao Chen looked at the 3 buns that had dried to stone in the bamboo bag and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're the one who got lost, right? How long have you been lost? Can't you ask for directions?" Well, this guy never asked for directions. He didn't think he was lost at all. As long as I don't ask, I'm not lost. Having a bad sense of direction isn't scary, but it's scary to think you're a road hog. Liao Qin shook his head and sighed. How can anyone be like you? Are you living in heaven? Taoist Qingfeng didn't hear clearly and looked at him strangely. What did you say? Liao Chen's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. His murderous aura faded and he smiled evilly like a demonic monk. I said you're a natural-born immortal. It must be hard for you to come down. Taoist Qingfeng didn't understand, but he didn't care. He looked at the people across from him and asked, why do these people want to kill you? And why are you dressed like this? Liao Qin said lightly, when two countries are at war, I'll fight. They're the Jin army. Jin army? Taoist Qingfeng paused and said seriously, okay, I'll kill them first. Then I'll take your life myself. Liao Qin smiled. Okay. The two seemed to have talked a lot, but in reality, not much time had passed. The 5 swordsmen of the Sword Hut had been observing their breath and internal energy to determine their martial arts and weaknesses. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. Attack together, the leading swordsman said. The 5 of them wielded long swords and charged at Taoist Qingfeng and Liao Qin. Taoist Qingfeng put the dried buns on the stone lion beside him. He was not used to using weapons, so he started to fight with them with his bare hands. Liao Qin didn't use any weapons either. The swordsman thought that Liao Qin had lost his weapon and suffered internal injuries, so his strength would be greatly reduced. Who would have thought that when Liao Qin attacked, the swordsman would feel great pressure? Liao Qin said coldly, that was just a sneak attack. Do you really think you can beat me fair and square? As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down and sent the 2 swordsmen flying. Taoist Qingfeng frowned. Is this guy's kung fu so powerful? The other 3 saw that Liao Qin was not easy to deal with, so they targeted Taoist Qingfeng, thinking that it would be easier. Taoist Master Qingfeng leaped into the air and landed on the ground. He slammed his palm on the ground and shouted, leave. Can. Break. With him as the center, a powerful internal force attacked the 2 swordsmen on his left and right. Li was the east, and Can was the west. The 2 swordsmen had unknowingly walked into his formation. It was almost the same situation as 5th Master Han and Gu Chongqing. The difference was that the selection of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander was a competition, so he didn't kill them. This time, he was using his true strength. The 2 swordsmen were sent crashing into the pillars on both sides. The pillars collapsed, and the 2 swordsmen fell heavily to the ground. Even their weapons flew to the side. Cultivators did not kill. But he was a citizen of the Yen Kingdom first, and then a Taoist of Baiyun Temple. Everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. Close. Open. Break. Taoist Master Qingfeng slammed his palm down again. Liao Chen's expression changed, and he leaped onto the roof. The other 2 swordsmen were not so lucky. They were hit by Taoist Master Qingfeng again, and their dantians were destroyed. They died on the spot. Liao Qin jumped lightly and landed steadily in front of Taoist Master Qingfeng. He said with a faint smile, Taoist Master Qingfeng, your strength is very surprising. Taoist Master Qingfeng said expressionlessly, when I kill you, I'll be even more surprised. Then, he slammed his palm in Liao Chen's direction. Liao Chen's eyes flashed. He raised his fist and punched in Taoist Master Qingfeng's direction. Their fists and palms passed each other in the air, hitting the sneak attackers behind each other at the same time. They were the 2 swordsmen who had been sent flying by Liao Qin. Now that they were hit again, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't take it anymore. Their legs gave way, and they died. Taoist Master Ching Feng looked coldly at Liao Qin. Next, Before he could finish, Liao Qin suddenly stepped forward. His left arm touched Taoist Master Ching Feng's waist, and he pushed Taoist Master Ching Feng behind him. His other palm slammed into the last swordsman's chest. Now, 5 swordsmen were dead. On the tower, Yu Liuyi stomped her feet in exasperation. Useless. You can't even defeat a Taoist in Xianyuanzi. What's the use of having you? I told you to send your sword hut's protectors over. What are these disciples trying to do? These people weren't ordinary disciples. They were the most talented swordsmen in the sword hut. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called to Puqing by Elder Lu. They could only blame Liao Qin and Taoist Master Ching Feng for being too strong. After Liao Qin killed the last person, he immediately let go of someone's waist and used his qinggong to leap onto the roof. Taoist Master Ching Feng frowned. You want to escape? Liao Qin curled his lips and said lightly, I'll go kill someone first. After I'm done, I'll deal with you and me. By the way, I'll leave that child to you. With that, he pointed at the alley and disappeared in a flash. Taoist Master Ching Feng looked at the child in the alley who was too scared to cry. He frowned, but in the end, he didn't chase after Liao Qin. He walked over and took the child's small hand. Outside the city gate, the Black Wind Cavalry and Shadow Division were fighting fiercely with the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry. 5th Grandfather Han was helped to the side by his servants. He sat on the cold ground with his back against the city wall. He watched the House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry fall one by one. Suddenly, he felt powerless. Had all his years of perseverance been a mistake? Had all his efforts been wasted? Why couldn't they defeat the Black Wind Cavalry even though they were stronger? The House of Han's warhorses were stronger than the Black Wind Cavalry. Their tolerance for pain was also much higher. However, the Black Wind Cavalry had an unyielding will in their bones. They could suffer, they could die, but they would never retreat. He thought that with the strongest warhorse, he could train an unparalleled cavalry. Only now did he realize that being strong didn't equate to being powerful. The House of Han's Black Storm Cavalry might really lose. No, there was still the Black Demon Horse. There was still a chance. The Black Demon Horse was one of the few Black Storm Cavalry on the battlefield that wasn't affected. It was in the prime of its life and was young and strong. It wouldn't allow itself to lose to an old horse. It wanted to take back its position as the king of the horses. It launched its most powerful attack at the Black Wind King. With its speed and explosive power, the Black Wind King would definitely lose half of its life. The people around all broke out in cold sweat. Unfortunately, they were in the middle of a battle and couldn't rush over to save the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King panted slightly. It looked at the warhorse that was galloping towards it. It didn't seem to have any extra strength left to take the hit. Its body trembled and fell down weakly. Li Shen's expression changed. Black Wind King. The Black Demon Horse stepped over the Black Wind King and returned to its original position proudly and excitedly. It had defeated the old horse. It was the true king of warhorses. It raised its front hooves and declared its absolute dominance. At that moment, the Black Wind King, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly jumped up and bit the Black Demon Horse's neck. The Black Demon Horse howled in pain. It began to struggle with all its might, trying to shake off the Black Wind King. Unfortunately, the Black Wind King didn't let it go. It could only surrender or die. The Black Demon Horse finally used up its last bit of strength. It whimpered and knelt before the Black Wind King. Fifth Master Han closed his eyes in pain. The House of Han. They had lost. Han Yi was no match for Gu Jiao, so he called the Han family's death warriors to besiege her. Gu Jiao didn't hesitate at all, killing one person with a single spear strike. Han Yi was injured, so the Han family's guards escorted him away. Gu Jiao chuckled. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fifth Master Han allowed you to take him away because he wanted to spare Shen Chen's life. But who did Han Yi think he was? He was the Black Wind King who wanted to kill her. Gu Jiao raised her red tasseled spear and mounted her horse. Boss! Chase after it. At that moment, Yu Liuyi flew down and shot a round of hidden weapons at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao chuckled. You think I don't have hidden weapons? She took out a mechanism box and threw it at the densely packed hidden weapons. Master Lu had made a mechanism box for Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshan, and they both gave it to her. She hadn't tested the power of the two mechanism boxes yet. She first heard a light crisp sound, as if a silver needle had hit the mechanism box, followed by the sound of a wheel turning. In the next second, the mechanism box suddenly scattered, and the hidden weapons shot out like a fairy scattering flowers. Not only did they block all of Yu Liuyi's silver needles and darts, but they also shot down the Han family soldiers around her. Even Yu Liuyi herself was hit by an almost invisible silver needle. Ah! Yu Liuyi cried out in pain. The silver needle was poisonous, and Yu Liuyi's left shoulder and entire left arm instantly lost feeling. She held her left arm and fiercely looked at Gu Jiao. You dare hurt me? Gu Jiao arrogantly said, so what if I hurt you? I still want to kill you. Gu Jiao said. Of the four generals under Gong Sunyu, Yu Liuyi was the most ruthless. 9 years later, she would be a very troublesome enemy. Gu Jiao wouldn't give her a chance to grow stronger. Gu Jiao stabbed her spear towards Yu Liuyi. This was one of the last two moves forced out by Xianyuan Qi at Ghost Mountain. Even Xianyuan Qi was forced to retreat, let alone Yu Liuyi. Yu Liuyi's stomach was cut. She was furious. Who are you? Gu Jiao said indifferently, why do you care who I am? Yu Liuyi didn't want to die on the battlefield of the Han family. She gritted her teeth and threw out a black fire pearl, which exploded into a cloud of smoke. She took advantage of the chaos to escape. Gu Jiao looked at her back and didn't chase after her. You don't know that Puqing is surrounded on all sides, right? You're just a turtle in a jar if you escape into the city. The Han family's morale was already gone. Gu Jiao took the opportunity to lead the Shadow Division to the city wall. She cut down the Jin Kingdom's flag with her spear and put the Yan Kingdom's flag back on the towering city wall. Chapter 872. In October, the first snow fell in Changshui Pass. At night, Feng Wuxiu wore a thick cloak and held a hand warmer in both hands as he paced back and forth in the snow outside the tent. He glanced at the entrance of the camp from time to time. The attendant walked up worriedly and said, Master, it's windy outside. You should go into the tent and warm yourself. Changshui Pass was cold. When he spoke, his breath was white and the wind hurt when it blew on his face. Feng Wuxiu sighed. I'm not going in. I want to wait for my brother. The attendant quickly said, Eldest young master will be fine. Feng Wuxiu blamed himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have craved the mutton buns. His brother took 3 years to get home from the mountain and 3 months to get out of the forest. This time, he got lost halfway. He did not know when he would reunite with them again. The attendant laughed dryly. Well, you just said it casually. Who would have thought that eldest young master would not sleep in the middle of the night and run off to buy you buns? It was a long story. On the way, they met a famous bun shop. Because the business was so good, the bun would be sold out the moment it opened. Taoist Ching Feng waited in front of the bun shop in the middle of the night so that his brother could eat the buns. Then, there was no then. Feng Wuxiu had a mission to negotiate and could not wait for his brother. He could only leave a few guards to search the area while he followed Prince Changsun to Zhangxue Pass. Feng Wuxiu continued, also, I shouldn't have swapped missions with Wang Su. If I went to Qishui Pass, I wouldn't have bumped into that bun shop. If I hadn't bumped into it, I wouldn't have craved it. The attendant said, Qishui Pass has crispy duck. It's crispy and fried with honey and sesame. It's delicious. Feng Wuxiu swallowed his saliva. What flavor? The attendant was speechless. In another tent, a handsome man wearing a silver fox cloak sat in front of a small table. He picked up a pen with his slender fingers and dipped it in ink to write a letter. Two muffled groans came from outside, and the air was filled with the warm smell of blood. Not long after, Long Yi carried his long sword which was wiped clean with ice and snow and entered the tent. It's the 13th wave, right? Xiaoheng said calmly, Jin's state is really persistent. As soon as the news of the Emperor Sun Dong negotiating for peace spread, the Jin nation attached great importance to it. Along the way, Jin nation continuously sent experts to assassinate him for three purposes. First, destroy the peace talks with the Qin nation. Secondly, he could use the death of the emperor's grandson to suppress the morale of the Yan army. Third, cut off the possibility of using the state of Qin to deal with the state of Zhao. Long Yi sat cross-legged beside him. Xiaoheng turned his head and brushed the snowflakes off his shoulders. Long Yi was very quiet. He didn't make any noise and allowed his little master to approach him. There were not many people who could get so close to the sky splitter. The memory related to Heaven Splitter seemed to be gradually awakening, and the expression of Long Yi and his aura were also undergoing subtle changes. Xiaoheng felt as if he was losing Long Yi, but he didn't stop Long Yi from recovering his memories. He asked, Long Yi, the letter I asked you to deliver to the Qin nation's military camp, did you deliver it to that person? Long Yi nodded. Although he still couldn't speak, Long Yi was no longer unable to communicate with others like before. Xiaoheng smiled with relief, Long Yi, it's time to learn how to read. The sky was just beginning to brighten. Outside the blue snow pass, the Yan army had set up a temporary tent in an open space at the border. To express his sincerity, Xiaoheng had been waiting in the tent for a long time. The time written on the letter he asked Long Yi to deliver was 7:15 in the morning. However, the appointed person didn't arrive until 7:15 in the morning. The other party was wearing a purple mink cloak. He had a strong figure, wheat-colored skin, resolute facial features, and a pair of smiling eyes. He was the former hostage of the Zhao nation, Yuan Tang. Now, he was the crown prince of the Qin nation. Yuan Tang entered the tent with a smile. He took off his cloak and threw it to the accompanying eunuch. Looking at Xiao Lulang, he said, Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Lord Xiao. Long time no see. I trust you have been well since we last met. Xiaoheng had already stated his identity on the letter. Xiaoheng raised his hand and motioned for him to sit down. Yuan Tang sat down opposite Xiaoheng and calmly narrowed his eyes. Xiao Lulang, what's going on? Aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you go to the Yan nation as an envoy? I heard that the eldest grandson of the Yan nation wants to negotiate with the Qin nation. Why don't I see him? In the tent, other than the two of them, there were also Long Yi, a eunuch, and two men of sacrifice from the Qin nation. Xiaoheng calmly said, I am the eldest grandson of the great Yan nation. Yuan Tang was stunned. The eunuch beside Xiaoheng poured tea for Yuan Tang. Yuan Tang raised his hand and motioned for him to withdraw. The eunuch bowed and retreated behind Xiaoheng. Yuan Tang stared at Xiaoheng without blinking and sized him up from top to bottom for a long time. Xiao Lulang, are you playing with me? You are clearly, Xiaoheng calmly said, my name is Xiaoheng. Xiao Lulang is my temporary identity. My father is the Marquis Xianping of the Zhao nation. My mother is the Princess of Xinyang. My birth mother is the Crown Princess of Great Yan. Yuan Tang opened his mouth wide. The amount of information was too much for him to digest. Horizontal was a knife, vertical was also a knife. Either way, he would be shocked. It was better to shock him all at once. Xiaoheng didn't hesitate and continued, Jiao Jiao has already been adopted by the Duke of Anghua of Great Yan. She is the future successor of the Duke of Anghua. She is also the newly appointed commander of Black Wind Cavalry. This time, she will follow the Crown Princess to battle. If you must fight, then fight with us. Jiao Jiao said that you once owed her a favor. She wrote you a personal letter. As Xiaoheng spoke, he took out a letter from his wide sleeve and placed it on the small table in front of the two. Yuan Tang was about to reach out to take it, but Xiaoheng pressed his hand down on the letter. Yuan Tang looked at Xiaoheng in confusion. Xiaoheng said seriously, I came to talk to you, not because I have this letter. You can still owe Jiao Jiao a favor. I came to make a deal with you. Oh. Yuan Tang smiled and slowly withdrew his hand. What kind of deal do you want to make with this prince? This prince will say the ugly words in advance. This prince doesn't believe a single word you said just now. You are Xiao Lulang, not the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Xiaoheng nodded, very well. I'm not making a deal with you as the grandson of Great Yan's emperor. Yuan Tang had been shocked again and again today. He had no idea what Xiao Lulang was planning. He sneered and said, don't tell me you want your loyalists to capture me and use me as a hostage to blackmail the Qin Kingdom. Xiaoheng said, there are too many people in the Qin Kingdom's imperial court who want you dead. If I really capture you, they would be more than happy to see you die in my hands. Why would they be blackmailed by me? Yuan Tang's smile froze. Your position as the crown prince is not stable. When your uncle, Rong Yao, helped Prince Bo plot a rebellion, it was you who personally brought an imperial edict to arrest him. Although he died at the hands of Prince Bo, didn't he also die at your hands? The Rong clan has long been in harmony with you. Forgive me for being blunt, but the one who is truly suffering from internal and external troubles is you. Yuan Tang said, that's why I have to win this war and get enough wealth from the Yan Kingdom. Xiaoheng asked, do you really think you have extra energy to deal with the Yan Kingdom? Yuan Tang looked at him strangely, what do you mean? Xiaoheng sighed regretfully, the army of Zhao Kingdom has arrived at the western border of the Qin Kingdom. If we in Zhao Kingdom start a war against the Qin Kingdom at the same time, I don't know if the Qin Kingdom can withstand it. When I say we, I mean Zhao Kingdom, Yan Kingdom, and Zhao Kingdom. Yuan Tang frowned, you. Xiaoheng said calmly, if you don't believe me, you can go back and wait. I promise you, in less than 3 days, the news of the Zhao Kingdom's army arriving at the city will be delivered to you by your spies. Yuan Tang clenched his fingers and said coldly, Zhao Kingdom won't help you. Besides, Zhao Kingdom didn't have the guts to do so. Xiaoheng smiled faintly, it's a long journey for Zhao Kingdom to attack the Yan Kingdom. The loss outweighs the gain. How can it be faster than directly dividing your neighboring kingdom? Besides, Zhao Kingdom already believes that Zhao Kingdom and the Yan Kingdom will send troops to attack the Qin Kingdom. So, you don't have to worry that they don't have the guts to take a share of the loot. Yuan Tang said sarcastically, how can they believe that? Xiao Heng said calmly, young Master Gu family army of Zhao Kingdom and Mr. Meng, the chess saint of 6 kingdoms, have already sneaked into Zhao Kingdom. I think these 2 people are enough to gain the trust of Zhao Kingdom. When Yuan Tang heard this, he couldn't keep calm anymore. You, don't go too far. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Heng sighed, actually, it doesn't matter whether I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor or not. What matters is that I can prevent the Qin kingdom from being attacked by the other 3 kingdoms. Make your choice, Prince of Qin Kingdom. Yuan Tang slapped the table. Xiao Lulang, you're looting a burning house. Does Jiao Jiao know that you're so despicable? Xiao Heng didn't even lift his eyelids. You'd better think about how to deal with the attack of the other 3 kingdoms. As he spoke, he stood up slowly and walked out of the tent. When he was at the door, he stopped, as if he suddenly thought of something, and said pleasantly, but if you're willing to cooperate with me, I can guarantee that I'll share the Jin Kingdom with you. Jin Kingdom. Yuan Tang was stunned again. Let Yuan Tang fall into a desperate situation first, and then draw a big picture for Yuan Tang. No one could withstand it. And as long as Yuan Tang agreed to join the Yan Kingdom, it would be much easier to deal with the Zhao Kingdom. Your Majesty of the Zhao Kingdom, if you're not willing to accept the negotiation, then the Yan Kingdom, the Zhao Kingdom, and the Qin Kingdom can only declare war on you. The Qin Kingdom won't help you. The Yan Kingdom can't even take care of itself, how can they fight us? This is a letter from the Prince of the Qin Kingdom. He has agreed to form an alliance with the Yan Kingdom. As for the Yan Kingdom, Ziyang City has sent news of victory, and the Liang Kingdom has surrendered, taking down the Zhao Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is called subduing the enemy's troops without fighting. Chapter 873. The key to this peace talk was Yuan Tang. The premise of taking down the 2 countries was based on Yuan Tang's agreement to the peace talk. If Yuan Tang refused, then things would not go well in Zhao State. Will Yuan Tang's Crown Prince of Qin State agree? After Yuan Tang left, an old general accompanying him in the tent asked. Xiao Heng flipped through the report on the table. Find a way to send the report of Ziyang City's victory to Qin State. If there was no news of Liang State's defeat, it might be a little tricky. But now, it was foolproof. Yuan Tang was an ambitious crown prince. He was not willing to be a puppet crown prince, so he urgently needed to make military achievements and establish his reputation in the imperial court, the army, and the people. But if he was destined to lose, then Yuan Tang's risk would be the last hurdle to destroy Yuan Tang. Prince Changsun. A guard's voice came from outside the door. His tone was obviously a little strange. Xiao Heng understood and said, "Come in." The guard led a man dressed as a cook into the tent. The man had been here once before, so Xiao Heng and the old general were not unfamiliar with him. The 2 looked at him. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying in standard Yan State language, "Prince Changsun of the Great Yan State, my master wants to ask you, what do you think? My master can give what the crown prince can give, and what the crown prince can't give, my master can give." Xiao Heng said without hesitation, "I'm not interested in the internal strife of Qin State. If you have the ability, let your crown prince be the crown prince of Qin State first." The cook smiled. "Your Highness, do you really think that Yuan Tang's crown prince will agree? Even if he agrees, he won't be able to achieve anything. I'm afraid he will drag Yan State down." Xiao Heng said casually, "I only know that he became the crown prince, but your crown prince didn't." His words caused the cook's face to turn red. Naturally, he was not a real cook. Instead, he was a subordinate of the Qin State's second prince. He rushed up angrily and said sarcastically, I think your Yen kingdom has been too arrogant for too long. Do you really think that you can defeat Jin and Liang by joining forces with a few inferior countries? What an idiotic dream. Your country of Yen has been besieged on all sides. My Highness is willing to cooperate with you, which is giving you face. A wise man submits to circumstances. Don't think too highly of yourself in the Yen kingdom. The old general unsheathed his sword and stood up with a murderous aura, you bastards. How dare you disrespect the eldest grandson of the great Yen emperor? The cook trembled in fear. Xiaoheng said faintly, forget it, General Fu. After all, he is not from the Yen kingdom. It's not up to us to punish him. I'll have to trouble General Fu to make a trip personally and send this person to the Qin nation's crown prince. It just so happened that he brought the news of Ziyang City's victory to them. 2 birds with 1 stone. Xiaoheng was a person who did good deeds without leaving his name behind. However, he could not do that in the political arena. He could not hide his kindness to his allies. He must let Yuan Tang know everything that was beneficial to Yuan Tang. The man was shocked. How dare you? The old general chopped him to the ground with a hand knife and tied him up with a rope. Xiaoheng said faintly, you all think that the Yen kingdom is going to fall. You can't wait to ride on our heads. Go back and tell your masters that the Yen kingdom will win this war. Pu City. After a fierce battle, the Black Wind Cavalry and the Dark Shadow Division successfully broke through the South City Gate. The Yen Kingdom's flag once again fluttered above their own land. The soldiers of the garrison battalion were very excited. Who said that the garrison battalion could not fight? Didn't they break through the South City Gate? Zhao Dengfeng fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He said breathlessly, those bastards from the Han family are so damn tough. It was an indisputable fact that the Han family's warhorses were strong. They and the Dark Shadow Division had fought with all their strength and lives. They had used their unyielding belief and fighting spirit to kill those troublesome fellows. I'm so tired. Zhao Dengfeng said breathlessly. Li Shen supported his body with a knife and glanced at him coldly. He said while panting, who told you to indulge in debauchery and waste your energy? Zhao Dengfeng was not happy. Hey, you're accusing me wrongly. When did I indulge in debauchery? Didn't I just do it for others to see? You're such a stubborn person. So what if you agree with the Han family? You spend the Han family's money to do your own thing and then stab the Han family in the back. This is so fucking annoying. When he and Li Shen left the military camp around the same time, the Han family wanted them to go underground and secretly contact the old subordinates of the Shenyuan family for them. Li Shen did not agree and said that he would not let the Shenyuan family down in this life. Then he left without taking a single copper coin. Zhao Dengfeng was much more tactful. When Ren Chong glanced at the two and said seriously, you two, stop arguing. Han Yi has escaped. Besides, there are 20,000 Han family soldiers in the city. They should be under the command of the 4th Master Han. Our mission is not finished yet. I know. Zhao Dengfeng smiled. He quickly recovered his strength and mounted his horse in high spirits. Bastards of the Han family, your grandpa Zhao is here. Li Shen frowned. Can you not talk like the young commander? Zhao Dengfeng said, I just want to learn. You sound so arrogant. When Ren Chong looked around, wait, where is the young commander? Li Shen said, he was on the gate tower. They looked up at the same time, but Gu Jiao's figure was long gone. The three of them looked at each other, and an ominous premonition surged in their hearts at the same time. When Ren Chong's eyes turned cold, not good. It's a trap. Go to the gate tower. Ha 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 ha. We've been tricked, Yuliui's bell-like laughter came from the gate tower. She didn't run away at all. Instead, she hid in the dark room of the gate tower through a special mechanism. Now, there was another guest in the dark room. Yuliui looked up with a smile and looked at Gu Jiao, who was standing on a wooden cross. She said with an innocent face, "You are the Black Wind Cavalry's commander. You look very young, but you dared to hurt me. I have to ask you for a little compensation." It all started when Gu Jiao went up the gate tower. After she put the Yen Kingdom's flag on the roof, she inadvertently heard an unusual noise under the roof. She went into the house and released the kidnapped civilian, but it ended up like this. The floorboards suddenly retreated, leaving only 2 floating planks that crossed under her feet, barely supporting her. She couldn't jump out, climb up, or walk down because she was surrounded by a cage made of the snow domain's heavenly silkworm silk. There were hundreds of heavenly silks. Even if she had the silver silk gloves, she couldn't destroy so many heavenly silks in an instant. If she tried to break in, the most likely result would be her body being cut up, leaving only her hands intact. Yuliui said with a smile, "What's the point of saving a cheap civilian's life? You Yen Kingdom's generals are too soft-hearted." Gu Jiao said, "This is not soft-hearted. Unfortunately, people like you will never understand." She wasn't a normal person either. Every day, she endured the torture of slaughter chi. But her godfather said that sometimes people don't bully the weak because they are soft-hearted, but a strong person must have their own pride. Strong people don't live to bully, they live to protect. Yuliui said with a smile, "I don't understand, but I won't be as stupid as your Yen Kingdom's generals. You've the 7 sons of Xianyuan, and that Xianyuan Qi, you are all people who shed blood for a group of lowly civilians. I am only loyal to my lord. Exchanging a civilian for the life of the Black Wind Cavalry's commander, it's worth it." Yuliui sat in a hanging basket. After she finished speaking, she waved at Gu Jiao, "Goodbye, Black Wind Cavalry's commander." She snapped her fingers, and the person at the bottom activated the mechanism. Her hanging basket slowly moved down, and finally entered a dark room underground. The mechanism above Gu Jiao's head also began to turn. It was a huge winch, and it was above the heavenly silks. Every time the winch turned, the heavenly silks would tighten towards Gu Jiao. "Young commander." It was Xiao Dingfeng's voice. The 3 of them found the room on the tower. They saw Gu Jiao standing on 2 planks, and her feet were in the air. This was too dangerous. The 3 of them rushed forward without any explanation, wanting to save Gu Jiao. "Don't come over," Gu Jiao said. The 3 of them stopped in their tracks. Gu Jiao said, "There's heavenly silks of the heavenly silks." The 3 of them blocked the light, so they could not see. They scattered to the side, and with the light and angle, they could see the intertwined threads in the room. There was actually so much heavenly silks of the heavenly silks, the 3 of them were stunned. The planks under her feet were very narrow, so Gu Jiao had to maintain perfect balance to not let herself fall. She gently placed the red tasseled spear on the planks, and slowly took out the heavenly silk's gloves and put them on. She wanted to try and tear a hole. But when she moved one of the threads, the winch increased its strength and turned twice. The heavenly silks of the heavenly silks tightened around her by an inch. Hiss! One of the red tasseled spear's red tasseled spear was cut off. When Ren Chong stared, "Winch! Stop the winch!" The problem was, how could they stop the winch? They tried to use weapons and hidden weapons, but before they could touch the winch, the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks were cut into pieces. Caw! The winch turned again, and a small piece of the plank was cut off. When the plank was completely cut, Gu Jiao would fall and be cut into pieces by the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks of the heavenly silks below. What should we do? Xiao Dengfeng asked. Wenren Chong frowned. We can only do it from the roof. You two go up to the roof, and I will tell you what to do. The two of them nodded, and used their qinggong to go up to the roof. Wenren Chong stood at the door, and stared at the winch's position, a little to the right. Yes, that tile. Take it away, and be careful not to trigger the mechanism. The two of them carefully took away the tile on the roof, and finally saw the winch below. Li Shen pulled out his long sword, and stabbed it down, and it was stuck in the shaft of the winch. Success! Xiao Dengfeng let out a long sigh of relief. As soon as his voice fell, a "ka" sound was heard. The winch was so strong that it broke Li Shen's long sword. To make matters worse, the spinning speed of the winch began to increase abruptly. The Snowland Heavenly Silkworm silk came from all directions, cutting towards Gu Jiao. Wenren Chong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xiao Dengfeng, where is your sword? Xiao Dengfeng broke out in cold sweat. The capstan is spinning too fast. I can't get it in. Wenren Chong shouted, even if you can't get in, you still have to get in. The young commander will lose his life. Xiao Dengfeng was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. I want to too. I really can't get stuck. It's over, it's really over. The snow domain Heavenly Silkworm silk was about to encircle them. Bang! A sharp sword chi pierced through the air from behind the two of them, sending them flying away in a domineering manner. Even half of the roof was blown away. Wenren Chong was standing at the door of the room. He was unable to open his eyes due to the sudden burst of smoke, dust, and debris. Little Commander! Li Shen shouted. A stalwart figure descended from the sky and knelt on one knee on the beam of the house. Holding the black iron longsword with both hands, he swung it down viciously and blocked the spinning capstan. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. They looked at the expert who had appeared in the sky in disbelief. Wasn't this the old man who had been guarding the little commander's tent for the past few days and forbade anyone from visiting the unconscious little commander? They had heard that he had gone to Poo's city to gather information. He looked quite old. How could his martial arts be so strong? Gu Jiao looked up at the old marquis who had descended from the sky. So, it was my sworn brother. My sworn brother was so powerful. Give me your mysterious power. The old marquis ignored the glances of his brothers. He found the mechanism under the capstan and removed the snow domain Heavenly Silkworm silk around Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao, who had no idea that she had already fallen off the horse, picked up the red tasseled spear on the wooden board and reached out her hand to the old marquis. Pull me up. The old marquis looked at this impudent little girl who had teased him. He was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. He had nothing better to do than to take care of this little girl. Wasn't she quite capable? Come up if you have the ability. If you can't do it, throw him down. He would take care of her again. He wasn't Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pointed to her little foot. She had sprained her ankle. Half an hour later. The old marquis expressionlessly carried Gu Jiao down the city gate tower. Chapter 874. The latest chapter is not finished yet. Novels with content that could not be found online are all available here. After the South Gate was broken, the Han family members were defeated and fled. The Jin army did not send reinforcements. Indeed, the Jin army did not care about the Han family members, but the final reason was that the other 3 gates were also under attack. Marquis Xianping stole the advanced siege weapons from the Liang people, which made the situation worse for the Jin army. The Jin army had the geographical advantage and could defend the city with half of their forces. Now, they had to go all out. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when Gu Jiao was successfully rescued. The people that were rescued by Gu Jiao were taken away by Wenren Chong. He found a cavalry to send them to a nearby hospital. The rest were on standby, waiting for the next mission. The old marquis placed Gu Jiao on a small stone by the street. The Black Wind King came over and sniffed her. Gu Jiao was about to say, "I'm fine," when she glanced at the old marquis and patted him. Wenren Chong and the other two walked over. Zhao Dengfeng looked at Gu Jiao and asked, "Little commander, are you okay?" Gu Jiao took out a small book and wrote, "I'm fine." The three frowned. What happened? Why did she write? Did her throat go hoarse? The old marquis put his hands behind his back and stood to the side with a cold face. There was an unknown anger in his heart that he could not vent. After coming to the Yen kingdom for so long, he had learned a lot of the Yen language. He could understand simple words and speak a little. He heard the three old subordinates of the Xianyuan family mention a name, Han Yi. "I'll go catch him," Li Shen said. "I'll go." Zhao Dengfeng said, "Your arm is injured. Let the doctor bandage it for you." Li Shen looked at his left arm and said, "It's just a small injury." Wenren Chong said, "You two stay here and guard the city. Lord Zhou and I will go and capture them." The old marquis opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment. Then, he spoke in the language of the Yen kingdom that was not very standard. "Is that Han Yi in his 20s? Is he very young?" The three of them nodded in unison. "Yes." The old marquis pointed to an alley not far away. "Is the person tied up inside the alley the one you want to catch?" Zhao Dengfeng hurriedly ordered 2 cavalrymen to carry the unconscious man out of the alley. The few of them took a closer look. Who else could it be but Han Yi? Zhao Dingfeng's mouth twitched. "You know Han Yi?" The old marquis replied, "I don't know him. I thought he was a deserter." Everyone, Gu Jiao nodded seriously and gave the old marquis thumbs up. "Big brother, as expected of you." Old marquis, all right, Han Yi had been dealt with, but things weren't over yet. Zhao Dengfeng angrily said, "There's still 1 more month, Lu Yi. The mechanism just now was set up by her. She almost killed the young commander. I must catch her. I'll tear her to pieces." When the three of them arrived at the gate tower, although they didn't see Yu Lu Yi, they heard her arrogant and vicious voice. The few of them were very angry at her. She was so young, but she was so vicious. They had to kill her quickly. Otherwise, who knew how many people she would harm if she was left alive? Wenren Chong said, "There seems to be a mechanism under the gate tower. Let's go look for it later." The old marquis was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Maybe, there's no need." The few of them looked at him in unison. Zhao Dengfeng asked in a daze, "You didn't catch her too, did you?" "No," the old marquis said. The three of them let out a long sigh of relief. "That's right. Yu Lui had just left and you appeared. How could you catch her in such a short time? You didn't give the experts a chance to live at all." The old marquis said, "I just activated the mechanism in the underground house. She should be trapped inside now." The three of them. The old marquis had been gathering information in Puff City these past few days, but he hadn't infiltrated the army camp or the city lord's mansion. Instead, he had followed a few suspicious soldiers to a gambling house outside the mansion. Yu Lui had taken over the gambling house and turned it into a den for her to test out medicine and mechanisms. The old marquis had set his sights on Yu Lui. In the past few days, he had followed Yu Lui's tracks and investigated all of the mechanisms she had set up in Puff City. "Then, where do we go in?" Zhao Dengfeng asked. The old Marquis pointed in a direction. It's behind that door. Yu Lu-yi was a dangerous person. The three of them didn't let anyone else do the work and went to investigate the situation themselves. In the end, they really did find the secret room and saw Yu Lu-yi pressed to the ground by a huge jack. Yu Lu-yi's leg bones had been crushed and several of her ribs had been broken. Her dantian had been destroyed and she had spat out a mouthful of blood. She probably never dreamed that she would be destroyed by the mechanism she had set up. The next step was to formulate the next step of the plan. The Han family still had 20,000 soldiers in the city and the old Marquis didn't agree to chase after them. The old Marquis said, "It's easy to take down the south gate and it's also easy to break the defense. If the Jin army finds that they are no match for them and wants to retreat from the south gate, what do you plan to do? Do you plan to let them go or defend the gate?" That's right. After all, this wasn't Jin's territory. The Jin army wouldn't defend it at all costs. At most, they would retreat. It seemed that they couldn't move the soldiers here. Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and wrote, "Big brother is still the experienced one. He's considerate." Her handwriting wasn't good, but her proud tone was overflowing. The old Marquis turned his face away coldly. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Big brother's mood wasn't good. The officers and soldiers of the Dark Wind Battalion and the Dark Shadow Battalion were resting and reorganizing on the spot. Zhou Ren led his subordinates to set up camp and clean up the battlefield. Zhang Shiyong went to organize and deal with the prisoners of war. Wenren Chong and the other two returned to their respective posts to repair the armor, cook the food, and chop firewood. Gu Jiao sat on a stone stool outside the tent and looked at the new intelligence sent by the scouts. The old Marquis sat opposite her and looked at her coldly. She was wearing armor and a helmet. Her face was dirty and she looked like a tomboy. The old Marquis's eyes were cold. He began to shake his legs. After shaking his right leg, he shook his left leg. After shaking his left leg, he changed his posture and continued to shake his legs. Gu Jiao was lost in thought. From time to time, she would come up with a strategy in her mind. The old Marquis crossed his arms. After a while, Gu Jiao still didn't look over. He stood up and walked in front of Gu Jiao. His tall and strong figure shrouded Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was slightly stunned. "Who thinks I'm naked?" grumbled Gu Jiao's stomach grumbled. She saw the brocade pouch at the old Marquis's waist. It emitted a tempting fragrance. The old Marquis looked at her drooling face and frowned. He took off the brocade pouch at his waist and threw it to her. There were a few pieces of crispy candy and walnuts in the pouch. Gu Jiao didn't eat much crispy candy. She took out the walnuts. When a normal girl took a walnut, she would hand it to her grandfather delicately and say shyly, "The walnuts are too hard. I can't open them. Grandfather, please help me open them." But this girl, she directly grabbed 2 walnuts and smashed them on her helmet with a bang. The image of Jiao Jiao's little granddaughter in the old Marquis's mind was smashed. He shivered and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. Gu Jiao handed the opened walnuts to him. "Here, do you want to eat?" The old Marquis was speechless. On the other side, after Liao Qin and Taoist Qing Feng parted ways, he used his lightness skill to come to the mayor's mansion. He came to kill Gong Sunyu. But when he sneaked into the mayor's mansion and searched carefully, he couldn't find any trace of Gong Sunyu. He stood on the roof and frowned at the mayor's mansion, which was obviously less guarded, and said to himself, "Strange, where did Gong Sunyu go? Your Highness, be careful." In a small cowshed outside Pu City, Mu Qingchen reached out to support Shangguan Yan, who almost stepped on air. Shangguan Yan steadied her body and calmed down, saying, "I'm fine." Mu Qingchen said, it just rained. The entrance of the tunnel is leaking water, and the road is slippery. Please be careful. This tunnel was the route that Xianyuanqi took with Gu Jiao and Tang Yuishan. When they came out, Xianyuanqi didn't activate the mechanism, so they could go a second time. Gu Jiao drew a detailed map. Pu's city was surrounded by battles. The crown princess took Mu Qingchen and a group of experts to the tunnel to meet with Shangguanqing. Mu Qingchen took the lead. The group of people held torches and walked down the tunnel. The last person closed the wooden door on the ground. The tunnel was wet. After a few steps, Shangguanyan's shoes were wet. She didn't care about this little discomfort. Her heart was full of her son. It had been a day and a night. How was the situation in Ghost Mountain? At this time, the battle at the south gate had begun, and the east gate would be soon. She didn't know if Gong Sunyu had sent someone to ask Jie Xingzhou to withdraw. They shouldn't know that the Great Yan's imperial grandson was trapped under Ghost Mountain. They wouldn't insist on withdrawing, right? If Jie Xingzhou really didn't withdraw, then this tunnel was the only hope to save them. Qing'er, you must hold on. Mother is coming to save you. Chapter 875. All the Shangguan Yan hasn't been to Ghost Mountain, and Mu Qingchen hasn't. Among the people who accompanied them, there was a native of Pu City. However, he only knew the road above ground and knew nothing about the underground passage. When they came in, they felt dizzy. The group came to a fork in the road, and there were passages on both sides. Now, which way should we go? Shangguan Yan asked. Mu Qingchen raised the lantern, looked at the sheepskin map in his hand, and said, right. No matter how well Gu Jiao wrote, the map was very standard, and there was nothing confusing about it. Mu Qingchen continued to walk in the front, and Shangguan Yan was anxious to see her son, so she followed closely behind. After walking for a while, Mu Qingchen noticed that her breathing was not right. He stopped and turned to look at her. Your Highness, are you okay? Shangguan Yan wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, shook her head and said, I'm fine, just a little bit out of breath. Mu Qingchen looked up, looked around, and softly explained, this kind of underground passage should be equipped with vents, but because of the rain, some of the vents may be blocked by silt. They were men and martial artists, so it wasn't too difficult for them to breathe. Shangguan Yan was different. She was a woman, and she was injured. Mu Qingchen looked at the map and said to Shangguanqing, Your Highness, hold on for a while. After walking for a while, the passage will open up, and it won't be so stuffy. Shangguan Yan clutched her chest and nodded. The group walked for a while, and the narrow passage really became much more spacious, allowing two people to walk side by side. Shangguan Yan's breathing gradually became better, and her mind became clearer. She began to look and think about the passage. She sincerely sighed, I really don't know who built such a long passage, directly from Ghost Mountain to outside Pu City. Mu Qingchen agreed, yes, it's really shocking. The Ministry of Works of the Imperial Court was in charge of water conservancy, agriculture, and engineering, but they couldn't build such a marvelous tunnel. More importantly, why did they build such a tunnel? If it was from the city lord's manor or the army camp, it could be said that it was a convenient route for the army to retreat. However, Ghost Mountain was a desolate place. He really couldn't figure out why the passageway was built there. It was as if someone had predicted the disaster on Ghost Mountain and built a tunnel to save them. Mu Qingchen shook his head. He had fought too many battles recently and was possessed. What kind of nonsense was this? He did not speak of strange forces and chaotic spirits. He focused on finding the way and saving His Highness Zhongsun as soon as possible. The tunnel was extremely dark. They couldn't tell how much time had passed, but they had finally reached the last tunnel on the map. Mu Qingshan said, "Your Highness, we'll enter the cave at the back of the mountain after we turn right. That's where General Xianyuan Qi used to live." He also knew about Xianyuan Qi and his son. Good. Shengguan Yan touched the armor on her waist. Mu Qingshan noticed her careless movement and said, "I forgot that Your Highness is still injured. Why don't Your Highness rest here for a while? I'll go take a look first." Shengguan Yan said, "My injury has already healed. It's just that I haven't walked so far, so my waist is a little sore." She couldn't wait to see her son and didn't want to sit in the same place. Mu Qingshan couldn't stop her and could only let her go. They soon arrived at the cave at the back of the mountain. Saving people was more important, so they didn't stay for long. They directly followed the instructions on Gu Jiao's map, pressed the mechanism on the stone wall, and entered another tunnel. Mu Qingshan said, "Lu Lang said that this place is very close to the village. We should be able to hear the movements of the Jin army." Shengguan Yan listened carefully, but it's very quiet up there. Mu Qingshan nodded, "Yes." Shengguan Yan frowned, "Have they already withdrawn?" Mu Qingshan analyzed, "This is also possible. Just now, when we were in the cave at the back of the mountain, I observed the sky. It's getting late. If Lu Lang moves quickly, he would have already taken the south gate. General Wang Man and General Chang Wei should also be fighting against the east and west gates. Although the north gate is far away, General Xiao and Swordsman Tang should be here soon." Besieged on all sides, it was difficult for the Jin army not to withdraw their troops from Ghost Mountain. In another small cave that could accommodate more than a dozen people, Mu Qingshan stopped. "What's wrong?" Shengguan Yan asked. Mu Qingshan looked at the wall in front of him and then at the parchment in his hand, and said, "There should be a passage here according to the map, but now it's gone." Shengguan Yan asked, "Did something happen that caused the passage to be closed?" After that, the wall in front of him slowly moved, and the stone door was opened. A familiar figure came out. Shengguan Yan's eyes lit up, "Qing, Shengguan Qing was dressed in a plain white brocade robe, clean and neat, handsome and elegant. The mask on his face had been taken off, revealing a handsome face that was almost the same as Xiaohang's. There was a charming mole under his right eye. Even if their faces were the same, Shengguan Yan could still distinguish her two sons at a glance. Seeing that her son was safe and sound, she smiled happily. But the next second, she couldn't smile. Because another figure came out from the passage behind her son. Shengguan Yan's smile turned cold. Gong Sunyu. Gong Sunyu stood beside Shengguan Qing. Behind him, 5 experts came out. One of them was Elder Lu, and the other was Jie Xingzhou. Jie Xingzhou's long sword was pointed at Shengguan Qing's back. Probably no one expected that Gong Sunyu would come to Ghost Mountain instead of guarding the city outside. Mu Qingshan and the accompanying experts pulled out their long swords and surrounded Shengguan Yan in the middle. Shengguan Yan restrained the gentle expression of a mother and restored the aura of a high and mighty crown princess. She said coldly, "Gong Sunyu, what do you want to do?" Gong Sunyu said indifferently, "Your Highness the Crown Princess of the Great Yen, long time no see. Thank you for remembering me." Shengguan Yan smiled faintly, "My cousin defeated him. I just happened to remember. When Jin Empire was sent to Yen Empire, Xianyuan Qing fought with Gong Sunyu, and Gong Sunyu was defeated." Gong Sunyu was not enraged. Instead, he said arrogantly, "It's a pity that Xianyuan Qing was shot to death on the city gate tower. If he was still alive, I wouldn't mind sparring with him again." Xianyuan Chang's tragic death was a thorn in Shang Wanyan's heart. He didn't die under the enemy's blade, but was nailed to the city gate tower by his own red-tasseled spear. What a tragic situation. Shang Wanyan's fingernails under her wide sleeves were almost pinched into her flesh, but her face was still calm. My cousin is gone, but my seventh cousin is still alive. If you have the life to go out, you can also find him to have a competition. But I guess the ending won't be any different from many years ago. Gong Sunyu snorted, arrogant. Shang Wanyan said coldly, stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, then go out and fight. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly, with you in my hands, why do I need to fight? Crown Princess, will you obediently surrender, or will my men come and catch you? Mu Qingchen raised the long sword in his hand. Gong Sunyu didn't look at Mu Qingchen, but continued to look at Shang Wanyan. You should know that your men are no match for me. If you really send them to their deaths, I don't care. Shang Wanyan said, Qingchen, step back. Mu Qingchen turned to look at her, Your Highness. Shang Wanyan nodded slightly, listen to me. As she spoke, she looked at Gong Sunyu and said seriously, I and Crown Princess will go with you. Let them go. Okay. Gong Sunyu generously agreed. Elder Lu said, General, let them go. What if they go to call for reinforcements? Gong Sunyu said unscrupulously, if they want reinforcements, then so be it. With the Crown Princess and Crown Princess in my hands, even if there are thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? Don't you think so, Crown Princess of the Great Yen? Shang Wanyan angrily turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to him. Gong Sunyu waved his hand. Jie Xingzhou pointed his sword at Mu Qingchen and the others, my lord has agreed to let you go. Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave, I will take action. Shang Wanyan said, all of you leave. This is a military order. A military order is like a mountain, cannot be disobeyed. Mu Qingchen clenched his fists, knelt down on one knee and saluted, Qingchen will take his leave. The group went back the way they came from. Shang Wanyan came in front of her son, raised her hand to touch his thin cheeks, and asked worriedly, you have lost weight. Who told you to come to the border? Didn't I tell you to stay in the manor? You are disobedient again. Shang Wanqing lowered his head, this son knows his mistake. Shang Wanyan asked again, did you take your medicine? Shang Wanqing said with grievance, I haven't taken today's medicine. Shang Wanyan hurriedly asked, why didn't you take it? Shang Wanqing glanced at them. Shang Wanyan frowned and coldly looked at Gong Sunyu, you took my son's medicine. Give it back to me. If anything happens to my son, I'll die here. I want to see what you can use to threaten the Yen Kingdom's army. Gong Sunyu faintly said, give it to him. Jie Xingzhou opened the bag he snatched from Shang Wanqing and rummaged through it. It was full of bottles and jars. Which one is your medicine? Shang Wanqing pointed, that one. Jie Xingzhou, which one? Shang Wanqing, that one. Find it yourself. Jie Xingzhou searched the bag for the daggers and concealed weapons. Shang Wanqing took the bag, squatted on the ground, and found a bottle of medicine. He pulled the cork and drank it. Jie Xingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he was going to cheat. Shang Wanqing suddenly covered his chest and fell to the ground in pain. You poisoned me. Jie Xingzhou's face changed. I didn't. Shang Wanqing rolled on the ground in pain. Shang Wanyan's face turned pale as she rushed over. Shang Wanqing was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the stone wall. With a crash, the ground suddenly opened, and he and Shang Wanyan fell down together. Jie Xingzhou flew over and used both hands to press the stone door that was forcefully closing in the ground. Then, he saw a playful and cynical handsome face. Sheng Wanqing was lying on the soft haystack, holding a gun in his arms. His ruffian appearance was completely different from the little sweetheart from before. He hooked up the right corner of his lips and smiled evilly. "Goodbye, General Jia." Bang! Jie Xingzhou was sent flying by a shot. Chapter 876. Everything happened so fast that even Gong Sun Yu couldn't react in time. The main reason was that Gong Sun Yu didn't expect Sheng Wanqing to make such a move. They were obviously two people who didn't know martial arts. Sheng Wanyan once knew it, but it was later crippled. In short, Jie Xingzhou was more than enough to catch them. Therefore, Gong Sun Yu didn't stop him. Unexpectedly, he saw Jie Xingzhou being sent flying in front of him. Even he felt a burst of pressure from the terrifying momentum. This cave was considered a transit point for all the major passages, so it was relatively wide. When Jie Xingzhou hit the ceiling of the cave, the huge impact almost caused the ground to collapse. Dust rustled and fell on everyone's bodies. Gong Sun Yu raised his hand to block the dust from entering his eyes. The rest of the people also covered their faces and heads. The only person who wasn't unfamiliar with this sound was Elder Lu. When he and his companion Elder Zhang entered Ghost Mountain to save Min Hongyi, Sheng Wanqing, who claimed to be the Ghost King, used the same method to kill Elder Zhang. This kind of weapon was too powerful. He didn't dare to take the brunt of it, so he didn't avenge Elder Zhang. Instead, he quickly took the seriously injured Min Hongyi and fled. Unfortunately, Min Hongyi's heart was pierced by another brat's silver spear, causing him to only bring back a corpse. He had a lingering fear of this kind of thing last time. Today, he experienced it again at such a close distance, which made him even more fearful. He had a very strange feeling that the weapon in Sheng Wanqing's hand couldn't be blocked by any expert, no matter how strong they were. Jie Xingzhou fell to the ground, his flesh mangled. He didn't die immediately, but anyone could see that he couldn't be saved. The stone door on the ground quickly closed after Jie Xingzhou was sent flying. Gong Sun Yu went to touch the stone wall that Sheng Wanqing had touched, but the stone door didn't react. Gong Sun Yu kicked the stone door open, but Sheng Wanqing and Sheng Wanyan had already disappeared from the secret room. He jumped down, trying to find the passage they had escaped to. However, the walls were solid, so there was only one possibility: the passage had been blocked. He frowned, which was rare. Who set up the mechanism? So exquisite. Compared to this person, Yu Luyi's ability was not enough. Great General, what do we do now? Elder Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked calmly. Gong Sun Yu coldly said, "Find them even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground." Elder Lu said, "I'm afraid it won't be easy to find." Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly and said, "Then set fire to it. I don't believe that they can still hide after I burn the entire passageway into a fire dragon." In another passage, Sheng Wanqing and Sheng Wanyan confirmed that they were safe for the time being and stopped to catch their breath. Sheng Wanyan leaned against the wall behind her, put her hands on her waist, wiped the sweat on her forehead, and gasped for breath. "Son, why did you come to the border? If it weren't for Jiao Jiao, Mother wouldn't have known that you were trapped in Ghost Mountain." "Who is Jiao Jiao?" Sheng Wanqing asked, puzzled. Sheng Wanyan was even more puzzled than him. "Haven't you seen him before? She escaped into the Ghost Mountain with Tang Yueshan and took a newborn baby with her." "That's right, the child is temporarily in a big family in the city. There is a wet nurse, so he is very safe." In that case, Sheng Wanqing understood. Then he was even more surprised. called Jiao Jiao. What kind of name is this? Shangguan Yan said, Mother will tell you about Jiao Jiao in detail later. First, tell Mother what is going on. That's... Shangguan Qing's eyes flashed. He suddenly bent down his tall body and rubbed his head on her shoulder. I missed you, so I came to find you. Woo, you didn't praise me, but scolded me. Am I still your little sweetheart? Shangguan Yan's eyes didn't waver. You overdid it. The lines were also very shocking. What little sweetheart? You are 20 years old. You are so careless. Shangguan Qing broke his facade in a second, straightened up, and bitterly touched his nose. I just came out to play. Shangguan Yan looked at him with a dark face. You came to the border. Shangguan Qing snorted. Haven't you come to play? Shangguan Yan said seriously, I will settle the matter of you coming to the border when we go back. Now tell me, how did you fall into Gong Sun Yu's hands? Shangguan Qing unhappily curled his lips. Isn't it because of that guy, Jie Xingzhou? Since Jie Xingzhou found that there was movement underground, he ordered the Jin army to dig tunnels with all their strength. At first, they only dug in the village. Later, Jie Xingzhou suddenly had an idea and ran to the back of the mountain and the forest to dig. After digging for a while, they really dug a lot of tunnels. At first, the Jin army dug one tunnel, but Shangguan Qing blocked the other one. But the 20,000 Jin army was too good at digging. If this continued, all the tunnels would be blocked, and they would never be able to get out. So, Shangguan Qing, with the identity of the emperor's grandson, walked into the trap. In Jie Xingzhou's view, the 1,000 lives underground were not worth mentioning compared to the emperor's grandson. So, he really didn't bother to continue to dig people. He thought about simply destroying the tunnels. So, Shangguan Qing lied to him, saying that there were treasures in the tunnels. As long as the Jin army didn't kill him, he would give the treasures to the Jin army. Shangguan Yan's mouth twitched, and Jie Xingzhou believed it. How could he believe this kind of lie? How stupid is Jie Xingzhou? Shangguan Qing pointed to himself. It should be your son. I'm so powerful. Shangguan Yan's face was full of black lines. Son, where did your confidence come from? Shangguan Qing raised his eyebrows. I originally planned to trick Jie Xingzhou into a trap and kill him. Who knew that he would inform Gong Sun Yu? Gong Sun Yu still has a bit of brain. I think he is a talent, so I don't want to kill him so quickly. Shangguan Yan, you just can't kill him, right? Gong Sun Yu's martial arts are excellent, and his brain is also good. He is much more difficult to deal with than Jie Xingzhou. Shangguan Qing went around in circles, but he didn't get the chance to kill Gong Sun Yu. Then, he met his mother in the small cave just now. Shangguan Yan sighed. Her mood was very complicated. This son looked sloppy, but he had a pure and innocent heart. He was not good at literature or martial arts, but he did many things that civil officials and generals couldn't do. If it weren't for this weak body, her mother. There's movement. Shangguan Qing's voice interrupted Shangguan Yan's thoughts. Shangguan Yan's expression turned cold. She raised her head and carefully listened to the movement above. Its footsteps. Shangguan Qing asked strangely, what are they doing up there in a hurry? Hurry up. You all hurry up. Here. Here too. It was Jin Jun's stern shout. Shangguan Yan frowned. It seems to be the sound of splashing water. Splashing water. Shangguan Qing looked up at the ground and thought seriously. His face changed. Not good. They are going to set fire to the tunnel. Shangguan Yan clenched her fists. Are they going to roast us like chickens? Shangguan Qing said with a dignified expression, we can't let them light the fire. The cave where the villagers and the ghost soldiers were located was very deep and there was a stream passing through it. They didn't need to worry about being roasted, but there were different mechanisms in the tunnel. Some of them were even buried with gunpowder. Once it exploded, it would bring unpredictable consequences. 1,000 lives would be buried alive in the collapsed tunnel. It would be hell on earth. I'll lead them away, Shangguan said. Qing, you come back. Shangguan Yen grabbed him. I'll go. I'm the crown princess. My identity is more valuable than yours. My words have more weight. Shangguan helplessly spread out his hands. Okay, I won't argue with you. Having said that, he suddenly pressed the mechanism on the wall and pushed Shangguan Yen into the tunnel behind him. Shangguan, go straight, you can go to the back of the mountain. Shangguan Yan's face suddenly changed. The stone door was closed. Shangguan Yen patted the stone door and looked for the mechanism. Shangguan turned and walked forward. His eyes were cold and his pace was firm. Lead them away, I only need to make a deal with them. With my resourcefulness, it won't be a problem to stall for time. The Imperial Army will arrive in time, he murmured. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his chest. His legs went soft and he knelt on the ground. The poison in his body, why did it have to act up at this time? He touched his pouch. It was empty. I lost the antidote. I just need to hold on a little longer. I just need to get through it. Anyway, it's not the first time this poison has acted up. I can still walk. Shangguan covered his chest with one hand and stood up with the other hand supporting himself on the wall. Make a deal with Gong Sunyu. I'm the imperial grandson of the Yen Kingdom. Capture me, and you can threaten the Yen Kingdom's military strength. I can also take you to find treasures. Shangguan felt a sudden burst of pain in his chest. He couldn't stand it anymore and fell to the ground. His knees were bruised, and his gums were bleeding. The poison was eroding his body. He couldn't stand up anymore. He had never felt such pain before. Am I going to die? No, I can't die yet, not now. Shangguan endured the heart-wrenching pain and used all his strength to crawl toward the entrance of the tunnel. I'm almost there. And I don't have any strength left. His hand pushed open the mechanism of the tunnel, but he didn't have the strength to crawl out. He fainted on the ground and lost his last bit of consciousness. Chapter 877. The novels will be updated even faster. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. In the afternoon, strong winds blew. Marquis Xianping and the 50,000 imperial court troops launched a strong attack on the North City Gate. Under the cover of the shields, the 6 chariots of the state of Liang charged through the rain of arrows and rocks from the city tower, and crashed into the tightly shut city gate one after another. This city gate had been smashed a month ago and was just repaired a few days ago. Now, it was smashed again. The Jin army behind the city gate raised their spears and waited solemnly. Why are they smashing into us so quickly? Did they make a mistake? A Jin army asked. When they first attacked Pu City, it took them at least half an hour from the time they blew the bugle horn to the time they actually hit the city gates. They sent out a total of 6 chariots, but 4 of them were destroyed by the huge rocks on the city walls. The others could not answer him. The general who was organizing the defense said, "Everyone, don't panic. The Yen army doesn't have as many soldiers as we do. Plus, they just fought a battle with the Liang army and marched here overnight. Their entire army is exhausted. They are just relying on the weapons they stole from the Liang army to show off their power. At most, they are an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if they charge in, they are not our match. These words successfully encouraged the soldiers. The Jin army on the city gate tower was filled with morale once more. Outside the city wall, scaling ladders broke through the arrow rain and arrived below the city wall. The Liang army's scaling ladders were too easy to use. There was a shield at the top and a person stood on a wooden board that could be lifted up. With a "so" sound, the shield on the ladder would automatically open up a window. Just as a Jin soldier lifted up a rock, a figure darted out from the skylight and pierced his throat with a spear. Since the first person climbed up the city gate tower, there would naturally be a second. The Jin army understood the pattern of the scaling ladders. The moment the window opened, they raised their swords or spears and stabbed down viciously. There were people climbing up the city gate tower and people falling down the city gate tower. War was never an absolute home ground for any side. It was a battle where one stepped on countless corpses. Regardless of victory or defeat, there would be casualties. The window of another ladder opened. Jin Jun shouted and stabbed at the window of the ladder. At the same time, a Yen soldier came from the side and knocked Jin Jun's weapon away. Then, Jin Jun kicked Jin Jun down the tower. As more and more Yen soldiers climbed up the city wall, the situation on the city wall started to spiral out of control. They were a tired army, but they were not at the end of their rope. This was the land of the great Yen, and no one could invade it. The general on the tower saw that the situation was not good and ordered crossbows. A crossbow was a ballista that could shoot further than a bow and arrow, and it was more lethal. Its power was enough to destroy any war chariot. Tang Yueshan drew his longbow and shot the crossbowmen one by one, taking them down one by one. At such a long distance, at such a tricky angle, Jin Jun simply did not know how that person had managed to hit the target. That's him. Shoot him. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. With a loud bang, the last city gate was breached. Tang Yueshan put away his bow and drew his sword. He shouted 3 times in the Yen language, which he rarely spoke, "Grandsons. Your grandfather is here. Brothers. Let's go." Everyone raised their weapons and shouted as they followed him into the city. Tang Yueshan led the charge, but soon, someone caught up with him. To be exact, there were 2 of them. One was riding on a horse, and the other was flying in the sky with Qin Gong. Old Xiao. You're going into battle. This is not like you. Don't you just sit back and watch the show? Since Marquis Xian Ping's waist was injured, he rarely went into battle. Marquis Xian Ping glanced at him and said, "I'll leave it to you, old Tang." Ha! Tang Yueshan was stunned. He did not understand what Marquis Xian Ping meant. The next moment, he saw Chang Jing rushing to the Jin army and opening a bloody path for Marquis Xian Ping. Marquis Xian Ping rushed over on his horse, leaving Tang Yueshan with a carefree back view. Tang Yueshan was dumbfounded. "Old Xiao, I suspect you're a deserter, but I have no evidence." Marquis Xian Ping exuded a fierce aura that could kill any Buddha or god that stood in his way. No one in the Jin army dared to stop him. Even so, it was too far to go to Ghost Mountain from here. In the passage of Ghost Mountain, Shangguan Yen couldn't open the stone door blocked by Shangguan Qing. She had to keep going forward until she finally came to the back of the mountain and met Mu Qingqin. "Your Highness." Mu Qingqin stepped forward to support her. He looked behind her and his eyes dimmed. The imperial grandson, Shangguan Yen was so worried that she could no longer maintain her composure. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Gongsun, you wanted to burn the mountain. Qing He went to stop him. Mu Qingchen opened his mouth. He didn't expect this at all. Didn't the imperial grandson go to Zhangshue Pass? How could he appear in Pu City? Moreover, he vaguely felt that this imperial grandson was different from the one he had seen in Qingdu. Also, what was that commotion just now? So many things had happened that Shangguan Yan forgot to ask about it for a while. She only remembered that after they fell, Qing took out a long iron cylinder from under the haystack. It looked like a firecracker or a black fire bead. It was so powerful that even the boat was blown away. We have to find Qing quickly. Shangguan Yan took out the porcelain bottle in her hand. Tears began to roll in her eyes uncontrollably. He dropped his medicine. If the poison in his body acts up, he will die, Mu Qingchen said. Let's go back the way we came and see if we can find the small cave again. Gong Sun Yu lost track of Shangguan Qing and Shangguan Yan in the small cave. If Shangguan Qing wanted to find him, he should go back there. Drip, drip, drip. The water in the passage dripped on Shangguan Qing's cheeks. Shangguan Qing had a dream. He dreamed of his childhood. He always sneaked to the back of the mountain to play and occasionally went to the village to find his friends. No one knew that he was the imperial grandson. His mother never let him feel that his identity or his body was different from ordinary people. When others climbed trees, he also climbed trees. When others fought, he also fought. When others lay by the stream and drank cold water, he also did the same. The price he had to pay was higher than others. He was afraid and wouldn't do it again. His mother didn't restrict him too much. He used to think that every child would be poisoned several times a month, and that every child would die in less than 20 years. It wasn't until he accidentally learned about his situation from the servants that he realized that he was the only exception. He asked his mother why. His mother told him that everyone was born differently. Some were rich, some were poor, some were ugly, some were beautiful, some were smart, some were stupid, some were strong, and some were weak. Some were born as ordinary people, and some were born as the imperial grandson. There were different forms of life, and different lengths of life. But they were all normal. His mother didn't treat him differently from normal people. Therefore, he never worried about his body and didn't feel that he was pitiful. He calmly accepted his own life and death. If he didn't feel sad, it would be because he couldn't bear to part with the people he cared about. Slap! A large droplet of water hit his cheek. He was slightly awakened, and his eyelids moved slightly. I can't die yet, my lord. There's movement in front. Jean Jun's voice came from the end of the tunnel. Then, there was a rush of footsteps. A hand grabbed Shangguan Qing's collar and lifted him from the ground. He said in disbelief, My lord. It's the imperial grandson of the great Yen. Thud. Something fell to the ground. He picked it up and looked. My lord, I don't know what this is. Bring it over, Gong Sun Yu said calmly. He was at a fork in the tunnel. In front of him was the tunnel that Shangguan Qing was in. Behind him was the tunnel that led to the surface. There were two more tunnels on both sides. One of them connected to the small cave just now. They had come from this tunnel. As for the last tunnel, it was unknown where it led to. The guard carried Shangguan Qing in one hand and a gun in the other. He strode toward Gong Sun Yu. He didn't care if Shangguan Qing's body could withstand his violent dragging. Shangguan Qing's knees were bleeding from the friction. Are you still breathing? Gong Sun Yu asked. I'm still breathing. As the guard spoke, he violently threw Shangguan Qing on the ground. He bent down and grabbed his hair, intending to lift him up for his lord to see. However, the moment he stretched out his hand, he heard a whooshing sound. It was very soft and faint, as if it was just his imagination. Then, he saw his hand fly out. His arm was still there, and the gesture of grabbing his hair was still there. His hand was gone. Ah! He finally came back to his senses and let out a shrill scream. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Just as it was about to spray on Sheng Wanqing's back, a black-clothed youth flashed over and carried Sheng Wanqing away. The black-clothed youth stepped on the stone wall opposite him and used the force to bounce back. He landed on one knee and steadily landed on the tunnel he came from. Another expert drew his sword and slashed at the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth held Sheng Wanqing with both hands and couldn't free his hands. Behind him, Marquis Xianping walked out with a cold gaze and kicked the man in the chest. Chapter 878. That person was an expert of the Great Jin Kingdom, yet he was sent flying with a single kick without being able to retaliate. Two experts were down in an instant. Gong Sun Yu's expression turned cold. He was also born with a handsome face. When he was young, he had similar experiences with Xianyuanqing and was mocked for being a little girl. When they grew up, both of them became famous warriors on the battlefield. The difference was that Xianyuanqing's heart was filled with light, while his was filled with darkness. Gong Sun Yu looked coldly at the two people who had suddenly appeared. One of them was a young man about 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black and had a long sword at his waist. His expression was cold. He was the one who had cut off the guard's hand. His attack was extremely fast, and he managed to kill the guard right under Gong Sun Yu's nose. The other person was dressed in the armor of the Great Yen Kingdom. His weapon was a long blade that flashed with a black light. The long blade was stabbed into the ground, and his hands rested lightly on the hilt. The passageway was a little short for him. He tilted his head slightly. His expression was cold, but his eyes were extremely arrogant. For a moment, the well-connected passageway was unable to contain his aura. Even Gong Sun Yu felt a terrifying pressure. Gong Sun Yu narrowed his eyes. He could not recall which general of the Great Yen Kingdom this was. Marquis Xianping said authoritatively, "Chang Jing, take him away first." Oh. Chang Jing carried the dying Sheng Wanqing and turned to leave. Elder Lu suddenly let out a cry of surprise, "Chang Jing. Chang Jing of the Dark Knight clan." Gong Sun Yu frowned slightly and looked at him in confusion. Elder Lu suddenly realized. He looked at Chang Jing and said, "I was wondering why your sword and moves looked so familiar. You are really the young master of the Dark Knight clan." It was not strange that Gong Sun Yu did not recognize the moves of the Dark Knight clan. After all, the Dark Knight clan was a sect of the Jianghu and had nothing to do with the imperial court. However, the Sword Hut and the Dark Knight clan had some dealings in the Jianghu. Elder Lu had personally gone to the Dark Knight clan and met Master Chang Kuan and his son, little Chang Jing. At that time, Chang Jing was not even 10 years old. She was small and petite, completely different from the tall and straight young man in front of her. However, he recognized the sword from the Dark Knight sect. Chang Jing said to Elder Lu, "Don't talk nonsense." Marquis Xianping turned his head to look at Chang Jing. The young master of the Dark Knight clan. Chang Jing's expression did not change as she said, "He's talking nonsense." Marquis Xianping said, "Let's go first. We'll talk about this when we get back." Chang Jing broke into a run. Gong Sun Yu said coldly, "You want to leave? Not so easy. Catch them." The remaining 5 or 6 guards swarmed forward. Marquis Xianping was blocking the entrance of the 4th passageway. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he saw the murderous look on their faces. These people were not ordinary guards. They were all top experts in Gene Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to accompany Gong Sun Yu. They did not know this general of Great Yen at all. In other words, he was just a nameless man. Bluffing bastards who only knew how to launch sneak attacks were no match for them at all. The first guard who rushed forward brandished his sword. "Watch out for my sword." Marquis Xian Ping grabbed the hilt of his saber and pulled it up from the ground. With a twist of his palm, he slashed down. That person was still flying. His head had already moved. Marquis Xian Ping did not have the hobby of killing people, nor did he like bloody and violent methods. However, there was no mercy on the battlefield. Killing was a mission and also a way to save oneself. Every time he left a move for his enemy, he would give his enemy a chance to kill him. Moreover, intimidation was very important. Sure enough, after this move, the remaining people were all startled, and they hesitated for a moment in their attacks. Now is the time. Marquis Xian Ping raised his saber again and slashed down, killing one person with each strike. He showed no mercy and did not give Gong Sun Yu's lackeys any chance to retaliate. He would definitely fight with Gong Sun Yu in a while. When that time came, he might not be able to care about these little moths. Instead of letting them chase after his son and Chang Jing, he might as well get rid of them now. "It's your turn." He waved his saber and pointed it at Elder Lu arrogantly. Gong Sun Yu said with a dangerous gaze, "I'll deal with him. You go after the eldest grandson of Great Yan's emperor." Elder Lu nodded. He picked up the musket on the ground. This thing was too powerful. He could not let it fall into the hands of this man. Gong Sun Yu and Marquis Xian Ping began to fight. Gong Sun Yu was a formidable opponent. He had absolute talent in martial arts. His martial arts were not inferior to Xianyuan Cheng's in the past. All these years, he had been improving his martial arts in extreme battles. It could be said that within the 6 nations, there was no one who could match him. He could use any kind of weapon. However, he had a sword with him today. He drew his sword and threw away the scabbard. Then, he attacked Marquis Xian Ping fiercely. The tunnel they were in was slightly larger than the tunnel, but it was still difficult for them to use their full strength. This was especially true for Marquis Xian Ping's saber, which was greatly restricted by the space. The two of them fought to a draw after the first exchange. Elder Lu took the opportunity to enter the 4th passage and chased in the direction where Chang Jing had left. Marquis Xian Ping slashed with his saber but was blocked by Gong Sun Yu's sword. "Your opponent is me," Gong Sun Yu said. Marquis Xian Ping was truly enraged. He laughed coldly and looked at Gong Sun Yu. "Gong Sun Yu, do you really think that I can't beat you?" This time, he spoke in Zhao Nation's language. Gong Sun Yu was startled. Marquis Xian Ping pointed his saber at him. "Many years ago, your Gongsun family was defeated by me. Today, you're just adding another defeat to your record." This arrogant gaze, this arrogant tone, Gong Sun Yu's eyes trembled. "You are the Nether King." Many years ago, there was a fearsome youth in the underground dojo who defeated the top experts from the 6 nations. One of them was the Gongsun family's genius swordsman. Gongsun Ling. Gongsun Ling was another martial arts prodigy of the Gongsun family. However, she was defeated by that 18-year-old youth from the Zhao nation. After returning to the Gongsun family, Gongsun Ling completely lost her will to fight. The Gongsun family lost a future general. The Nether King was what everyone called that youth. As for why they called him that, other than the explanation of his strength, there was another important reason. The youth's nickname in the underground dojo was very despicable, Lousy #1 in the world. It's you. It's actually you. Gong Sun Yu suddenly had a feeling that this was destined. Very good. I've always wanted to see who defeated Gong Sun Ling and kill him with my own hands. I want to tell the world that it's not the Gong Sun family that's weak, it's Gong Sun Ling that's weak. Marquis Xian Ping sneered. Ha! Gong Sun Yu didn't care about his threat. He continued, however, aren't you from the Zhao nation? Why did you become a general of the Yan nation? Marquis Xian Ping rested his saber on his shoulder. What does it have to do with you? Are you going to fight or not? If not, then get out of my way. Gong Sun Yu's eyes turned cold. He swung another killing move at Marquis Xian Ping. In this narrow tunnel, no complicated moves could be used. It was a battle of speed and internal energy. Gong Sun Yu was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. However, with Marquis Xian Ping's powerful five senses, his movements were magnified in slow motion. He could see everything clearly. Marquis Xian Ping said, Gong Sun Yu, no one can stop me from seeing my son. He took a step back and retreated into the fourth tunnel. Then, he swung his saber forward. The long saber handle was cut off by Gong Sun Yu's sword. Gong Sun Yu snorted coldly. You're only a so-so. Before he finished speaking, Marquis Xian Ping grabbed the short saber handle and swung it at Gong Sun Yu. Gong Sun Yu's expression changed. You, Marquis Xian Ping, did it on purpose. A long saber handle was already inconvenient. Cutting it short made it easier. The tunnel was narrow. Gong Sun Yu had nowhere to dodge. He swung his sword in time to block. When the saber and sword met, sparks flew everywhere. Gong Sun Yu could feel the immense pressure coming from the saber. This was the fury of a father. Gong Sun Yu, you're not qualified to hurt my son. Marquis Xian Ping pulled out his hidden secondary saber and stabbed it into Gong Sun Yu's abdomen. In a tag team battle, experts would not give their opponents the chance to attack them repeatedly. Victory was decided in an instant. However, Gong Sun Yu was wearing armor similar to Gu Jiao's. The tough armor blocked Marquis Xian Ping's saber. Gong Sun Yu laughed mockingly. Is this all you've got? Hades. He pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed it at Marquis Xian Ping. Clang! It was the sound of the saber piercing through armor. Gong Sun Yu laughed without restraint. But in the next second, he could no longer laugh. He lowered his head and looked at the saber that had pierced through his armor. His eyes widened in disbelief. This was impossible, his armor was impenetrable. No one could penetrate it. He looked at Marquis Xian Ping. His saber had pierced Marquis Xian Ping's shoulder. Marquis Xian Ping did not use any inner energy to protect himself. He had used all his inner energy for this attack. This was a madman. A madman even crazier than him. Marquis Xian Ping's eyes were cold. I've said it before. No one can hurt my son. Gong Sun Yu had been stabbed. My lord. Zhu Zhangguang flew over and separated the two of them with one palm. He grabbed the injured Gong Sun Yu and quickly fled into another tunnel. Not far behind Marquis Xian Ping, a black-clothed figure walked out from a hidden cave. It was Chang Jing. Just now, Chang Jing and Shang Guanqing didn't run away at all, but hid in this stone cave. Elder Lu did not see them and chased after them like a fool. Why didn't you chase after him? Chang Jing asked. Marquis Xian Ping said mysteriously, he shouldn't have died in my hands. There's someone more suitable than me to kill him. Chang Jing hit the nail on the head. You're just too lazy to kill him, right? Marquis Xian Ping said seriously. Am I that kind of person? Chang-Jing, if you continue to speak the truth, you won't have any more marbles. Seeing that his son could not be delayed, he was in no mood to fight with Gong Sunyu. And he was right. There was someone who wanted to kill Gong Sunyu more than him. Marquis Xian Ping arrived in front of the cave. He, who would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed, suddenly became nervous. He was going to see his son. Chapter 879. All the novels that can't be found on the internet are here. The grotto hidden in the wall was not big. Sheng Wanqing curled up inside, his tall figure looked particularly aggrieved. The luminous pearls on the wall slightly reflected a clear pearl light, shining on Sheng Wanqing's pale handsome face. This was the first time Marquis Xian Ping seriously looked at his son, whom he had reunited with 20 years ago. His appearance was almost exactly the same as Xiao Hang's. This was not his original appearance, but a disguised appearance of Xiao Hang. In order not to let people know that he was not Sheng Wanyan's biological son, he had been pretending to be Xiao Hang. Thinking of this, Marquis Xian Ping felt a little distressed. He squatted on the ground, looking at his son nervously and expectantly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. It was said that generals were stupid, but he was not. But at this moment, thousands of words were stuck in his throat, and he stuttered. He couldn't make a sound. He thought for a moment, stretched out a finger, and carefully poked his son's shoulder. He was really very careful, for fear that his son would not like him. He was slightly startled when he felt a hot temperature from his fingertips. Chang-Jing. What? Chang-Jing was thinking about how to save his little disguise. A fire starter. Marquis Xian Ping said seriously. Chang-Jing had been with Marquis Xian Ping for so long. Most of the time, Marquis Xian Ping was not serious. When he was serious, it meant that things were serious. He hurriedly took out a fire starter from his arms, blew it, and shined it in front of him. Marquis Xian Ping was checking Sheng Wanqing's body to see if there were any injuries such as fractures. After confirming that there were no injuries, Marquis Xian Ping checked his pulse and breath. He was not a doctor, but after practicing martial arts for a long time, he could determine whether there were internal injuries. There are no internal injuries. Why is he so weak? He seems to be dying. Chang-Jing said. Marquis Xian Ping clenched his fists. Chang-Jing. Chang-Jing decisively stepped back 3 steps to avoid someone's anger. But Chang-Jing was right. Sheng Wanqing was dying. The poison in his body was acting up. He didn't have the antidote with him. He couldn't make it. Could it be that the poison flared up? Xian Pingho's heart faintly had this speculation. Sheng Wanyan said that the number of times the poison flared up every month was not many, and he always had the antidote on him. Marquis Xian Ping did not find the antidote on him. His expression turned grave. He took off his armor, carried his son on his back, and strode out. Where are we going? Chang-Jing asked. South City Gate. Marquis Xian Ping said seriously. Gu Jiao was there. Chang-Jing glanced at the trail of blood on the ground. In the end, she didn't say anything about the wound on his shoulder. Chang-Jing asked, why do you want to take off your armor? There were Jin soldiers outside, it was very dangerous. Marquis Xian Ping said casually, the armor is hard. She looked at her son intently. They came in through the tunnel dug by the Jin soldiers. The exit was in the village. At this moment, the Jin soldiers were pouring oil around, so the village was empty. Marquis Xian Ping saw the light coming in from the entrance. Just as he was about to step out with his son on his back, a tall figure suddenly flashed and blocked the entrance with a gun. Marquis Xianping stopped. Chang Jing, who was behind him, also stopped. Marquis Xianping looked coldly at Elder Lu, who suddenly appeared, and said in a heavy tone, "Get out of the way. I don't want to kill anyone." Elder Lu said, "You can get rid of Gong Sun Yu. It seems that you do have some skills. I may not be your opponent, but you may not be able to handle this thing in my hand." "It's not that I may not be able to, it's that I definitely can't." Marquis Xianping didn't know what this thing was. He had no fear and planned to rush over. At this moment, Sheng Wanqing, who was on his back, seemed to feel something and regained a little consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze. His cheeks were flushed because of the high temperature. He looked at the gun in Elder Lu's hand and said weakly, "Don't be afraid. He's holding it upside down." His voice was very soft, but Elder Lu's ears were very sharp. He still heard it. Elder Lu frowned and quickly turned around. Marquis Xianping took the opportunity to jump up. Unfortunately, Marquis Xianping underestimated the gun's speed. A gun was much faster than a crossbow. The moment Elder Lu pulled the trigger, there was a loud bang. Marquis Xianping was suspended in the air. What the fuck? What the hell was this? Elder Lu was directly sent flying by a shot. The gun fell to the ground. Sheng Wanqing lay on Marquis Xianping's shoulder. "Ha, idiot!" Marquis Xianping. Sheng Wanqing was so hot that he was dizzy. He didn't know that this person was his father. He also didn't know that his father was stunned by his words. He only felt that this back was broad and warm. It made him feel at ease. He lay softly on his father's back with his eyes closed. His head was dizzy, and he continued his words, "Don't be afraid. When we go out, Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together. If there's a girl, we'll sleep together." The enemy didn't trip Marquis Xianping, but his son's words almost made Marquis Xianping stumble and fall into a ditch. "I seem to understand Qin Fengwan's feeling of wanting to kill me every time." The virgin Sheng Wanqing fainted after bragging. Marquis Xianping was also about to faint. In his 40 years of life, he had never experienced such a landslide. "It's all Aheng's fault for raising my expectations for all my sons." Fortunately, Sheng Wanyan and Mu Qingchen found this place. The two saw Marquis Xianping, who was frozen at the entrance of the cave. Marquis Xianping was carrying a person on his back. In the end, Sheng Wanyan was a mother. She could recognize Sheng Wanqing with her brain. She quickly ran over and arrived in front of Marquis Xianping. She didn't ask why Marquis Xianping came over. Instead, she asked, "Is Qing He poisoned?" Marquis Xianping returned to his senses and said, "I don't know. His situation is not good. Let me see." Sheng Wanyan reached out to hold her son. Marquis Xianping gently put his son down from his back, knelt on one knee, and held his son in his arms so that Sheng Wanyan could check. "The poison is acting up," Sheng Wanyan said. Sheng Wanqing had acted up countless times since he was a child. Sheng Wanyan was already very familiar with it. She took out the porcelain bottle that she had been holding tightly in her hand, pulled out the cork, and took out a pill. "Do you want water?" Marquis Xianping asked. "No, this medicine will melt in the mouth." Sheng Wanyan put the pill into Sheng Wanqing's mouth and explained, when he was a child, his swallowing ability was not strong. In order to let him take the medicine, the state preceptor improved the prescription. Marquis Xianping was silent. It was hard for him to imagine how his son grew up. "You worked hard. Taking care of a sick child was much more difficult than taking care of a normal child. Shangguan Yan's hand that was wiping her son's sweat paused and whispered, "It's good that you don't hate me." Marquise Xian Ping sighed, "Let's not talk about the past." Shangguan Yan knelt on the ground and wiped her son's hands. She squeezed the handkerchief and said, "Will Xinyang hate me?" Marquise Xian Ping paused, "I don't know." There were still more than 300 ghost soldiers and 500 villagers hidden in the underground tunnel. They didn't have much time to dwell on it. They must immediately rescue the villagers or drive the Jin army out. The fastest and most effective way was to kill Gong Sunyu. Mu Qingchen and Chang Jing returned to the underground tunnel to look for Gong Sunyu, but they couldn't find even half a shadow of him. Gong Sunyu was no longer in the underground tunnel. He was brought out by Zhu Zhangquang. The two entered the forest. Zhu Zhangquang worriedly looked at his bloody armor. "My lord, are you okay? Such a hard armor was actually pierced through by that guy. How terrifying." Gong Sunyu lightly said, "It didn't hurt my vitals. I'm fine." "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to guard the north gate?" Zhu Zhangquang said, "I saw the Yan army bring a group of soldiers to Ghost Mountain. I was worried that it would be unfavorable to my lord. With General Qing guarding the city, my lord can rest assured. By the way, my lord, why didn't I see Jie Xingzhou?" Gong Sunyu frowned, "He's dead." Zhu Zhangquang was shocked, "What?" Gong Sunyu coldly said, "I underestimated that imperial grandson. He was poisoned at a young age and I thought he was useless." "Where's Yu Liui?" Zhu Zhangquang awkwardly said, "According to the spies, she fell into the hands of the Yan army. I'm afraid, she's most likely dead." 3 of the 4 generals were now dead. Gong Sunyu smashed his fist on a nearby tree. The birds on the tree were startled and flapped their wings to escape. His face was no longer as cold and calm as it used to be. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of anxiety and hostility. He gritted his teeth and said, "What's going on in the Yan kingdom? The Xian Yuan family is already dead. The Lord of Shadows is also dead. Why are they still so difficult to deal with? Who said the Xian Yuan family is dead? Who told you the Lord of Shadows is dead?" A cold and murderous voice suddenly sounded from the forest. Then, Liao Qin stepped on a green branch and descended from the sky like a deity. He was covered in clouds and clouds. He held a 3-foot-long sword in his hand and pointed it at Gong Sunyu. "The 3rd Lord of Shadows, Xian Yuanjing, is here to take the life of General Gong Sun." Chapter 880. The 3rd Master of Shadows. Gong Sunyu's pupils contracted. He couldn't believe that this was real. Didn't Xianyuan Qi become the Master of Shadows? How could it be? Xianyuan Qi became the 2nd Master of Shadows after faking his death. However, he had secret dealings with the Xianyuan family and was discovered by the spies of the Jin nation within a few years. However, Xianyuan Qi hid Xianyuanjing very well. He didn't even reveal the family tree. No wonder people didn't know about Xianyuanjing's existence. In the Jin nation, the only person who knew about Xianyuanjing's existence was Shirtian. However, it was obvious that Shirtian didn't leak this information. However, thinking about it carefully, it wasn't impossible. When Gong Sunyu killed Xianyuan Qi, he saw this person running from afar and calling Xianyuan Qi his father. Therefore, he was indeed Xianyuan Qi's son. Then, it made sense that he inherited Xianyuan Qi's legacy and became the 3rd Master of Shadows. Gong Sunyu muttered coldly, "How do the people of the Sword Hut do things? They said they killed Xianyuan Qi, but he didn't die. They said they destroyed the Shadow Division, but Xianyuan Qi's son appeared in front of them." He collected his thoughts and looked at Liao Chen arrogantly. Your father was defeated by me. Do you really think you can defeat me? It was fine if he didn't mention Xianyuan Qi, but once he did, Liao Chen's anger surged. His father was surrounded by the Jin Nation army and was stabbed in the chest by Gong Sunyu twice. No one knew if he was still alive. It was possible that he would be separated from his father forever after waiting for so many years. All of this was because of Gong Sunyu. You seem very angry. Torturing the mind of an expert was something that Gong Sunyu never tired of doing. Gong Sunyu smiled faintly. Your father wasn't the only Xianyuan family member who died in my hands. Back then when the Xianyuan family rebelled, you didn't think that the meager military strength of the imperial court was enough to kill so many Xianyuan soldiers, right? Speaking of which, the Yan army is strong, but there aren't many experts. Your uncle, Xianyuan Li, died under the trap of the Jin army. Your cousin Xianyuan Zi, the pregnant woman who still had to go to the battlefield, died at the hands of a disciple of the Sword Hut. Your cousin Xianyuan Qing. It was the Nangong family who leaked his whereabouts, but the one who ended his life was me. I was the one who nailed him to the tower. I was the one who gave the order to kill him. The experts of your Xianyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. Liao Chen was about to explode from anger. Even though he knew that the other party was trying to infuriate him, he still couldn't control his emotions. His aura became chaotic. Gong Sunyu took the opportunity to strike with his palm. Liao Chen was unable to circulate his internal energy in time and was hit by Gong Sunyu. The huge force sent him flying, crashing into the tree behind him and falling to the ground in a sorry state. Gong Sunyu clicked his tongue and looked disdainfully at Liao Chen, who was sprawled on the ground. He snorted and said, "Look, the people of your Xianyuan family can't even withstand a single blow. I won't allow you to insult the Xianyuan family." Liao Chen used his sword to support himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword and stabbed at Gong Sunyu. With the field open, there were more moves that could be used. Gong Sunyu felt the incomparably sharp sword aura. It was stronger than he had imagined. Although Gong Sunyu dodged to the side, he was injured by the sword aura. The blood clot that had been formed with great difficulty was torn apart. Fresh blood flowed down his armor. Liao Chen said coldly, "Who is the one who can't withstand a single blow?" Zhu Zhangguang stepped forward and showed his iron fist. "My lord. I'll deal with him." Then, he charged at Liao Chen. Unexpectedly, before he could even touch Liao Chen, he was knocked back several steps by a black-robed youth who came from the sky. What a cold sword aura! He had almost been injured. After Zhu Zhangguang steadied himself, he frowned. When he saw that the opponent was only a 17 or 18-year-old youth, his expression turned even uglier. Where did this brat come from? He had appeared too late to hear the conversation between Elder Lu and Chang Jing. Gong Sunyu reminded him, "Be careful. He's the young master of the Dark Knight clan." Someone from the Dark Knight clan. Zhu Zhangguang was even more surprised. The Dark Knight clan had never interacted with the Six Nations. They were even more reclusive than the Tang clan. How did they get involved with someone from the Xianyuan family? If they had really gotten involved with someone from the Xianyuan family, Gong Sunyu wouldn't have been so upset. Chang Jing had appeared with that person from the Zhao kingdom. Moreover, Chang Jing was very obedient to him. The Jin kingdom's imperial family had tried to rope in the Dark Knight clan more than once, but they had all been rejected. He was very confused. How did a person from a lower country manage to subdue the young master of the Dark Knight clan? Chang Jing looked at Zhu Zhangguang and said to Liao Chen, "Leave this guy to me." Liao Chen and Chang Jing had never met before. However, Liao Chen had secretly investigated Marquis Xianping, so he knew of Chang Jing. However, he didn't expect him to be Chang Jing from the Dark Knight clan. All right. Liao Chen nodded. Chang Jing was already a martial arts freak. In addition, he had received a lot of guidance from Marquis Xianping in the past few years. His martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhu Zhangguang really couldn't beat him. Zhu Zhangguang was beaten up badly by Chang Jing. After dozens of moves, he was covered in blood. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked like a mess. It really affected the morale of the troops. His eyes flashed and he said sarcastically, "Does the clan master know that the young master of the Dark Knight clan is colluding with someone from the Xianyuan family?" Chang Jing's move paused. Zhu Zhangguang saw that there was hope. He struck while the iron was hot. As expected, you escaped behind the clan master's back. If he finds out, you'll be in big trouble. He was trying to scare Chang Jing. Chang Jing frowned and thought about it seriously. He felt that Zhu Zhangguang's words made sense. He grunted and said, "Indeed, I can't let my father know. So, you must die today." Zhu Zhangguang's eyes widened. "No, that's not what I meant. And him." Chang Jing looked at Gong Sunyu, who was fighting fiercely with Liao Chen. "He must die too. None of you will leave here alive." Zhu Zhangguang was about to collapse. How can you think so clearly at such a young age? You can't even fool a child these days, can you? Zhu Zhangguang was the strongest of the four great generals, but he also cherished his life the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have held back when he attacked Xianyuan Qi. Even Yu Luyi was fiercer than him. But his master was here. He didn't dare to run. He could only bite the bullet and fight Chang Jing. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have asked. This brat was fighting seriously just now. Now, he's fighting with all his might. Zhu Zhangguang's body was injured again. On the other side, Liao Chen and Gong Sunyu were evenly matched. Gong Sunyu had practiced martial arts for many more years than Liao Chen. His internal energy and combat experience were not something the young Liao Chen could compare to. But Liao Chen's murderous intent and outstanding talent made him a formidable opponent for Gong Sunyu. After more than 10 moves, Gong Sunyu gradually felt that things were getting tricky. Especially since he had been stabbed by Marquis Xianping. Every time they exchanged blows, his wound would be torn open. If this continued, even if he didn't die in battle, he would die from excessive blood loss. Liao Chen didn't have any psychological burden in a fair fight. When Gong Sunyu killed Xianyuan Qing, didn't he rely on the Nangong family to inform him? When he dealt with his father, he also let people take turns to exhaust his father's strength. Then why would he care about the rules of the martial arts world with Gong Sunyu? Liao Chen's palm landed on Gong Sunyu's chest. Gong Sunyu's armor was made of special materials and could withstand many attacks. But this armor was pierced by Marquis Xianping. Liao Chen's internal energy passed through the crack and seeped into his internal organs. He hurriedly used his internal energy to protect his internal organs. Then, he stabbed his sword at Liao Chen. But because part of it was protecting himself, the power of this attack was not as strong as before. Liao Chen easily blocked it. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Liao Chen's armor was not as strong as his and he was hit by a few of his sword energy. "Let's go," Gong Sunyu said to Zhu Zhangguang. Zhu Zhangguang used a feint and flew up. But Chang Jing, who flew faster than him, kicked him down. Zhu Zhangguang. Gong Sunyu turned around in midair. Zhu Zhangguang stretched out his hand. My lord, don't worry about me. Let's go. I can handle this brat. Gong Sun Yu gritted his teeth and left with his qinggong. Liao Chen chased after him. Zhu Zhangguang turned to look at Chang Jing. I surrender. Chang Jing was speechless. After Gong Sun Yu left the forest, he heard the sound of a horn from the West City Gate. The Yan Kingdom took back the West City Gate. Pu's city couldn't be defended anymore. He fired the signal to retreat and knocked out a Yan soldier who came as reinforcements. He stole the soldier's horse. He planned to go to the East City Gate, but Liao Chen forced him to go to the South City Gate. Liao Chen also asked for a horse from the army that Tang Yueshan brought to Ghost Mountain. Tang Yueshan went behind a tree to relieve himself. With 2 horses missing, he was quite confused. Liao Chen chased after him closely. Gong Sun Yu tried to shake him off several times, but it was to no avail. Xianyuanzi's strength and perseverance were beyond his imagination. More than 10 years had passed. Not only did the Xianyuan family not remain silent, but they also bided their time and became so powerful. If the Nether King didn't stab him, this brat wouldn't be his match, that despicable Nether King. Many years ago, Gong Sun Ling was defeated by him. Now, he had also suffered a loss in his hands. Once he got rid of Xianyuanzheng, he would kill the Nether King. The more Gong Sun Yu thought about it, the angrier he got. He was distracted for a moment. When he turned around, he saw that Liao Chen didn't follow him. Instead, he turned into an alley. He frowned and sped up. However, in the next moment, Liao Chen dashed out from another alley and charged at him. Liao Chen gathered all his strength for this attack. He didn't give Gong Sun Yu any chance to escape. Gong Sun Yu's eyes trembled. What was this brat trying to do? Was he going to die together with him? Liao Chen understood that with his current strength, it would be difficult to kill Gong Sun Yu even if he was injured. However, Gong Sun Yu had to die. If he didn't die, the Jin army would still have a chance to turn the tables in this battle. Even if he had to die together with Gong Sun Yu, he wouldn't hesitate. Gong Sun Yu was furious. You're crazy. You can't kill me. There was no fear in Liao Chen's eyes. But if I severely injure you, the next Yan army will definitely kill you. At this moment, Gong Sun Yu finally understood the meaning of Xuanyuan's soul. It was never about one person's strength. It was about everyone's fighting spirit. Gong Sun Yu gripped the long sword in his hand and prepared to attack with all his strength. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The door of a closed shop on the street suddenly opened. A man in a dark blue Taoist robe walked out with a 4-year-old child. Their attack was too fast and fierce. There was no time for others to react. The adult and child would die under their inner strength. Gong Sun Yu didn't care. After all, he wasn't a citizen of Dajin. However, Liao Chen's expression changed. He couldn't withdraw his attack in time. He had no choice but to leap. Taoist Qing Feng looked up and saw Liao Chen charging at him. He frowned. Hey, you! Before he could finish, a huge wave of inner strength attacked Liao Chen's body. Liao Chen's body stiffened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist Qing Feng's eyes darkened. He pushed Liao Chen away, but Gong Sun Yu had already taken the opportunity to speed up and leave. You don't have to save me. I can handle it myself, Taoist Qing Feng said. I didn't save you. I saved him. Liao Chen looked at the 4-year-old child and said. The child looked up at Taoist Qing Feng, puzzled. Oh, Taoist Qing Feng said. Liao Chen leaned against the wall and slid down weakly. He smiled and said weakly, Ox nose, I'm afraid it's going to be as you wish. can you promise me one thing? Go kill Gong Sun Yu. Alright, Taoish Ching Feng said. He said to the child, look after him. I'll be back soon. The child nodded obediently. Taoish Ching Feng used his Qinggong to chase after Gong Sun Yu's horse. The southern city gate had been completely retaken by the Yen Kingdom. The Dark Shadow Division and the Black Wind Cavalry were arranging their troops on the city gate tower. Gong Sun Yu lowered the visor of his helmet. He had no choice but to charge out. He gripped the reins in his hand tightly and pulled out a long needle. He stabbed it into the horse's buttocks. The horse screamed in pain and charged forward like a madman. Who's there? Stop! The soldiers guarding the city drew their long swords. Gong Sun Yu killed the man with one strike. The title of Jin's most ferocious general was not undeserved. He galloped forward and charged through the heavily guarded city gate. What happened? Gu Jiao asked as she walked down the city gate tower. Someone just charged through, a soldier reported. Did you see who it was? Gu Jiao asked. The soldier shook his head. I didn't see clearly. I only know that he was wearing the Jin Army's armor. Jin Army. Gu Jiao looked at the man's back. Could it be Gong Sun Yu? Boss. The Black Wind King raised his front hooves and galloped over. Gu Jiao mounted her horse and grabbed her red-tasseled spear from Wenren Chong. She then chased after him without hesitation. If that man was really Gong Sun Yu, then she must not let him return to the Jin nation alive. Gong Sun Yu's internal injuries were very serious. He did not stop to kill Gu Jiao. 2 hours had passed, 4 hours had passed, the night came and the crescent moon climbed into the sky. Gu Jiao was still chasing after him. Although he was leading by quite a bit, his horse was not as fast as the Black Wind King. When they were about to reach the border city, the Black Wind King finally caught up. Gong Sun Yu crossed the wooden bridge and cut it in half with his sword. However, the Black Wind King did not stop. It leaped over as if it had the help of the gods. The distance between them was closing. Gong Sun Yu looked at the city and said, "Open the city gate." On the city gate tower, a Jin army soldier said excitedly, "It's the great general. The great general is back. Open the city gate quickly." Look! At the foot of the mountain about 3 miles away, there was a black mass of Black Wind Cavalry. The cavalry of the Yen nation had arrived. They could not open the city gate. Their forces were all used to attack the Yen nation. If they really opened the city gate, they would not be able to hold on. Release the rope. The general guarding the city said. The Jin army released a long rope. Gong Sun Yu endured the pain caused by his internal injuries. He gritted his teeth and used his Qinggong to leap up and grab one end of the rope. The general guarding the city hurriedly said, "Quickly pull the general up." Everyone worked together to pull him up. The general guarding the city looked at the approaching Yen nation cavalry and said sternly, "Archers, get ready. Fire." Following his order, countless arrows rained down, covering the sky and covering the earth. Whooshing sounds could be heard in the darkness of the night. Clang! An arrow hit Gu Jiao's shoulder but was blocked by her tough armor. Gu Jiao did not back down. She continued to gallop toward Gong Sun Yu. When she was only a few dozen steps away from the city gate tower, Gong Sun Yu was already halfway up. Since she did not know Qinggong, there was no way she could pull Gong Sun Yu down. Gong Sun Yu lowered his head and smiled mockingly at Gu Jiao. The new commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You still can't kill me. The young man raised his head. His cheeks were still young, but his eyes were as calm as water. It was this calm gaze that made Gong Sun Yu frown. For some reason, an ominous premonition flashed through his heart. "Guess why I asked you to come back?" The young man's horse galloped through the rain of arrows without hesitation. "Impossible, he can't catch me. I have nothing to be afraid of." The young man raised the red tasseled spear in his hand. Gong Sun-yu's heart skipped a beat. "No, goodbye, Gong Sun-yu." The young man's red-tasseled spear shot toward him like a gust of wind. It carried the anger of the Xinyuan family for more than a decade and carried the power of mountains and rivers. It pierced his heart without any explanation, nailing him to the city gate tower of Jin. Just one more step, I'm so close to home, but I can't go back." He looked at the young man in disbelief. He was terrifyingly calm under the rain of arrows. "You're not the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. You're not. Who, exactly, are you?" Chapter 881. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. The Jin soldiers on the city gate tower were dumbfounded by this sudden change. They suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How was it possible for a lone cavalryman of Great Yen to penetrate through the rain of arrows, and with his own strength, pin their chief general to the top of the city wall with a single thrust of his spear? This was not real. The general's martial arts were unparalleled, and he was wearing an impenetrable armor. How could a Black Wind cavalryman hurt him? Soon, they realized that this was not an injury, but a death. Gu Zhao's success was not a coincidence. Marquis Xianping pierced through Gong Sun-yu's armor and injured him. Liao Qin used all his strength to perish together with Gong Sun-yu, causing Gong Sun-yu to suffer serious internal injuries. Of course, even under such circumstances, it was still very difficult to kill him in one strike. Gu Zhao's strength made the Jin soldiers tremble in fear. The general guarding the city gate lost his grip on the rope. He finally regained his senses and shouted, "General!" The general could no longer hear his shouts. The general who was guarding the city felt a strong sense of anger and sadness. The status of the Gongsun clan in Jin Nation was no less than that of the Xinyuan clan in Yen Nation. The old general had passed away, and Gong Sun-yu, who was a rare talent, had become the soul of the entire border. However, Gong Sun-yu had been shot to death by a Yen Kingdom cavalryman right under his nose. It was unacceptable. Gu Zhao calmly looked at the Jin soldiers who were in great sorrow. Was this unacceptable? Everything had just begun. The horn sounded, the war drums shook the sky, and the sound of horse hooves came. Under the ink-black night, the Black Wind cavalrymen and the Dark Shadow soldiers arrived at the city gate. Pu's city was in chaos. Half of the soldiers were left to guard the south gate, while the rest chased Gu Zhao to the border between the two countries. They were not too far behind, which meant that the Black Wind King did not run at full speed. Their junior general had been following him at a distance, purposely letting Gong Sun-yu return here. If the young commander could kill him with a single shot, he could do the same on the road. In fact, it was even safer. However, the junior commander did not choose to make a move on the road. Instead, he took the risk of being shot to death by the Jin army and waited until the very last moment before Gong Sun-yu was dragged up the city gate tower before piercing through him with his spear. What kind of despairing death was this? This was a heavy blow to Gong Sun-yu and the entire Jin army at the border. But just as the young commander thought, everything was not over yet. The archers of the Black Wind cavalry drew their bowstrings. Zhang Shiyong shouted, "Fire!" Hundreds of arrows shot towards Gong Sun-yu in a domineering manner. This arrow was for the Grand Marshal. The soldiers of the Dark Shadow Division also drew their bowstrings. General Pang ordered, "Fire." This arrow was for the great general. Wenren Chong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng pulled their bows and knocked their arrows. This arrow was for Xianyuan Cheng. For Xianyuan Zi. For all the soldiers who died in your hands. No. No. Great General. The roars of the Jin army general that was on the verge of collapse spread out from the city tower. Did the Xianyuan army also cry out like this in the past? Did they also beg Gong Sun Yu to stop? Did they also beg you not to treat Xianyuan Qing like this? Thousands of arrows pierced through his heart. What Xianyuan Qing did in the past, today's Gong Sun Yu would only receive more. Perhaps it was because they were too sad or too shocked, but the rain of arrows from the Jin army on the city tower stopped. Their cries echoed throughout the city, but Gu Jiao's expression did not change in the slightest. There was no pity, and no smugness after taking revenge. Her expression was calm from start to finish. This calmness was the greatest humiliation to the Jin army. The general's eyes were red as he pointed at Gu Jiao below the city tower. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Kill him! Kill him! Avenge the great general! Chariots! The rain of arrows might not be able to hurt you, but I don't believe that the rocks and crossbows from the chariots won't be able to pierce through you." The chariots and crossbows were far more powerful than swords and spears. No matter how hard the armor was, they could still break it. However, the moment the chariots and crossbows were pushed out, the siege weapons of the Yan kingdom arrived with the army. The leader was Tang Yuishan. Tang Yuishan fearlessly ran to Gu Jiao's side and entered the effective attack range of the Jin army. He glanced at Gong Sun Yu on the city tower and clicked his tongue. "You're indeed my brother." He was getting more and more used to his identity as a henchman. "Why are you here? Don't you need to attack the city?" She remembered that Tang Yuishan went to attack the North Gate with Marquis Xianping. Tang Yuishan said, "The North Gate has been breached. The Yan Kingdom's army is still fighting. Old Shao went to the Ghost Mountain. I brought 10,000 men there to meet him. He only left 5,000 men behind and asked me to bring the rest back. He said they were going to chase after Gong Sun Yu." Gu Jiao rode on her horse and looked at the Jin army on the city tower. She said, "If that's the case, let's begin." Tang Yuishan glanced at her strangely. "You plan to," Gu Jiao grunted. She said the most arrogant words in the calmest tone, "Let's attack the city now." The battle in Puqing lasted for a day and a night. Though Gong Sun Yu had given the order to retreat, the 4 city gates were blocked by the Yan army. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Taoist Qing Feng returned to the street and pushed open the door of the shop. Liaochen was sitting on the ground in the lobby, leaning against a pillar. One of his legs was stretched out on the ground, the other was bent casually, and one hand was resting on his knee. A 4-year-old child was sleeping soundly in his arms. Hearing the footsteps, his long eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Taoist Qing Feng, who was walking against the moonlight. His face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. Taoist Qing Feng's murderous intent faded away. He said nonchalantly, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll take your life when the battle is over." Liaochen coughed up a mouthful of blood. He wiped it away and smiled. "As you wish. You're badly hurt." Taoist Qing Feng frowned. He walked over and knelt down on one knee. "Give me your hand." Liaochen gave him his hand with a faint smile. Taoist Qing Feng felt his pulse. After a moment of silence, he took out a bottle of pills. "Take one." Liaochen glanced at the tight cork and said weakly, "I don't have the strength." Can you feed me? Taoist Ching Feng frowned. He found this demonic monk annoying. But he still pulled out the cork, poured out a brown pill, and fed it to Liaochen. Liaochen chewed it and swallowed it. Taoist Ching Feng's hand, which was about to untie the water bag at his waist, paused. That was good. It would save him some trouble. The pill wouldn't take effect so quickly. Liaochen still leaned against the pillar after taking the pill. Thinking of the matter at hand, he asked, "Where's Gong Sunyu?" Taoist Ching Feng said, "Someone was faster than me." Liaochen asked, "That girl?" Taoist Ching Feng looked at him strangely. Liaochen opened his mouth. "Ah, it slipped out of my mouth." "You mean, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry is a woman?" Taoist Ching Feng fell into deep thought. He had never thought of this possibility. First, he hadn't met many women and lacked experience. Second, no one would have guessed that a woman could have such courage. Liaochen cleared his throat and awkwardly changed the topic. "How come you didn't go the wrong way this time?" He could understand why Liaochen didn't get lost chasing Gong Sunyu. After all, as long as he followed Gong Sunyu, he wouldn't get lost. But he came back alone. Taoist Ching Feng said, "I rode a horse. An old horse knows the way, and knows the way back." Liaochen was speechless. Gong Sunyu's death was a great blow to the Jin army. Their morale plummeted. They couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. The 20,000 men on Ghost Mountain were either captured or killed by Marquis Xianping and the 5,000 Yen soldiers. Chang Jing brought Zhu Zhanghuang back. His face was full of resentment. Zhu Zhanghuang knew his secret. He planned to kill Zhu Zhanghuang to silence him, but Zhu Zhanghuang surrendered. Marquis Xianping didn't kill surrendered soldiers. This was the rule set by Marquis Xianping. In the Battle of Pu City, the Jin army was ultimately defeated. About 60,000 men escaped from Pu City and returned to Jin Nation from another border city. At this time, Jin didn't know that their nightmare wasn't over. In the middle of the 10th month, the Gu army of Zhao would cross the Yan and reach the border of Jin. At the end of the 10th month, the Qin and Zhao armies would head west to Jin's 9 Jade Pass. Liang Guogang had suffered a loss and was injured. He didn't dare to act rashly. But the Turks in the north were dissatisfied with Jin. They would also join the ranks of the Jin army. Next, what awaited the Jin nation would be an unprecedented 5-nation punitive expedition. Pu City Lord Manor. Wang Man and the generals were reporting to the crown princess on the main seat about the war. The remnants of the Jin army in the city were arrested. The other city occupied by the Han family was also recaptured. The 4 sons of the Han family died in battle and the rest were all captured. "How are the casualties of the soldiers?" Shengguan Yan asked. "It's much better than expected," Wang Man said truthfully. He was arrogant, but he didn't lie about the war results. This time, the casualty ratio was the smallest in the war he had experienced. On the one hand, the soldiers were really brave. On the other hand, he had to admit that the medical officers' superb medical skills saved the lives of many soldiers. Shengguan Yan smiled and said, "About this, General Wang should be grateful to Commander Xiao. She was the one who took out the medicine and taught the medical officers how to treat external injuries." Hearing that it was that kid again, Wang Man snorted discontentedly. Shengguan Yan didn't have time to argue with him. Qing had been unconscious for a few days. She had to see if he woke up. In fact, Shengguan Qing had already woken up. He already knew who the man who carried him in the tunnel was. Thinking of the sentence, "Brother Qing will protect you. If there's wine, we'll drink together, if there's a girl, we'll sleep together," he couldn't help but roar 3 times on the spot. Knock, knock, knock. There was a soft knock on the door. Qing, are you awake? I'm coming in. Shengguan Qing was kneeling on the bed, pounding his small chest and roaring silently. Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, he pulled the quilt over and covered himself. He knelt on the bed and curled his body into a ball. His head was covered. A pair of feet were still exposed. His feet moved arrogantly at first, and then little by little, they went back into the quilt. Marquis Xianping. Chapter 882. Marquis Xianping clutched his chest. A sentence ran through his mind: what should I do if my son is too cute? Xiaoheng was also cute when he was young. As he grew up, he became more and more serious. His old father rarely saw his adorable side. Especially now that he was married, he didn't even cooperate when he wanted to tease him. Marquis Xianping stepped into the room. He was a martial artist. He could tell if a person was awake by listening to their breathing. Moreover, Shengguan Qing had contributed the most eye-catching acting skills in his life. Marquis Xianping had recovered from his initial nervousness and could face his son calmly. He cleared his throat and called out, Qing, Shengguan Qing's IQ defected collectively. He's not here. Marquis Xianping was speechless. Marquis Xianping couldn't help but laugh. The thought of teasing his son came up, and he began to talk nonsense again. Oh, isn't this brother Qing? Didn't you say you would protect me, drink together, and go to the brothel together? You're going back on your word so quickly. Stop talking. Brother Qing has such a dark history since he was born. You've seen it all. Marquis Xianping laughed until his shoulders were trembling. Shengguan Qing, who was sweating under the quilt, heard his laughter and gritted his teeth in anger. Don't laugh. Brother Qing's fist is very hard. Marquis Xianping stopped. After laughing enough, he cleared his throat and went to the bed to sit down on the edge of the bed. But seeing that his son obviously didn't know how to face him, he hesitated, took a step back, and pulled a chair over to sit down. This distance wasn't too distant, but it wasn't too close either. They were father and son by blood, but the 20 years of unfamiliarity and gap couldn't be crossed in an instant. They needed to get to know each other slowly. Qing, Marquis Xianping called again. Shengguan Qing didn't say anything. He had been bored inside for a long time. Marquis Xianping was afraid that he would be bored. He sighed and said to him, well, you rest first. I'm leaving. I'll come to see you later. Under the quilt, Shengguan Qing was slightly stunned and pricked up his ears. He heard the sound of footsteps gradually fading away, and his mood began to become a little strange. Then, he heard the sound of the door being closed. His heart suddenly felt empty. Did she really leave just like that? She didn't even try to coax her. He pouted, feeling a little wronged. He grew up without a father. He had been poisoned since he was a child. However, he had always thought that the other children were also poisoned, but he had never thought that the other children were fatherless. It was as if he knew from birth that every child should have a mother and a father. Once when they were eating, he suddenly asked his mother while holding his bowl, "Where's my father?" That year, he was 5 years old. His mother didn't know how to answer him, and he never asked again. In the village, there were also children without fathers. Those children would often be bullied by their peers. He had also been bullied before. Of course, he would bully them back. He didn't tell his mother. More than once, he had wondered if his father was dead or alive. If he died, how did he die? If he wasn't dead, why didn't he come looking for him? Did his father dislike him? Humph. She really didn't like him. She left so soon. I don't want to like you either. Shang Guanqing felt wronged and angry. He lifted the blanket with a swoosh. However, when he turned his head, he saw Marquis Xianping sitting on the chair intact. He didn't even move a toe. Marquis Xianping smiled and looked at him. There was an uncontrollable doting smile in his eyes. The displeasure in his heart instantly disappeared. Marquis Xianping tilted his head slightly and leaned forward. He moved closer to him and asked with a smile, "You don't want to like anyone either?" Shang Guanqing choked and looked over. "Didn't you leave?" His tone was very calm. Marquis Xianping said, "Then I'll leave." Shang Guanqing put his hands on his hips and exploded. "Let's see if you can walk." Marquis Xianping laughed uncontrollably. In fact, when his face was pulled down, he wasn't so embarrassed anymore. In addition, Shang Guanqing was deeply taught by Marquis Xianping, so the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. Wasn't it just having another father? What was the big deal? They were all men. Shang Guanqing calmed down and no longer felt ashamed of his actions and dark history. "Let's talk," he said. "Okay, let's talk," Marquis Xianping said with a smile. Shang Guanqing opened his mouth. He fainted. Where should he start? He wasn't mentally prepared at all. Before coming to the border, no one told him that he would pick up a father. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, Marquis Xianping decided to speak first. "Do you know your background?" Shang Guanqing nodded faintly. "And, my mother told me." Marquis Xianping was not surprised. Shang Guanyan mentioned to him that Xiaoqing knew his background. "She told you?" he asked. This was nonsense. He was just trying to find a topic to talk about. Shang Guanqing grunted and raised his eyebrows. "I told you, my father is the Marquis of Zhao Country and my mother is the Princess of Zhao Country. There is also my poison and my younger brother, Xiaoheng." The reason why he mentioned Xiaoheng was because Xiaoheng was Shang Guanyan's flesh and blood. Shang Guanqing looked at him seriously. "You can't blame my mother." Marquis Xianping opened his mouth. "I don't blame her." He had no right to blame her, because whether it was Xiaoheng or Xiaoqing, they were both his sons. Whoever got the antidote, he would lose the other one. Shang Guanqing looked into his eyes without blinking. After making sure that he wasn't lying, he said, "My mother is very good to me. She has suffered a lot over the years. If she didn't have to detoxify me, her life would be much easier." Marquis Xianping sighed. "I know that you and your mother have had a hard time over the years. It's easy for me." Shang Guanqing spread his hands. With the state preceptor hall giving him the antidote, he only needed to eat, drink, and play. It was nothing more than a few days every month, but he had already gotten used to it. Marquis Xianping could see that he wasn't trying to find joy in suffering. He was really satisfied with his 20 years of life. Marquis Xianping's heart was somewhat comforted. He only hated that they met each other too late. "Qing Er only had less than 2 months left to live. I'll find someone to cure you," he said. Shang Guanqing lay on the bed and said carelessly, "Well, a lot of people say that. That guy surnamed Xiao also said that." "Surnamed Xiao?" Marquis Xianping quickly realized that he was referring to Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping said, "She is your sister-in-law." "What?" Shang Guanqing sat up in shock. He is a girl." Which girl was so cruel? She killed people without blinking an eye. She must be the one who killed people. How stupid was the younger brother that he had never met to marry such a little killing god. Also, he just came to the border to play. Why did he have to pick up his father and sister-in-law? Couldn't he just be a good ghost king? Marquis Xian Ping's gaze fell on Shang Wanqing's handsome face. You don't have to disguise yourself here. Can you let me see your original appearance? Shang Wanqing thought about it and agreed. He poured some warm tea and used a handkerchief to wash off the disguise on his face, revealing his own appearance. This was a face that was somewhat similar to Marquis Xian Ping's. The shape of the face and the bridge of the nose were almost a perfect replica, but the eyebrows and eyes were very similar to Princess Xinyang's. There was also a beautiful point on his forehead that was exactly the same as Princess Xinyang's. Marquis Xian Ping was in a daze. You look really like your mother. Ha! Shang Wanqing was slightly taken aback. Marquis Xian Ping said, your other mother. Shang Wanqing replied with an "oh" and asked, the princess of the Zhao kingdom. This unfamiliar name made him sigh. Marquis Xian Ping nodded. Her name is Qin Fengwan, and her title is Xinyang. She still doesn't know about you. If she did, she would be so happy that she would be silly. Shang Wanqing looked at him curiously. Marquis Xian Ping changed his words in a second. What do you mean? After the war, I'll take you to Zhao country to see her. If you don't want to go to Zhao country, I'll take her to Yan country to see you. Let's talk about it later. Shang Wanqing waved his hand casually, looking uninterested. Thinking of something, he asked, is my mother's son doing well? This mother was referring to Shang Wanyan, and the son was referring to Xiaoheng. Marquis Xian Ping said, very well. Your mother has been raising him by her side and treating him as her own. She personally taught him to read and write. Shang Wanqing was dumbfounded. Can learn to read. Aren't you a general? Why doesn't he practice martial arts? Marquis Xian Ping said helplessly, your mother doesn't like him to practice martial arts. She wants him to sit quietly in school and study. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint your mother's expectations. At the age of 13, he became a young chancellor, and at the age of 18, he became the youngest top scorer in Zhao country. He's still the top scorer. Shang Wanqing secretly clenched his fists. Even if you give me 8 lifetimes, I won't be able to become the top scorer. He coughed lightly, raised his chin, and sneered, bookworm. Thinking of something, he suddenly crossed his arms and sneered. Wait until I see bookworm. Let's see how I'll deal with him. Chapter 883. The novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. Shang Wanqing set his lofty goals and did not know in the slightest that his younger brother was actually a super black sesame stuffed glutinous rice ball. Thinking of how he bullied his younger brother until he cried, Shang Wanqing felt very cool. He began to hope that this day would quickly arrive. Marquis Xian Ping stayed in the room for a little under an hour. To say that there were no barriers between them in an instant, as if they had lived together for 20 years, that was impossible. But his son did not reject him. This allowed Marquis Xian Ping's heart to settle. He never worried about fighting, but he was filled with uncertainty about how to be a good father. He was a rough person, but Aheng was so smart and worked so hard. He recited poems that he did not understand and looked at him with admiration and expectation. How could he know how to match? But he did not want to admit defeat, thus he could only use bravado to hide the unease in his heart. You're already so old, yet you don't even know how to ride a horse. You can't even pick up a knife. What's the point of reciting this? Finally, he saw pain and grief in the child's eyes. He was clearly so shameless, yet he could not let go of his pride in front of his son. He spent 19 years before finally saying to Xiaoheng, "My greatest pride in this life is not my military achievements or my title of nobility. It's you." He wouldn't make the same mistake with Xiaoqing. He just hoped that it was not too late. Their relationship as father and son was not too short. He still wanted to work hard to make up for the regrets of these years. The injury on your shoulder is fine, right? Sheng Wanqing asked with an indifferent expression. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, he was the same as Aheng later on. Marquis Xianping swore to be a loving father, but he could not be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hearing his son care about him, his shoulder moved, and he gasped. Covering his wound, he leaned over. Sheng Wanqing had completely fallen off the horse, however, he did not know his own father's character. His expression immediately changed. Hey. How are you? Marquis Xianping said with a pained expression. It hurts. That dagger was poisoned. I fear I won't make it. But if you call me father, I might be able to save myself. Sheng Wanqing was speechless. Soon, it was time for dinner. In order to make it easier for Sheng Wanqing to rest, dinner was served in his room. On the table was his favorite meal, but there was no fennel. As he ate the rice in his bowl, he looked at his parents on both sides. All these years, there had always been only him and his mother at the dining table. In the past, he didn't think much of it. But now that he thought about it, the imperial mausoleum seemed quite deserted. The situation in Pu City gradually stabilized and there was no need for a large number of troops to be stationed there. Sheng Wanyan transferred the main forces to the border and launched a crusade against the Jin state. In just 3 days, Great Yan had conquered the first border city of Great Jin, and the army of Great Jin retreated to Shi City. The vanguard of the attack on Creek City was the Dark Shadow Division and Black Wind Cavalry. The moment the hour passed, Gu Jiao gave the order to launch the first wave of attack on Creek City. As usual, they used the chariots and ladders of the Liang Kingdom. The soldiers rammed the city gates and climbed the city towers at all costs. When one fell, the other rushed up. The sky of Creek City was dyed red with blood. Dogs! Give me your lives! Tang Yueshan rushed to the city tower in a spurt of energy. The city gate was cracked open and a group of men of sacrifice of the Jin state rushed out. These men of sacrifice were well trained and harder to deal with than ordinary soldiers. Soon, many of the Yan Kingdom's companions fell under their swords. Gu Jiao temporarily gave up on climbing the ladders and rushed to kill these men of sacrifice. They are more powerful than the men of sacrifice of the Liang Kingdom. No wonder the imperial court is supported by the sword hut. Gu Jiao fought back with all her strength. Her red-tasseled spear nailed Gong Sunyu to the city tower. She used the silver spear she took from the Ghost Mountain, which was very hard and durable. But there were too many of them and she was soon surrounded. She stabbed the men of sacrifice in front of her with her spear, and the men of sacrifice behind her chopped at her legs with their swords. There was no armor to protect her legs. Whoosh! An arrow hit the death warrior's chest. He screamed and fell down powerlessly. Gu Jiao looked back. Tang Yueshan had pulled the bowstring again. He stood high on the chariot and controlled the commanding position under the city tower. The marshal of the Zhao state's army was in full force. He said coldly, "I'm here to kill you." Gu Jiao nodded and left her back to Tang Yueshan. Tang Yueshan's arrows never missed. Under Tang Yueshan's cover, Gu Jiao successfully killed all the men of sacrifice. At the same time, the old duke came from behind. Tang Yueshan raised his eyebrows at him. Old Gu, you're too late. We've killed them all. That was a blatant show-off. Look at your granddaughter. She's not close to you at all. She's more like a father-son soldier to me. What a tacit understanding. The old duke's face darkened. At the same time, Tang Yueshan, who had killed countless men of sacrifice, finally attracted the attention of the Jin army. Just as Tang Yueshan climbed the ladders to the city tower, the catapults launched an attack on him. The ladders were smashed in an instant. Tang Yueshan fell from high in the air, and the Tang bow on his back flew out. But it was not over yet. A Jin archer aimed at Tang Yueshan with his bow. The old duke planned to use his lightness skill to save him. Tang Yueshan yelled, "My bow! My bow! Save my bow!" The old duke staggered and almost choked to death. Fatty Tang. Was the bow more important or the person more important? But in fact, even if he caught Tang Yueshan, it would not help. The archer's attack could not be avoided. At the same time, Gu Jiao suddenly grabbed an arrow from a man of sacrifice, stepped on the chariot, and jumped up. The old duke looked at her, flew up, and landed at her feet. Gu Jiao stepped on the old duke's shoulder and had the strength to fly up. She grabbed the Tang bow with one hand and pulled the bowstring with the other. She shot the arrow through the Jin archer's chest. She did not know lightness skill, so Shi did not panic when falling rapidly. The Marquis caught Tang Yueshan and lashed out with his whip to catch the falling Gu Jiao. The three of them landed steadily on the chariot. Tang Yueshan breathed a long sigh of relief. He almost fell to his death. The old duke glanced at Tang Yueshan with disdain. Tang Yueshan said, "Old Gu, what's with your expression?" The old duke snorted. The three of them continued to kill the enemy. Tang Yueshan's bow could not play an advantage in close combat, but the old duke's whip was different. He was willing to take over the heavy responsibility of covering Gu Jiao, taking care of all the blind spots and dead angles. The two of them cooperated well and were impeccable. Tang Yueshan frowned. Why do I feel that old Gu is showing off? Among all his grandsons, the old duke had only taken Gu Chongqing to battle. Gu Chongqing was his best grandson and the young master of the Gu army. Gu Chongqing had performed exceptionally well in every battle. But now, the old duke was in a trance as he looked at the young man who was bravely fighting forward and bathed in blood. It was as if he was leading Gu Chongqing to battle, leading the most dazzling and outstanding offspring of the Gu family to battle. A wave of heat rolled through his chest, and the blood in his body boiled uncontrollably. The sky gradually darkened. The young man's body was glowing with an inspiring power. Even the old duke, who had countless battlefield experience, had to admit that this was a hardy battle. Unfortunately, the two of them did not cooperate for long before an unexpected situation occurred. Gu Jiao had just rushed onto the Jin chariot and killed a Jin general when she slipped and fell. The old duke waved his whip to catch her. Unexpectedly, a tall figure rushed from behind, faster than his whip. He held Gu Jiao firmly with both hands and landed on the open space beside them. The other person lowered his helmet, revealing only a pair of familiar eyes. Gu Jiao blinked. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing smiled and did not look back. He held her with one hand and stabbed his sword behind him, killing a Jin soldier who had sneaked up on him. "Yes, it's me," he said softly. He pulled back his sword and used his qinggong to carry Gu Jiao to the back of the camp. "You go back first." Leave this to me. Gu Jiao stood still and looked at him strangely. Didn't you go to Zhao with old Master Meng? Gu Chongqing said, I went. The task of negotiating peace was completed. He did not need to stay in Zhao anymore, so he traveled day and night without stopping to the northwest border. There was a faint shade of black under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion. He touched Gu Jiao's helmet and said gently, Go back and wait for me. Gu Jiao said, Okay. Gu Chongqing returned to the battlefield with his sword. As he killed the enemy, he vaguely felt that the figure of the old general beside him was a little familiar. Forget it. I'll kill them quickly and see my sister. The old duke was completely ignored. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Very good. You don't even recognize your grandfather. The morale of the soldiers of Yan Kingdom was high. They had nothing to worry about since they had won the battle in Shi City. Gu Jiao thought for a while and went back to Tuyang City. It had been 5 days since Xianyuan Qi had taken the purple grass poison. She wanted to know how Xianyuan Qi was doing. Chapter 884. Gu Jiao and the Black Wind King traveled through the night and arrived at Tuyang City near dawn. Tuyang City was being rebuilt after the war, and the streets were already filled with people who came to help. Everyone had already remembered this little commander in red armor and black armor. Seeing her enter the city, they all saluted her. When she first arrived at Tuyang City, the people saw her and the Black Wind Cavalry as rebels and avoided them. But now, their view changed a lot. Gu Jiao had urgent matters to attend to, so she didn't stay for long. She nodded slightly and rode her horse. Did the little commander just come back from another battle? She's covered in blood. Is she injured? So pitiful, the people were distressed. One of the city guards had to stand up and refute the rumors. Commander Shao is fine. That's the enemy's blood. Don't worry, Commander Shao is powerful. She will definitely finish all the battles safely. These words were a bit exaggerated. But after the war, there were many things waiting to be done. She indeed needed this kind of belief to strengthen herself. Hearing that the little commander was fine, the people were relieved and continued to do the work at hand. Their morale was higher than before. Xianyuan Qi was placed in the wounded barracks of the Black Wind Cavalry, and Yi Qingyi was guarding him. When Gu Jiao got off her horse and came to the entrance of the tent, Yi Qing had just come out with a pile of gauze that had been changed. When the curtain was lifted, Yi Qing saw Gu Jiao walking towards him. At this time, the stars and moon were hidden, the sun had not risen, and the sky was gray. The fiery red battle suit brought out a touch of absolute beauty under the faint sunlight. She pushed up the mask of her helmet, revealing a young and tender face. Just by looking at this face, it was hard to associate her with the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed enemies like flies. No matter how many people she killed or how many battles she fought, her eyes always retained the purest clarity. Of course, she was calm enough. Yi Qing came back to his senses and greeted, "You're back. I heard that you guys went to Jin Nation. How's the situation?" Gu Jiao said, "When I left, we were attacking Shi City." She did not say how the battle was going, but since she was able to come here, it meant that the situation at the front line was not difficult. Yi Qing put the gauze into a special basket nearby, turned around and asked Gu Jiao, "Are you here to see the general?" Gu Jiao nodded. "How is he?" Yi Qing sighed with a complicated expression. "You know, after a person takes the purple grass poison, they will wake up at most 24 hours. If they don't wake up, then they are really dead. However, Due to the unique toxicity of the purple grass poison, it can prevent the corpse from rotting for several months, so it looks like. Gu Jiao frowned. You mean he hasn't woken up yet? Yi Qing couldn't bear it and turned his back. Go in and see for yourself. I tried my best. Gu Jiao's heart sank, and she opened the curtain. As a result, she saw Xianyuan Qi sitting at the head of the bed, with one arm hanging around his neck, and the other arm raised, grabbing a big frozen pear and putting it into his mouth. He took a very big bite. Gu Jiao came in suddenly and was shocked by the scene in front of her. He also paused. He just stared straight at Gu Jiao. Under Gu Jiao's incomparably stunned gaze, he slowly completed his bite. Crack. Crunch. Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a deep breath, turned around, and left the tent. Beside the Black Wind King, Yi Qing covered his stomach, and for the first time in his life, he couldn't stand up straight. Gu Jiao turned her wrist and said dangerously, "Are you happy to be naughty?" Yi Qing was usually not so naughty. He was a serious person. Today, even he didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly had the idea of teasing Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao decided to put Yi Qing in a gunny bag. However, Yi Qing probably looked at the almanac before going out today, and his luck was very good. Just as Gu Jiao was about to find the gunny bag, Marquis Xian Pingho came over. Marquis Xian Pingho came to find Gu Jiao. He wanted to know if Gu Jiao had a way to cure Shang Wanqing's poison. Gu Jiao fiercely stared at Yi Qing. Just you wait, I'll put you in a gunny bag next time. Wait a minute, I'll go in and see Xianyuan Qi. Gu Jiao said to Marquis Xian Pingho and entered the tent again. Xianyuan Qi had already eaten the frozen pear and fell asleep. This was one of the side effects of the purple grass poison in the early stage of drowsiness. Gu Jiao checked Xianyuan Qi and found that his internal injuries were much lighter than before. The broken meridians were also slowly healing, which meant that the purple grass poison was healing his body bit by bit. This was the first time that Gu Jiao had truly witnessed the miracle of the purple grass poison. Gu Chongqing didn't count. His purple grass poison had expired, and his recovery was all due to hypnosis. He still firmly believed that he had become a death warrior. Gu Jiao exclaimed, "The old injuries are also healing." This meant that once Xianyuan Qi recovered, he would no longer have to suffer the torture of internal injuries. He would become the same as a normal person, or even stronger than a normal person. He had really been reborn. Gu Jiao was very happy for Xianyuan Qi. Seeing that this bottle of medicine was contributed by Yi Qing, Gu Jiao decided to beat him lightly when putting him in a gunny bag. It was almost dawn. Seeing that his master had returned, Teacher Hu was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He hurriedly asked about his well-being and went to the kitchen to bring breakfast. Gu Jiao, Marquis Xian Pingho, and Yi Qing all went to the commander's tent. Gu Jiao had been away for a few days, and Teacher Hu had been cleaning carefully. It was very neat and tidy. The three of them sat around the small table, stepped on the cushions, and sat on the ground. Breakfast was millet porridge and steamed buns. The three of them quickly finished eating. Then Marquis Xian Pingho talked about Shang Wanqing's condition. "I heard that he doesn't have much time left." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Qing on the side. "The people in your state preceptor's palace said that." Yi Qing already knew that Shang Wanqing had come to Ghost Mountain. He also vaguely guessed the relationship between this General Shao, who was personally appointed by the Crown Princess, and the Emperor's grandson. Not for anything else, but for this face that was somewhat similar to the Emperor's grandson. Of course, there was also the way the Crown Princess looked at him inadvertently. He hesitated for a moment and sighed, "It is indeed what my master said." The poison in His Highness Changsun is very powerful. It can only be suppressed for 20 years. It can't be more than that. Now it was already October, and there were only 2 months left before the 20-year period. Marquis Xian Pingho asked, "Is it accurate to his birthday?" Yi Qing shook his head. "No, there is a certain error. It will only be brought forward, not delayed." The last sentence poured cold water on Marquis Xian Pingho's heart. Marquis Xian Pingho still held the last glimmer of hope and said, "But he looks no different from a normal person. He didn't look like he was about to die of poison." Yi Qing sighed. "It's the elixir refined by my master that has been suppressing his toxicity. He won't be in too much pain when he dies." This time, he really wasn't being naughty. The emperor's grandson's poison was really powerless. Marquis Xian Pingho's eyes fell on Gu Jiao's face. "Do you have a way?" Gu Jiao said, "I'm not good at detoxification. I sent a pigeon back to Xingdu a few days ago. There should be a reply from Madame Nan soon." Speak of the devil. The spy of the Black Wind camp came over with a carrier pigeon from Ziyang City. "Young commander, there is a carrier pigeon flying back from Xingdu. Bring it in," Gu Jiao said. The spy presented the carrier pigeon. Gu Jiao took off the note tied to the pigeon's leg and took the carrier pigeon out to the spy. After reading the note, Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. "Madame Nan said that she can't detoxify this kind of poison." Yi Qing asked, "Is the Madame Nan you mentioned a member of the Tang sect?" Gu Jiao said, "Yes." Yi Qing sighed. "Then it is indeed impossible to detoxify it." My master personally went to the Tang sect to ask for medicine, but the result was that he returned without success. A poison that even the Tang sect couldn't detoxify was basically hopeless. Gu Jiao frowned. Could it be that there is really no way? Gu Jiao looked at the large pile of bottles and jars on the table. One of them was the anti-inflammatory medicine that had just been taken out from the small medicine box. It was prepared for Xianyuan Qi. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind: purple grass. Yi Qing was stunned. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, "Purple grass poison is the strongest poison in the world. After taking it, there is an 80% to 90% chance of death. But if one survives, all injuries can be cured without medicine." Yi Qing said with a solemn expression, "But, so far, no one with a weak body has survived. Take 5th Grandfather Han for example. His physique was not weak, and he was a martial artist. There was no need to mention Xianyuan Qi. They first had a very strong physique, which produced a higher survival rate than ordinary people. The imperial grandson couldn't do it." Gu Jiao said, "How do you know if you don't try? If by that day, you still can't find a way to cure him, then purple grass poison is the only hope." "I agree," Xian Pingho said. "You..." Yi Qing simply didn't know what to say. The poison of purple grass was too overbearing. It really wasn't something that anyone could survive. Besides, we don't have any more purple grass poison in our hands. The last bottle of purple grass poison was fed to Xianyuan Qi by his own initiative. Gu Jiao stood up. "The Han family has purple grass garden." "Teacher Hu, send someone to the prison and bring 3rd Grandfather Han to me." In the Han family, 3rd Grandfather Han was the most spineless. The Han family was originally locked up in the prison of Ziyang City. Teacher Hu moved very quickly and soon brought 3rd Grandfather Han over. 3rd Grandfather Han was really easily frightened. Gu Jiao didn't even torture him and he already confessed. "Purple grass. Purple grass. Is it the kind of grass that... It smells colorless and tasteless, but will die when eaten." He knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Xian Pingho's eyes were cold. Gu Jiao was full of killing intent. He was even stuttering when he breathed. Yi Qing took out a pen and paper and drew a purple grass. Third Grandfather Han was very stupid and couldn't recognize it just by looking at the outline. Yi Qing gave him a look and Third Grandfather Han suddenly realized, I've seen it before. I've seen it before. He said in a trembling voice, Our Han family found a purple grass in Niu County. We surrounded it and built a village. But the village is gone. The purple grass inside might also be gone. Yi Qing's face changed. What did you say? Third Grandfather Han choked. The village was burned. When we were about to lose. My eldest brother said something, didn't want the black brave cavalry to fall into your hands. So he sent people to the village and destroyed the purple grass garden. Third Grandfather Han's words were like a bolt from the blue to everyone. No one expected that just when they were about to save Sheng Wanqing, the Han family would personally destroy all their hopes. Xian Pingho's face was frighteningly cold. His killing intent was about to overflow the entire tent. Third Grandfather Han was so scared by this terrifying killing intent that he fainted. Xian Pingho didn't get angry easily, but right now, he crushed the cup in his hand. The broken porcelain pieces pierced his palm. He couldn't tell whether it was his hand or his heart that hurt more. He only saw his son after 20 years, but he only had 2 months left to live. Chang Jing didn't know what happened in the tent. He had just come from Puqing. He beat Zhu Zhangquang until he cried for his parents and swore to never reveal his identity. The girl in the soft fragrance pavilion said that a man's mouth was a liar. He wasn't so easily fooled. He fed Zhu Zhangquang poison. If Zhu Zhangquang dared to betray him, he would let Zhu Zhangquang die from the poison. Zhu Zhangquang was really honest now. His little disguise was saved. He didn't need to be captured back to Shadow Island. Chang Jing was very happy. But when he came in, he found that everyone was unhappy. If he didn't understand, he would ask. He asked, "What happened to you?" Xian Pingho was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gu Jiao didn't say anything either. The gentle and patient eldest disciple of the state preceptor hall, Yi Qing, said helplessly, "We're looking for a kind of purple grass. Unfortunately, we can't find it anymore." "What purple grass?" Chang Jing's gaze fell on Yi Qing's painting. "This? Isn't this kind of purple grass everywhere?" Yi Qing choked, "Everywhere." Chang Jing said, "There's a lot in the back mountain of my house. It's all over the hillside." Everyone turned to look at him. Chang Jing, who had clearly resolved the crisis of his little disguise, suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 885. Are you sure you have this kind of grass in your mountain? Marquis Xian Ping asked. His tone was unprecedentedly serious. No. Chang Jing lied. Marquis Xian Ping nodded. Well, do you want to go back by yourself or do you want me to take you back? Chang Jing said. I said no. Marquis Xian Ping continued with his plan. Or you can write a letter to your father and tell him that I kidnapped you and ask him to exchange the purple grass for you. Chang Jing said, I don't have it in my mountain. I was wrong. Marquis Xian Ping shook his head. Forget it. Dark Night Island is remote. Normal spies can't find its entrance. I'll go there myself. Chang Jing was speechless. His little vest was dropped just like that. He had fed Zhu Zhangquang poison for nothing. Marquis Xianping said, "Go pack your things. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Chang Jing went to the next room bitterly. Gu Jiao asked Marquis Xianping, "What's wrong with Chang Jing? Do you know that he's the young master of the Dark Knight sect?" Marquis Xianping said with a headache, "I just found out. I heard it from Gong Sun Yu's swordsman. When I met him on the side of the road, he was dirty and hungry. I asked him where his home was, but he didn't tell me. I asked him to come with me, but he didn't want to. Later, I won a few rounds with him." Marquis Xianping didn't think that Chang Jing was an ordinary kid because he knew martial arts. However, he didn't say anything about his identity. Marquis Xianping thought that he was being chased by his enemies. Marquis Xianping asked Gu Jiao, "You seem to know it already." She wasn't surprised to hear about the Dark Knight Island. Gu Jiao said honestly, "When I first came to the Yan Kingdom, I followed Nan Gongli to a pawn shop and overheard his conversation with his confidant. That's how I learned about Chang Jing's identity." Marquis Xianping looked at Yi Qing. The Dark Knight Island and the Yan Kingdom State Preceptor Palace seemed to have some connections. The master of the Dark Knight sect had even paid a personal visit to the State Preceptor's palace and was received by the monarch of the Yan Kingdom. Yi Qing said, "My master does have some friendship with the Dark Knight Island Lord. If General Shao doesn't mind, I'm willing to go to the Dark Knight Island with you." Marquis Xianping had abducted the other party's son. Now that he was here to ask for medicine, the other party would naturally not agree to it easily. With the help of the disciples of the Imperial Preceptor Hall, the conflict would be resolved by a lot. Chang Jing packed her things angrily. Marquis Xianping walked in, glanced at him, and asked faintly, "You don't want to go back?" Chang Jing felt stifled. It was not easy for him to run away from home, but when he returned, he would be locked up by his father again. Marquis Xianping said, "If your father bullies you, I will beat him up for you." Chang Jing said without hesitation, "That won't do." His father was a little annoying, but he couldn't let anyone bully his father. When Marquis Xianping heard this, he understood that Chang Jing had no conflicts with his family. He was just a rebellious youth. "Forget it, just beat him up." Chang Jing sighed and said, "You can't beat him anyway." Marquis Xianping, the matter of going to the Dark Knight Island was settled. In order to let Chang Jing lead the way willingly, Marquis Xianping finally bought him a box of glass marbles that he had been coveting for a long time. The road to the Dark Knight Island was not easy, especially when winter was coming. It was very likely that they would encounter a strong snowstorm when crossing the ice field. Chang Jing said, "After October, my father doesn't allow people on the island to go out. It was because it was too dangerous. Human strength was not worth mentioning in front of natural disasters. We have to cross the ice field in the north of the Yan Kingdom before the snowstorm arrives. If you bring your son, it will be too late." So Shang Wenqing could not go with them. Marquis Xianping agreed, "Okay." Chang Jing reminded him, "But it's also very dangerous to come back. Even if my father is willing to give you those weeds, you will be in November and December, when the snowstorm will sweep across the ice field." "I know." Marquis Xianping did not hesitate at all. "You and Yi Qing stay on the Dark Knight Island. I will come back first." Chang Jing was surprised. "You want to cross the ice field in a month? You can't cross it." In fact, even if many masters traveled together, they still could not resist the bad weather on the ice field. Marquis Xianping was not as serious as usual. He said firmly, "The antidote is in my hands. I can cross it." 20 years ago, he could not save Shaoqing. This time, even if he was smashed to pieces, he would bring the antidote back for his son. Chang Jing had already learned what had happened. She glanced at Marquis Xianping and said, didn't you say it might not be the antidote? He might have been poisoned to death. Was it worth it for an uncertain result? Marquis Xianping went to say goodbye to Gu Jiao. Take care of Qing, It was a pleading tone. I will. Gu Jiao said, have you really decided to go? Marquis Xianping said seriously, we will leave tomorrow morning. He had made up his mind. Gu Jiao did not persuade him anymore. Then I will pack some emergency medicine for you. Marquis Xianping did not refuse. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box, took out frostbite cream, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodophor, gauze, and other emergency medical supplies. She packed them in a bag and sent it to Yi Qing. Remember to remove the stitches in 3 days. Gu Jiao said. Yi Qing was slightly stunned. General Xiao is injured. Gu Jiao said, he was stabbed by Gong Sunyu. The wound was quite deep. He needed 4 stitches. Going to the Dark Night Island like this, he really did not want to live. Yi Qing sighed and took the bag. I will remember. Gu Jiao said, treat him well. He is my husband's father. Oh. Yi Qing subconsciously responded. After responding, he suddenly realized something. Your husband's father. Aren't you a man? How come you have a husband? What kind of joke is this? Before dawn, Marquis Xianping and the other 2 set off. On the way to the Dark Night Island, they would pass by Puqing. Marquis Xianping went to Sheng Wanyan and Sheng Wanqing to say goodbye. Sheng Wanqing fell asleep, so Marquis Xianping did not wake him up. He only said a few words to Sheng Wanyan. The 2 stood in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and spoke softly. Sheng Wanyan asked, are you going to find purple grass for Qing, Marquis Xianping said, purple grass poison is the only way. Although it may not succeed, it is better than doing nothing. On this point, Sheng Wanyan and Marquis Xianping had the same opinion. As long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth a try. Sheng Wanyan looked at him without blinking. Where are you going to find it? Will it be dangerous? Marquis Xianping said lightly, there is no danger in the north. It is just a bit far. It is inconvenient to take Qing with me. Sheng Wanyan was not easy to fool. Sheng Wanqing was in danger. Who knows when he will fall down? It was the safest to take him to find the antidote. But Xiao Ji didn't take him with him, indicating that the danger on the road was fatal. Seeing her silent, Marquis Xianping smiled and said, if it's fast, I will be back next month. You tell Qing not to worry. Sheng Wanyan looked at him deeply. Her lips moved slightly. But in the end, she only said, take care on the road. Marquis Xianping nimbly mounted his horse. Sheng Wanyan turned her head and turned her back. Sheng Wanyan. Marquis Xianping suddenly spoke. Sheng Wanyan's footsteps stopped. The 2 didn't look back. In the cold wind, she heard him sigh softly. It's not worth crying for a man like me. After Jin country lost 2 cities in a row, the 4th prince went out on behalf of the emperor and revived the morale of the Jin army. In another battle, the Jin army made a beautiful comeback and protected the 3rd border city that Wang Man led his troops to attack. Wang Man was shot in the shoulder by the Jin army and was seriously injured. Liao Chen only rested for a day and then went to battle again. He took over Wang Man's position and led the imperial army to continue to fight against the Jin army. Qing Feng also came to the front line. Before organizing the attack, Liao Chen threw him a set of armor. Wear it. Liao Chen said lightly, didn't you want to kill me? Then you'd better not get hurt. Qing Feng frowned. I don't wear other people's armor. Liao Chen put his hands behind his back. His peach blossom eyes were light. It's new, no one has worn it. The old one was on Liao Chen. Liao Chen's armor was broken. He was taller than the average soldier. In the camp, there were old and new suits of armor suitable for him. Mid-October. Zhao country's 50,000 Gu army crossed the border from the Great Yan and arrived at the western border. They went straight to Jin country's Chuyang Pass. The arrival of Gu family's cavalry reduced the pressure on the Black Wind cavalry who always rushed to the front line. Gu Chongqing strongly urged his sister to retreat to Chuyang City and leave the siege to him. Gu Jiao led the Black Wind cavalry back to Chuyang camp after a month of continuous fighting. Sheng Wanqing was also brought back by her. At the end of October, the allied army of Zhao country and Qin country arrived at Jin country's Weishui Pass. At the same time, the Tujue in the north of Jin country also became restless. Jin country was attacked from both front and back. The morale accumulated by the fourth prince, who represented the emperor, was almost exhausted. News of victory came from the front line one after another. The armies of the other countries had entered Jin country's hinterland and occupied Song country and Yun country. They would soon take Ji country. In November, Chuyang City welcomed the cold winter. Thick snow fell on the camp. Gu Jiao carried a wooden bucket to the well to fetch water. All the soldiers had been sent out. There was not enough manpower in the camp. She usually did these small things herself. Teacher who wanted to help her, but he was not as strong as Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao threw the wooden bucket into the well. When she was about to turn it back up after fetching water, she found that the axle was frozen. Footsteps in the snow came from behind her. At this time, only teacher who would follow her. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Give me a dagger. He handed her a very delicate dagger. Gu Jiao's brain was frozen. She did not pay attention to the outer shell of the dagger for a moment. There was a faint residual warmth on the dagger. It was so warm. With a click, she pried open the ice on the axle. Here. She returned the dagger to teacher Hu. She turned the bucket around, and just as she was about to lift it, a slender jade-like hand reached out and grabbed the handle of the wooden bucket before she could. This action made the other person suddenly very close to her. Her back was almost pressed against the other person's warm chest. A familiar fragrance and breath enveloped her. She turned around in a daze and was caught off guard by a pair of gentle eyes. He slightly raised the corner of his lips. His magnetic voice was low and clear. Gu Jiao, Jiao. Long time no see. Chapter 886. Gu Jiao's ears tingled, and her little heart skipped a beat. Xiao Heng was wearing a silver fox cloak. The soft fox fur swayed gently in the cold wind, brushing against his handsome face. After not seeing him for 2 months, he seemed to have grown a little. His face was more delicate and handsome, and his eyes had a bit more of the royal aura of a person in a high position, but there was no arrogance in them. The white snow behind him wrapped in silver, and the mountains and rivers were picturesque, but it couldn't take away any of his elegance. Gu Jiao stared at him blankly. Why are you here? Didn't you return to Qing capital? The news she received was that the emperor's grandson had finished his negotiations and was returning to the capital. Xiao Heng put the wooden bucket on the mouth of the well. He held the handle of the wooden bucket with one hand and gently rubbed her hair with the other. If I don't say that, how can I give you a surprise? Very good. Nowadays, he didn't have to be reserved when it came to flirting. He was getting bolder and bolder. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on his hand holding the wooden handle. She saw very clearly just now that he lifted such a big bucket of water with ease. "Oh, you've become stronger too," Gu Jiao muttered to herself. His arm's strength had the strength of an adult man, and even his breath and voice had changed, becoming more mature and steady. Xiaoheng gently pinched her delicate and cool chin. "You've lost weight again. Did you not eat well?" Gu Jiao said seriously, "I ate well. I eat a lot every day." This was the truth. In order to replenish her strength, she didn't treat herself harshly in terms of food. However, she was exhausted from fighting all day long, so she was still thinner than when she was in Qing capital. Xiao Heng's lips curled up, and his fingertips gently stroked her chin. "Did you become haggard because of me, Gu Jiao?" Gu Jiao. When did this guy suddenly become so flirtatious? Gu Jiao pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows. "Didn't you lose weight too? Is that because you miss me too? Be shy, young man." Unexpectedly, Xiaoheng chuckled and looked at her deeply. "There's a beauty here, I won't forget. I haven't seen you for a day and I miss you like crazy." Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. How could his cultivation be so profound? Xiaoheng looked at her shocked expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. After all, she was about to get married. She couldn't be teased by her and blushed like before. He had grown up. He was going to be her man. He definitely did not secretly practice on the road. The winter wind was as cold as a knife. Gu Jiao's fingertips were cold. Xiaoheng took off his silver fox cloak and draped it over Gu Jiao's stiff body. His body heat and scent lingered on the cloak, making it warm and fragrant. Gu Jiao took a deep breath and her whole body began to warm up. Xiaoheng raised his slender fingers and tied the ribbon of the cloak for her bit by bit. He then pulled the hood of the cloak over her little head that was frozen in a daze. Gu Jiao looked behind him and asked in confusion, "Where's Long Yi?" "He left," Xiaoheng said. On a snowy morning, he opened his eyes and found that Long Yi was no longer beside him. Long Yi had sent him to a safe place before leaving. Now, Long Yi had probably gone to find his memories and answers. Oh. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and was a little disappointed. Now, she could sense more and more emotions, and some of them made her sad. "Paw." She pressed her forehead against his sturdy chest. Xiaoheng raised his strong arm and gently hugged her in the cold wind. "It's okay. I believe that one day, we will see Long Yi again." Gu Jiao, N. As for Wenren Chong, Li Shen, and Zhao Dengfeng, these three people came to the side of the well to draw water. They saw two figures hugging each other from afar. One was clearly a man and the other was covered by a cloak. However, from his military boots, they could see that he was a soldier of the camp. In broad daylight, two grown men were whispering sweet nothings to each other. What kind of scandal was this? This was simply, the three people rolled up their sleeves and wanted to pull out the two people and punish them according to military law. However, Li Shen suddenly stopped and said, "Little commander." Zhao Dengfeng and Wenren Chong stared at him. That little face under the cloak. Wasn't that the little commander? He, Wenren Chong stood in the middle of the two people. He was the first to raise his hand and cover the eyes of the two people. Almost at the same time, Li Shen and Zhao Dengfeng also raised their hands and covered Wenren Chong's eyes. Gu Jiao felt warm in his bosom. Xiaoheng lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear with a teasing smile, "Your subordinates saw it." In the place where she couldn't see, his ears were slightly red. However, in just a moment, the cold wind calmed him down. Gu Jiao raised her head from his arms and looked around. She saw the three generals covering each other's eyes in a strange posture on the open space on the right. Oh. Gu Jiao straightened up without changing her expression. She looked at the three people and said, Li Shen, Wenren Chong, Xiao Dengfeng, come and greet His Highness Zhongsun. The three people staggered and fell to the ground together. What was going on? The little commander's boyfriend was His Highness Zhongsun. The three of them stood up a few times before standing up from the snow. They walked over to Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng awkwardly. They just said that they were going to punish them according to military law. However, one was the little commander and the other was His Highness Zhongsun. The three people looked straight ahead and saluted. Li Shen greets His Highness Zhongsun. Wenren Chong greets His Highness Zhongsun. Xiao Dengfeng greets His Highness Zhongsun. Xiaoheng looked at them calmly and said calmly, former subordinates of the Xinyuan family. I have seen your names in the library. The three people were flattered. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were extremely calm. They did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, it made the three of them wonder if their minds were impure and they had misunderstood. Maybe His Highness Zhongsun and the little commander were just brothers. The next second, His Highness Zhongsun took the little commander's hand and left in front of them. The three people were petrified. Bring the water here. Xiaoheng said. Ah. Ah, yes. Xiao Dengfeng was the first to react. He answered and brought the bucket over. He put down the bucket and ran away immediately. He didn't dare to stay a moment longer. Xiao Dengfeng went back to the well and covered his beating heart. He sighed and said, the little commander is so pitiful. He actually likes men. Li Shen didn't disagree with him. He is also an unattainable man. Xiao Dengfeng shook his head. An unattainable man who doesn't have long to live. Achoo! In the mayor's mansion, Sheng Wanqing sneezed hard. Xiaoheng used Sheng Wanqing's identity to negotiate peace in Zhao State. Sheng Wanqing couldn't use this identity anymore. Last time, he pretended to be His Highness Zhongsun in the tunnel to confuse Gong Sunyu. Now that there was no more danger, Sheng Wanqing used his original appearance and lived in the mayor's mansion as the little ghost king of Ghost Mountain. Gu Jiao went to see him once a day, but she didn't go today. The tent was dry and cold. To save ice and charcoal, Gu Jiao didn't burn charcoal when she was alone in the tent. It was only when Xiaoheng came that she went to light a pot of charcoal. Xiaoheng looked at the gradually burning charcoal. He couldn't help but think of the days in the village. At that time, their family was poor. They only had one charcoal pot. She couldn't bear to use it herself, so she brought it into the room for him. She only came to sit occasionally. He was engrossed in copying books, and she was quietly drying clothes that couldn't be dried in the winter over the fire. Xiaoheng looked at her slender and soft waist. He couldn't help but wonder how he could calm down to copy books at that time. Gu Jiao turned around and saw Xiaoheng looking at her with deep eyes. She said, "It's almost done." Xiaoheng helped her up and let her sit in a chair. "Sit down. I'll start the fire." Gu Jiao said, "Okay." If people saw His Highness Zhongsun squatting on the ground to start a fire for her, they would be shocked. Gu Jiao looked at him with great interest. He was so handsome that he could do such a rough job as starting a fire so pleasing to the eye. Having suffered in the countryside, his movements weren't clumsy. He finished the fire in a short while. He came to Gu Jiao's side and sat down. She didn't know if it was because of the brazier or because he came to her side. Gu Jiao felt that the winter in the northwest didn't seem so cold. The two of them were far away in the east and west. They only received military intelligence from the official relay stations. They rarely mentioned private matters. For example, Xiaoheng had heard about Xianyuan Qi and the Xianyuan Seven Sons on the way here. However, the Ministry of War's secret letter didn't mention the relationship between Xianyuan Jing and Liao Qin. After hearing Gu Jiao's detailed explanation, Xiaoheng suddenly understood. So Liao Chen is Xianyuan Jing. Right, where are they now? Gu Jiao said, General Xianyuan is recuperating in the city lord's residence. Liao Chen went to the front lines to attack Jin. The crown princess is in Puqing. She will come tonight, by tomorrow night at the latest. Xiaoheng nodded. Then I'll wait for her here. I'll go to the city lord's residence to pay a visit to the general. Gu Jiao said, Okay, I'll go with you. We'll also go see Shangguan Qing. Xiaoheng was shocked. Shangguan Qing is here too. His older brother. Speak of the devil. Outside the door, a little ghost soldier who acted as a eunuch shouted, The Ghost King has arrived. Xiaoheng was confused. The Ghost King. Gu Jiao explained, Your older brother. As soon as she finished speaking, the tense curtain was lifted. In an instant, countless images of his older brother flashed through Xiaoheng's mind. Since he was his mother's biological son, he should look a lot like Xinyang. Dignified, noble, refined, and scholarly. In the end, he saw a man carrying a gun. He swaggered in boldly and looked like a bandit. Xiaoheng. Chapter 887. Although Xiaoheng didn't announce it to anyone before he came, he entered the city early in the morning as the imperial grandson. General Xianyuan Qi was in charge of the city lord mansion, so the news of the imperial grandson's arrival was naturally sent over there as soon as possible. Shangguan Qing was also recuperating in the city lord mansion. He had been sick these days. When he heard that his bookworm brother had come, he immediately became energetic and brought his younger brother to show off. At this time, the sky was already bright. There was the reflection of the snow in the tent, the thin light from the sky, and the little flames from the burning charcoal. It was not too bright, but intertwined together, it was just enough to outline the clear outline of each person. The two brothers met in such a scene. The picture in Xiaoheng's mind cracked, and his action of peeling oranges for Gu Jiao stopped. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Shangguan Qing was very satisfied with Xiaoheng's dumbstruck reaction. His appearance was really shocking, and he shocked this little brother at once. Shangguan Qing waved his hand and motioned the ghost soldiers outside to retreat. After the show was over, it was time to officially meet. After Marquis Xianping exposed Gu Jiao's little disguise, he and Gu Jiao had already been honest with each other. He simply greeted her and turned his head to look at his bookworm brother's face. "Ah, it's really like that," he whispered. He had disguised himself with this face for many years. How could he not recognize it? But looking at it from the bronze mirror or from the portrait was not as shocking as seeing it face to face. So I've been like this all these years. It's quite good looking. He didn't know whether he was praising himself or his younger brother. When he looked at Xiaoheng without hesitation, Xiaoheng also began to look at him seriously. Xiaoheng's appearance was 40% inherited from Marquis Xianping, 40% inherited from Shangguan Yan, and 20% inherited from the Xianyuan family. Shangguan Qing, on the other hand, was half like his biological father and half like his biological mother. His eyebrows, eyes, and forehead were all perfectly inherited from Princess Xinyang. Xiaoheng had been brought up by Princess Xinyang. The two of them had the same habits and the same demeanor, which made them look like mother and son. But that was because they had never seen Shangguan Qing. When the two brothers looked at each other, Gu Jiao was also observing them. After all, they were born from the same father. No matter how different their auras were, their facial features were still somewhat similar. In the past few days, a few old generals in the imperial court had said that the Ghost King from Ghost Mountain looked a bit like the emperor's grandson. However, there were so many similar people in the world. If they were similar, then so be it. No one would suspect anything. Are you Xiaoheng? As the elder brother, Sheng Wanqing was the first to speak. He carried the gun and said arrogantly, "Do you know who I am?" Gu Jiao glanced at him. "How dare you be so fierce to my husband? I'm afraid you'll be served in a sack." Gu Jiao looked at Xiaoheng. "Can I beat him?" Xiaoheng took Gu Jiao's hand, put the peeled orange in her palm, and said softly, "I'll go out and have a few words with His Highness the Ghost King." She couldn't beat him. Gu Jiao said regretfully, "Oh." Xiaoheng looked at the arrogant and despotic Sheng Wanqing with a smile. "His Highness the Ghost King, please move." "Do you think I'll move just because you say so? You're so rude." Sheng Wanqing put on the airs of an elder brother. "Come out with me." Xiaoheng suppressed the smile on his face and obediently followed Sheng Wanqing out of the tent. They came to an empty drill ground. Sheng Wanqing carried the big gun, looking mighty but not majestic. He stopped and looked at Xiaoheng fiercely, intending to show off his power as an elder brother. Xiaoheng said softly, "Elder brother." The word elder brother directly blocked all the majestic power that Sheng Wanqing was about to show off in his throat. Sheng Wanqing widened his eyes in disbelief and embarrassment. In short, it was a very complicated feeling. What did you just call me?" he asked seriously, staring at him. Xiaoheng said innocently, "Elder brother, aren't you my elder brother?" Ah, why did this boy have such an expression? He looked like an innocent deer. How could he be bullied? "And you called me elder brother so quickly. I didn't even scare you twice." Sheng Wanqing coughed softly and tried to maintain his domineering persona. Of course I'm your elder brother. But how did you recognize me?" Xiaoheng smiled slightly, showing a trace of innocent cleverness. "Probably, it's the telepathy between brothers. It's because you look too much like your parents. Who would believe that you're not your biological son? And your arrogant aura is exactly the same as your biological father's." No matter what Xiaoheng thought in his heart, he looked very docile and well-behaved on the surface. On the way here, Sheng Wanqing had imagined countless possibilities of meeting his younger brother. His younger brother was a bookworm, and there were many bookworms in the imperial court. They thought of themselves as noble and virtuous, and looked down on ignorant and incompetent people the most. Even generals were just boorish men in their eyes. People like him, who were neither literate nor martial arts, were even less attractive to these pedantic scholars. He had been laughed at behind his back. Because they didn't live long, no one made trouble in the imperial court. Otherwise, the memorials to impeach him from being the eldest grandson of the emperor would have circled the Yan kingdom long ago. He put on such a show today because he wanted to gain the initiative by striking first and overwhelming the other party with his aura. But why was this boy so obedient? He couldn't be bullied at all. "Brother, what are you holding in your hand?" Xiaoheng asked curiously. When he mentioned the weapon in his hand, Sheng Wanqing's confidence soared, and his aura instantly became 8 meters tall. He held the gun in his hand and showed off to Xiaoheng. "You haven't seen this thing in the Zhao kingdom, right? It's called a gun, and it's very powerful. It's more powerful than those weapons. No expert can withstand it." But the range was seriously insufficient, and the accuracy was seriously insufficient. He couldn't say this, or else how could he show off? Xiaoheng looked like he didn't understand what was going on. Sheng Wanqing looked around and saw that there was no one nearby, so he said to Xiaoheng, "Come here, I'll show you." Okay. Xiaoheng readily followed him. Sheng Wanqing called his ghost soldiers, piled a few big stones on the open ground, and put another stone at his feet. Sheng Wanqing retreated 20 steps. He couldn't aim even if he took another step back. Look carefully. Sheng Wanqing stepped on the stepping stone, held the gun up domineeringly, aimed at the stone, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the stone was blasted away. The air was filled with the thick smell of black gunpowder. Xiaoheng almost understood what was going on. It was indeed a good invention. First of all, it was easy to frighten the enemy with its momentum. Moreover, the wounds caused by the black gunpowder were all open wounds. The visual impact was great, and it caused a lot of psychological pressure on the wounded soldiers, making it easy for them to collapse. However, this thing looked too clumsy and wasn't accurate enough. It was lethal at close range, but it had to be improved if he wanted to shoot it from a distance. Sheng Wanqing turned around and smiled at his brother. "How is it? Isn't it powerful?" Xiaoheng's expression changed in a second, as if he was frightened by the gunshot. Sheng Wanqing laughed 3 times. What kind of top scholar brother was this? So timid. You scholars are so cowardly. Sheng Wanqing suddenly felt that he controlled his brother's dignity, and said proudly, "Learn from me in the future. Don't only know how to study. What's the use of being a bookworm? This time, I killed many masters in the war against the Jin kingdom. Have you heard of Xie Xingzhou? The #1 master under Gong Sun Yu was killed by me, your brother. And those bastards from the Sword Hut. They were all killed by your brother. Brother, you're amazing." Xiaoheng said with eyes full of admiration. "You're really my father's son." Even your words are exactly the same. Xiaoheng held back his laughter, and his eyes were full of shock and admiration for his brother. He was really like a younger brother. This made Sheng Wanqing very happy. He put the gun on his back and said to Xiaoheng, "You just came and haven't eaten breakfast, right? Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious." Xiaoheng said goodbye to Gu Jiao, and then sat in the carriage with Sheng Wanqing. Sheng Wanqing had a younger brother in the Yan kingdom, such as Prince Ming. However, Prince Ming was very annoying. He always said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He always slandered Sheng Wanqing and bullied him, which ruined his good impression of his younger brother. He also had a few other younger brothers, but he was not very close to them. Sheng Wanqing looked at Xiaoheng without blinking. Xiaoheng was very quiet, and there was no disgust for him at all. Those younger brothers were all afraid of him. They said that he was a sickly person, and that playing with him would also make them sick. Sheng Wanqing crossed his arms and said warily, "Hey, do you know that playing with me will kill you?" "Who said that?" Xiaoheng asked. Sheng Wanqing raised his eyebrows and said, "Anyway, that's what they said." "Are they all top scorers?" Xiaoheng asked. "Well, no. Not to mention top scorers, they were not even top scorers." "I am." Xiaoheng looked at Sheng Wanqing seriously and said with great certainty, "I'm the top scorers. I'm smarter than them. Only smart people deserve to play with you. They don't deserve to." Sheng Wanqing suddenly blushed. Is this younger brother really stupid or pretending to be stupid? What he said is too childish. But what if it's really nice to listen to? No, I said I'll teach him a lesson. This is the rule of the Jianghu. I can't be soft-hearted. Chapter 888. The novel will be updated more quickly. Sheng Wanqing calmed down the excitement in his heart and returned to his old self, who didn't recognize anyone. Sheng Wanqing was not much more familiar with Chu Yang than Xiaoheng, but his appetite was getting worse these days. In order to make him eat more, Gu Jiao asked teacher Hu to search for delicious food in the streets and alleys for him. He roughly remembered a few shops. The coachman was a local. After they told him the name of the shop, the coachman took them there with ease. It was a noodle shop opened by the people of Zhao, but it claimed to have the flavor of the Six Kingdoms. Sheng Wanqing ordered 2 bowls of Yangchun noodles, the specialty of the Zhao kingdom. Xiaoheng looked at the noodles in the bowl, thinking that it was not exactly similar to Yangchun noodles. It had nothing to do with them. Xiaoheng tasted it. It was quite ordinary. Sheng Wanqing, on the other hand, seemed to be eating with relish. He asked Xiaoheng, "How is it? Is it better than the ones in the Zhao kingdom?" Xiaoheng glanced at him and said, "Jiao Jiao's cooking is better than this." Sheng Wanqing said in surprise, "That girl can cook." Xiaoheng's eyes flashed with gentleness. "Jiao Jiao's cooking is very good." Sheng Wanqing curled his lips. "Humph, he came here to eat noodles, not to eat dog food." Chuyang City was gradually restoring order, but because of the war, the prices had risen. Yangchun noodles usually cost 6 knife coins, but now it cost 20 knife coins. This was a small increase. The price of the meat was even more outrageous. A small bowl of donkey meat was sold for 2 taels of silver. Sheng Wanqing glanced at Xiaoheng, who was eating noodles silently. He rolled his eyes and ordered 2 bowls of the most expensive donkey meat and a jar of 30-year-old wine. "By the way, you didn't bring any money when you went out, did you?" he asked seriously. "No." Xiaoheng shook his head blankly. He really didn't bring any money. There were eunuchs on the way to take care of food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation. The banknotes were in the military camp's luggage. Sheng Wanqing patted his chest and said, "It's okay. I brought it. I'm treating you to a meal as your brother. How can I let you pay for it? There's a good osmanthus cake shop over there. I'll buy it for you." Xiaoheng said hurriedly, "I'll go." Sheng Wanqing smiled and said, "No need, no need. I'm the elder brother. I'll go." Xiaoheng thought for a moment. "Okay then." Sheng Wanqing reminded him, "By the way, remember not to expose your identity as the eldest imperial grandson. There are assassins from the Jin state in the city. You will be in danger." Xiaoheng nodded obediently. "Oh, got it." Sheng Wanqing left with a smile. As soon as he left the shop, he pulled over the shop assistant at the door and casually said, "The person who came with me just now, he's paying the bill." The 2 of them were good-looking, and their clothes were extraordinary. One look and one could tell that they were the young masters of a wealthy family. The shop assistant smiled politely and said, "Yes, sir." After Sheng Wanqing walked to the opposite side, he turned around and sneered at Xiaoheng, who was eating noodles slowly in the shop. "Silly little brother. Just wait to be beaten up." Sheng Wanqing really went to the shop that sold osmanthus cake. It was not for anything else, but because he could see the noodle shop directly across the street. He wanted to witness the dark history of the top scorer's little brother with his own eyes. He went up to the 2nd floor and asked for a first-class room. He also ordered a pot of the most expensive tea, crossed his legs, and watched the show leisurely. He should be beaten out soon, right? When should he make a move? Would it be too cruel when he was beaten until he cried for his father and mother? Sheng Wanqing waited for a long time, but he did not see any movement at the door of the noodle shop. What's going on? Could it be that he was beaten to death inside? Oh, I forgot that the shop has a backyard. If they are attacking the boy in the backyard, it will be terrible. Shang Wanqing just wanted to teach Xiaoheng a lesson. He did not intend to kill Xiaoheng. He hurried downstairs, intending to throw the money bag directly to the shopkeeper and keep the change. But his hand touched nothing. He was stunned and lowered his head to look around. Where's my money bag? When the shopkeeper saw this, his face immediately darkened. Sir, did you lose your money bag? It was still with you when you showed up. I don't know how it disappeared. Shang Wanqing was puzzled. How do you know? The shopkeeper rolled up his sleeves. Ha! I've heard this kind of excuse many times. You look like a dog. You're actually a swindler. Don't you know who owns this shop? How dare you swindle in my shop? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Guards! Arrest him for me. Drag him to the backyard. If he doesn't hand over the money, break one of his legs. Shang Wanqing said in disbelief, You're too black-hearted. Do you want to use a leg to pay for such a small amount of money? You have no respect for the law. The shopkeeper snorted coldly. Law? This is the law of our Ziyang city. There were many wars at the border. It seemed that the local laws had indeed changed. The shopkeeper said, Arrest him. Wait. Shang Wanqing stretched out his hand and made a stop gesture. I'm the eldest grandson of the emperor. The shopkeeper took out a portrait from the counter and opened it. Do you think I haven't seen the eldest grandson of the emperor? Boy. This is the eldest grandson of the emperor. Shang Wanqing looked at the man in the portrait who was so ugly that his facial features were disorderly. His body shook. Damn! Has the image of the eldest grandson of the emperor been ruined like this? Or is it that in this day and age, a mole with a tear mark is the eldest grandson of the emperor? Shang Wanqing said seriously, This is not the eldest grandson of the emperor. The shopkeeper said, How do you know he's not? Shang Wanqing said righteously, Because I am. I've been the eldest grandson of the great Yan dynasty for 20 years. I know better than you what the eldest grandson of the emperor looks like. The shopkeeper said, You don't have a tear mark on your face. You're not. He might not be the eldest grandson of the emperor with a tear mole, but he definitely wasn't without a tear mole. This was like a scholar meeting a soldier. He couldn't explain himself clearly. Shang Wanqing was fuming with anger. However, he couldn't really shoot them with a gun. After all, they were just doing business and didn't do anything bad. Just when Shang Wanqing was held down in embarrassment, Xiaoheng came over calmly. He looked at Shang Wanqing in the shop and a touch of surprise appeared on his face. Brother, you're really here. Shang Wanqing looked back. You, how did you come out? He wanted to say how did you come out? But after thinking about it, he quickly changed the last word. He was so witty. Xiaoheng said, Oh, I finished my noodles, so I came to find you. Shang Wanqing opened his mouth. Then did you pay for the meal? Yes, the total is 53 taels. Brother, the wine is so expensive. Xiaoheng frowned. Shang Wanqing asked in a daze, You didn't bring any money with you. Xiaoheng opened his eyes wide and said, Brother, did you forget? You left your purse to me. Shang Wanqing, Xiaoheng, it's on your bench, fuck. I left my purse on the bench just now. So that 53 taels of silver, was it his money that was spent? Shang Wanqing took a breath of cold air. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's only 53 taels. Brother, here you are. Xiao Heng returned the purse to Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing once suspected that this guy did it on purpose, but looking at Xiao Heng's innocent eyes, he felt that he was thinking too much. He took out the banknotes and paid the bill. The shopkeeper smiled and respectfully sent the two of them away. Shang Wanqing held his breath in his heart, and the more he thought about it on the way back, the angrier he became. He wanted to see this guy embarrass himself, but how could he be laughed at by the other party? He had lived for 20 years, and he had never suffered such a setback. He had to get back at him. Stop the carriage, he ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage. Shang Wanqing got out of the carriage with Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng's eyes were filled with doubt as he asked, "Brother, where are we going?" The way he called him brother was really nice. Shang Wanqing's heart nearly softened. Fortunately, his heart was like steel, and he managed to stabilize himself in time. He said, "We are meeting for the first time, and I am your older brother. I should prepare a greeting gift for you. I did not prepare one ahead of time, so I will buy one for you now." Xiao Heng slightly shook his head. "No need, brother. I did not prepare one for you." Shang Wanqing heroically waved his hand and said, "That's different. I am your older brother. I must give you a greeting gift. If you continue to be so courteous with me, I will get angry." Xiao Heng hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "Since brother has said it like this, then Aheng will respectfully accept." Shang Wanqing hugged his shoulder and patted him, saying with a smile, "That's more like it." Shang Wanqing brought Xiao Heng to an antique shop. In these troubled times, the nearby antique shops had closed one after another. This was the only one that was still open. Xiao Heng tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, "Brother, the things here are too expensive. Let's go somewhere else." Zhao Du's young marquis, his mother was a princess, and his father was a marquis. He actually felt that a few antiques were expensive. Right, this younger brother had wandered among the commoners for a few years and lived a hard life. Shang Wanqing's heart nearly softened, but fortunately, he was skilled. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I have saved up quite a bit of private money over the past few years. Pick whatever you like. There is no need to be courteous with brother." This time, Shang Wanqing learned to be obedient. He repeatedly checked that the money bag did not fall out. In truth, even if it fell out, there was no harm. The banknotes in the money bag were not enough to buy an antique. "You look around first. I will go to the outhouse." "Okay." Xiao Heng remained on the second floor to look at the antiques. Shang Wanqing went downstairs and picked up a few antiques in the main hall. "Upstairs, my younger brother will pay the bill." This trick might not have worked if it was used by others, but the two of them looked like young masters of aristocratic families. Nobody suspected that Shang Wanqing was a swindler. Shang Wanqing took the antiques and ran. "Stinky brat, let's see how you escape this time." Shang Wanqing looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha." He carried a bag of antiques back to the carriage. As soon as he opened the curtain, he was so scared that he almost fell down. Why are you here?" Xiao Heng smiled slightly. "I finished buying, so I got on the carriage and waited for my brother." Shang Wanqing was even more surprised. "You finished buying?" He looked at the big boxes of antiques in the carriage in shock. You bought all of them?" Xiao Heng said innocently, "My brother just picked these out for me and asked me to accept them." I did say that, but how did you pay the bill?" Shang Wanqing touched the money bag. It was still there. Xiaoheng said with a smile, I said my brother was the eldest grandson of the emperor, and the shopkeeper said it didn't matter. He would go to the Castellan mansion to collect the bill from my brother later. Why did no one believe me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor, but he believed me when I said I was the eldest grandson of the emperor? So many antiques, how much money would it cost? Your brother has saved money for more than 10 years. The little person in Sheng Wanqing's heart knelt down on the ground and cried out loud. Chapter 889. Xiaoheng looked at him and asked in confusion, Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Did Aheng do something wrong? Then Aheng doesn't want these things. What kind of joke was this? Things that had been given out were things that could not be taken back. Could it be taken back? Where would he, the dignified ghost king, put his face? Sheng Wanqing swallowed his broken teeth, feeling extremely aggrieved. On the way back, he did not want to say a single word to Xiaoheng. When they passed by a shop that sold dried meat, the carriage stopped. Sheng Wanqing unhappily asked, What are you doing? Xiaoheng said, When I entered the city this morning, I bought dried meat from this shop. At that time, it was not done roasting, so they told me to come back in 2 hours. It should be done now. Sheng Wanqing raised an eyebrow. How did you know that I like to eat dried meat? Xiaoheng was stunned. I don't know. I bought it for Jiao Jiao. Caught off guard, he was stuffed with dog food once more. Sheng Wanqing's face was dark, as he decided to ignore this younger brother for the rest of his life. Xiaoheng went to the shop to get dried meat, but he still had to wait a little longer. The inside of the carriage was very stuffy, and Sheng Wanqing decided to get out of the carriage to get some fresh air. He stood in front of the shop for a while. The fragrance of the dried meat was very enticing, but he did not have much of an appetite these days. From time to time, there would be customers passing by, and he would slightly move to the side to let them pass. In the end, he had no choice but to enter the shop. This shop sold dried meat and other pastries. Customers could bring them out or eat inside. At this time, there were many people, and the lobby was crowded. Xiaoheng did not like lively scenes and went to the backyard to wait alone. Sheng Wanqing indifferently looked at the noble and self-restrained Xiaoheng. The evil thoughts that he had suppressed once again emerged. He arrived behind Xiaoheng without leaving a trace. When Xiaoheng turned around to get dried meat, he stretched out his foot to trip him. The courtyard was covered with a thick layer of snow. Even if he fell, it wouldn't hurt. At most, it would just embarrass Xiaoheng. And Xiaoheng really didn't know that Sheng Wanqing had come to play tricks. This move was supposed to succeed, but Sheng Wanqing's stride was too big and he lost his balance. He slipped and fell forward. He cried out in surprise. Xiaoheng turned around and almost instinctively reached out to grab Sheng Wanqing. The inertia was too great, and the two brothers fell into the snow together. Coincidentally, at this time, the brothel madam across the street came in from the back door to buy dried meat. As soon as she entered the backyard, 2 young men fell under her skirt. The procuress. Sheng Wanqing. Xiaoheng. The brothel keeper was startled at first, but then she was so excited that her whole body trembled, and the makeup on her face fell. She put one hand on her fat waist and pointed at the two with a handkerchief in her other hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Where did these brats come from? How dare you take advantage of me in broad daylight? You're indecent. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she bent down and was about to pull the two brothers' ears. The two brothers exchanged a look. Shangguanqing, run. The two brothers quickly stood up from the snow. Shangguanqing grabbed Xiao Heng's wrist and rushed out from the back door in one breath. You took advantage of me and then ran. Stop right there. I told you to stop. Do you hear me? Someone is coming. Capture those two brats for me. The two brothers' scalps tingled, and they ran forward as fast as they could. Over there, over there. Xiao Heng pointed to the alley on the right. No. Left. I'm the older brother. Listen to me. Shangguanqing decisively pulled his brother into the alley on the left. It turned out that Shangguanqing didn't lead them the wrong way. The two of them didn't know how long they ran. After making sure that the people of Spring Flower House didn't chase after them, they held the fence on the side and gasped for breath. This used to be a workshop for dyeing cloth. After the war, the people in the workshop left, and the things inside were also emptied, leaving only an empty yard. Shangguanqing had no strength left, and he directly lay down in the snow. Xiao Heng glanced at him and lay down beside him. How do you know to go left? He asked, have you been here before? I haven't. It's just intuition, Shangguanqing said. Xiao Heng pondered for a moment and felt that it shouldn't be intuition, but experience. Shangguanqing wasn't a child who grew up in a house. He didn't like to study, but it didn't mean that he wasn't knowledgeable enough. Wasn't there a saying that reading 10,000 books was better than traveling 10,000 miles? It couldn't be more appropriate to describe Shangguanqing. Which brother flirted with the brothel's auntie on the first day they met? Shangguanqing habitually wanted to say girl, but when he thought of the brothel keeper's appearance, he decisively changed his words. Xiao Heng couldn't help laughing when he heard what he said. Yes, which brother was like the two of them? They fought all kinds of tricks when they met, and in the end, both of them were cheated. Shangguanqing looked at the blue sky and white clouds and said, hey, shouldn't scholars be honest? Or is it that being the top scholar is different from being an ordinary scholar? What? Xiao Heng didn't understand for a moment. He also looked at the sky and felt very strange. Shangguanqing said carelessly, you took my money pouch, didn't you? And those antiques, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Without giving Xiao Heng a chance to quibble, he snorted and said, I thought you were really a bookworm. Who would have thought that he was a thick-skinned little glutinous rice ball filled with black sesame? After being exposed, Xiao Heng didn't feel embarrassed at all. This was not in line with his character. He could be thick-skinned in front of outsiders, but he was not so thick-skinned in front of his own people. So, why did he get along with Shangguanqing so naturally? Was it because he was his brother? He could let himself go and be himself with peace of mind, because he knew him as well as he knew him. They were like each other's other selves in the world. Xiao Heng put his right arm behind his head and said lightly, my skills are not as profound as yours. He was thick-skinned. I'm your brother. Of course I'm better than you. Although he said that, it was just now that he really came to his senses. The moment he laid down on the snowy ground, the thoughts in his mind suddenly opened up. He didn't need any evidence. It was more like a kind of brotherly connection. He suddenly understood that this guy was teasing him. He said lightly, hey, top scholar, recite a poem for me. Since the window paper had been opened, Xiao Heng no longer pretended to be an obedient younger brother. He refused very coldly, no. You've shown your true colors, haven't you? Shangguanqing turned his head and glared at Xiao Heng coldly. He said sarcastically, you're the younger brother. How dare you disobey your brother? Can't you have some self-awareness as a younger brother? If you want to recite it, do it yourself, Xiao Heng said lightly. He turned over in the snow and showed his back to Shang Guanqing. Shang Guanqing was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The little person in his heart jumped up. He picked up his stinky younger brother and beat him into the snow so hard that he couldn't be dug out. Humph! Shang Guanqing snorted. He didn't turn over, but he closed his eyes coldly. Xiaoheng opened his eyes and felt the heat on his body dissipate little by little. He also quietly looked at the scenery in the distance. The wind had stopped, and there were more pedestrians on the street. Occasionally, passers-by noticed them and looked at them as if they were fools. They hurriedly passed by. The two brothers' meeting was very sudden. Neither of them was mentally prepared. Maybe Shang Guanqing was a little bit, but only a little bit. From the moment they met until now, there were some topics that they had avoided mentioning. For example, should I give you back the identity of the eldest grandson of the emperor? For example, if I took the antidote that belonged to you, would you be angry? In fact, whether it was the young Duke of Zhaodu or the eldest grandson of the great Yan Emperor, both of their lives were not smooth sailing. It was hard to say who had suffered more. Xiaoheng didn't die, but the young Duke of Zhaodu died once. Shang Guanqing was still alive, but his life was coming to an end. A gust of cold wind blew, and Xiaoheng's body was cold. "It's time to get up," he said. "Don't lie down. You'll catch a cold." He sat up. Shang Guanqing behind him didn't respond. He looked at Shang Guanqing strangely. Shang Guanqing's face was pale, and his lips were bloodless. When he saw him in the camp in the morning, his face was not as ruddy as normal people, but he was not as weak as he was now. "Shang Guanqing, what's wrong with you?" Xiaoheng raised his hand and touched his forehead. It was not hot. But his breath was very weak. Xiaoheng patted his shoulder gently. "Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanqing, Shang Guanqing." Xiaoheng was not a doctor who had been ill for a long time, but he could still tell if a person was really weak. No wonder he hadn't moved since he lay down. It wasn't that he was too lazy to move, but that he couldn't move at all. "Wake up. Didn't you want to hear me recite a poem? I'll recite it to you. Snow on the mountain in May, no flowers, only cold. Hearing the plucked willow in the flute, spring has not seen. Battle at dawn with the golden drum, sleep at night with the jade saddle. Willing to slay Lulan with the sword at my waist. It's unpleasant to hear." Shang Guanqing slowly opened his heavy eyelids and glanced weakly at Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng corrected him. "This poem is not unpleasant to hear. It's your voice." Shang Guanqing rolled his eyes and said, "How old are you?" Xiaoheng's throat was a bit swollen and painful. His voice unconsciously carried a trace of choking that even he didn't notice. Xiaoheng let out a long breath. With just a little effort, his back was already drenched in sweat. "You don't even call me brother," Shang Guanqing complained. Xiaoheng laughed. "Can you beat me in a fight or a test? Why should I call you brother?" Shang Guanqing grabbed the gun in the snow. "I'll shoot you. Brother. A wise man submits to circumstances." Shang Guanqing snorted with satisfaction. The wind became stronger. Xiaoheng stretched out his hand. "I'll help you up." Shang Guanqing suddenly said, "I can't wait for the antidote." Xiaoheng's hand paused. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "No, father will definitely bring the antidote back." Shang Guanqing didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the distant sky and said, "Is she well?" He didn't say which she he was referring to. It could even be he. But Xiaoheng only froze for a moment before he understood who he was referring to. Without waiting for Xiaoheng to answer, Shang Guanqing said in a low voice, take me to see her. I want to see her one more time before I leave. Chapter 890. Novels that can't be found on the internet are all here. In November at the border, the wind was bitterly cold. At night, Shangguan Yan came from Pu City and went to the military camp first. She only heard that the eldest imperial grandson had come when she entered the city. With her understanding of her two sons, one was looking for a wife, and the other was looking for a younger brother. At the moment, most of them were in the military camp. Sure enough, she saw Gu Jiao and the two brothers in Marquis Xian Ping's tent. Shangguan Qing had already fallen asleep, and Gu Jiao was giving him an infusion. His appetite was not good these days, so Gu Jiao would give him a supplement from time to time. But tonight, the atmosphere in the tent seemed to be particularly dignified. Shangguan Yan's face changed. What's wrong? Did something happen? Is Qing not well? Shangguan Qing's situation was not good. He had been relying on the medicine of the state preceptor hall to suppress the poison, making him look no different from a normal person. In fact, his body had long been exhausted. Yi Qing said that he would not suffer too much, but he would become more and more sleepy. Maybe one day he would fall asleep and never wake up again. Xiao Heng told Shangguan Qing's idea to Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan fell on the chair in a daze. He really decided to do this. Go to Zhao country. It meant that he had completely given up on the antidote. The journey to Zhao country was long, and no one could guarantee that he would not die of poison on the way. If he was poisoned, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Thinking that her son would die alone on the way back to Zhao country, Shangguan Yan's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She did not want to not see her son for the last time. Heng. I don't want to. At this moment, she was not the iron-blood loyal crown princess, she was just an ordinary mother. But at the same time, she also understood that she did not have the right to stop Shangguan Qing from seeing Princess Xian Yang. The Marquis, Cheng Jing, and Yi Qing are going north. I asked around. Dark Night Island is in that direction. If the journey was easy, they would have brought Shangguan Qing. If you didn't bring it, it means that this trip is a narrow escape. The extreme north had extremely bad weather. Snowstorms wreaked havoc on the ice plains, and along with the arrival of winter, even experts would not be able to pass through. Perhaps it was because Shangguan Qing understood this that he decided to give up waiting for purple grass. He wanted to use the last moments of his life to return to his country and take a look at his home. She wanted to meet her mother. Shangguan Yan choked with sobs. When I took him away that year, I didn't ask him if he agreed or not. Now, he had grown up. He couldn't decide his own birth, and he couldn't even choose his own life, but he hoped to be able to choose his own way of leaving. Life or death, it was up to him to choose. Even if he consumed the purple grass, there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. If he failed, he would not be able to return alive. It was up to him to decide whether he should take this gamble or risk his life to see his mother. Inside the tent, Shangguan Yan grabbed her son's hand and cried all night. This year's winter in Zhao country was especially cold. At the end of October, the capital had its first snowfall. In November, it snowed for half a month. After entering the 12th month, it was sunny for a few days. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Princess Xinyang sat quietly in front of the bed embroidering. In the past, there was only brush, ink, paper, and inkstone on her table. She didn't know when, but it had all been replaced with a variety of fabrics. She felt that the room was stuffy, so she called Yujin to open the window. A servant girl came in. The servant girl smiled and said, and Yujin went out. Princess, do you have any orders? Open the window. Princess Xinyang said. But it's very cold outside. The servant girl was worried about her body. Princess Xinyang said lightly, I'm hot. Then, just open it for a little while. The servant girl said. Princess Xinyang nodded. The servant girl went around the table and opened the window with a pole. The cold wind blew in with flying snow. Princess Xinyang felt a burst of coolness, and even her dizzy head cleared up a lot. The young maidservant shuddered. So cold. It's snowing again. Princess Xinyang embroidered for a while in the cold wind. The servant girl didn't dare to let her stay in the cold for too long, so she took the risk of being kicked out and closed the window. Aunt Yujin said that you can't stand in the cold wind, can't eat cold food, can't. The servant girl lowered her head and said without confidence. Enough, I didn't say I was going to punish you. Princess Xinyang didn't plan to argue with a servant girl, but she had been sitting in the room for 2 hours, so she really couldn't sit still. Give me the cloak. I'll go out for a walk. She said. Ah, yes. The servant girl took the cloak, trembling with fear, and put it on Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stood up and walked out of the room with swollen legs to the corridor. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean, and the ground was covered with a non-slip straw mat. The servant girl held an umbrella for her. Let's go to the flower room. Princess Xinyang said. Yes. The servant girl complied and carefully supported her. The master and servant went to the flower room. This residence was originally quite big, but Princess Xinyang liked to raise flowers, so she used half of the residence as a flower room. Charcoal was burning in the flower room, so the temperature was very high. The servant girl understood that her princess wasn't going to admire the flowers. She wanted to see if the old clothes had dried. When the two arrived at the door of the flower room, they heard whispers coming from inside. What do you think the princess is thinking? Why would she dig out the old clothes from so many years ago? She even wants us to wash and dry them. Be quiet, don't let people hear. If they hear, then they hear. Do you think I'm the only one saying this? Everyone's secretly spreading it. Spreading what? The princess actually has 2 sons. What? Half of these children's clothes are the young duke's, and the other half is the young master's. It's a pity that the child's fate wasn't good, and he died before he was even a month old. Say, it's fine if we wash the young duke's clothes, but why do we wash the child's? Washing the clothes of a dead person during the new year, how unlucky. The news that the young Duke of Zhaodu had returned alive had already spread throughout the capital. As for Xiao Qing's identity, although it hadn't spread outside, the servants who had come in behind closed doors had more or less heard some things while she and Yujin were tidying up the clothes. The servant girl didn't even dare to breathe loudly. She turned her head to look at Princess Xinyang. As expected, the princess's face was ice cold. The 2 servant girls felt the cold gaze behind them and turned their heads back in a daze. When they saw Princess Xinyang, the 2 were so frightened that they fell to their knees with a plop. Princess Xinyang quickly walked over. The servant girl was frightened. Princess! Slow down. Princess Xinyang came in front of the 2 and sternly shouted, Get up. You've dirtied my son's clothes. The servant girl who had spoken rudely just now happened to be holding a small piece of clothing that Xiao Qing had worn when he was born. The servant girl trembled as she handed the dirty clothes to Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang looked at her son's dirty clothes and didn't know why, but a wave of sadness came from her heart. Princess! Yujin had returned from shopping. She heard that Princess Xinyang had gone to the flower room and hurried over to take a look. She didn't expect to see this scene. She didn't immediately ask the two servant girls what they had done. Instead, she directly ordered the servant girl, "Take them away first. I'll deal with them later." "Yes." The servant girl put away the umbrella in her hand and handed it to Yujin. Yujin took the oil paper umbrella and said softly to Princess Xinyang, who was on the verge of collapse, "Princess, Jing Kong has come to see you." Little Jing Kong often came to visit Princess Xinyang after returning to the capital. Yujin had just run into him at the door. Princess Xinyang liked Jing Kong very much. When she heard that he had come, she pulled herself out of her extreme emotions and personally took the dirty clothes back to her room. Little Jing Kong had been studying at the Imperial College for a month and had returned to his previous appearance. After this New Year's Eve, he would be 6 years old. However, he still looked like a 5-year-old. He was really worried. Princess Xinyang had someone cook a bowl of goat's milk for him. She added honey and red beans and it was very delicious. Little Jing Kong gorged himself and drank the milk. He sat on a stool and chatted with Princess Xinyang. "Princess, you look good today. You're getting more and more beautiful." Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Really?" "Of course," and Little Jing Kong looked Princess Xinyang up and down. He opened his mouth and said, "You've also become more adorable." Princess Xinyang exposed him. "You obviously didn't intend to say that." "Ah." Little Jing Kong raised his two small hands and scratched his little head. "You also saw through that." "Fine, Jiao Jiao told me to say that." "Is Jiao Jiao back?" Princess Xinyang asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head and said seriously, "No, Jiao Jiao said that before. Jiao Jiao said that you can't say that girls are fat. When girls are fat, they're so cute that they become inflated." Pfft, Yujin couldn't help but laugh. If he wanted to say that the princess was fat, then just say it. However, the princess wasn't fat. "What did you learn at the Imperial College today?" Princess Xinyang didn't continue the topic and changed the topic to his homework. "Today, I learned the classic of filial piety." Little Jing Kong recited the entire content of the lesson and explained it in his own words. Princess Xinyang nodded. Everything was correct. She touched his little head. "You're such a smart child." Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Then, am I smart or is my brother-in-law smart?" Princess Xinyang was amused by him. "Both of you are smart." Little Jing Kong furrowed his brows bitterly. Why was his bad brother-in-law and he both smart? His bad brother-in-law always got the last place. In fact, he asked this question because he subconsciously admitted that his bad brother-in-law was very smart. It was just that he didn't realize it. He straightened his little body and said, "I'll be the top scorer earlier than my brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong didn't know that he was indeed the top scorer earlier than his bad brother-in-law, but he wasn't the top scorer in literature. "Jing Kong. It's time to go archery." Su Kanji's voice came from outside the door. "Oh. I forgot to make an appointment with them to go archery." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and politely bowed to Princess Xinyang. "Princess, I'll be leaving first. I'll come to see you another day." "Okay." Princess Xinyang nodded with a gentle gaze and had Eugene send little Jing Kong to the carriage. When Eugene returned, Princess Xinyang was tidying up the small clothes that had been dirted by the maidservant. Jing Kong and Aheng are so alike when they were young. So when she saw Jing Kong, it was like seeing Aheng when she was young. Princess Xinyang missed it very much. Eugene smiled. Isn't that so? They're both smart, both like to get first place, and both are naughty. When Xiaoheng was young, he wasn't as obedient as he looked. If she didn't let him climb trees, he would climb them secretly. If she didn't let him eat candy, he would go into the kitchen with Long Yi. Occasionally, Princess Xinyang would get angry and beat him. He even knew to call Long Yi to take him away and wait for her anger to subside before returning. Thinking of Xiaoheng's childhood, Princess Xinyang felt it was funny at first. After laughing for a while, her expression became a bit sorrowful. She lowered her head and stroked the small clothes in her hand. She calmly said, "Say, if Qing was still alive, what would he be like? Would he be as naughty as Aheng? Would he be as smart as Aheng? Was she like Aheng, with so many wicked ideas that she could not hold them all? Would he be like a scholar? Or would he practice martial arts? Would he like to travel all over the place, or would he like to stay at her side?" Eugene worriedly looked at her. Princess Xinyang shook her head and endured the pain of losing her son. "I'm fine. It's just that I've been thinking of that child recently." Eugene looked at the small clothes in her hand. Seeing an object makes you think of the person. "Princess, I'll take the little prince's clothes and put them away." Princess Xinyang did not speak. She looked at the table and said, "Little Jing Kong's books were left here. In a moment, find someone to send them to buy Shui Ali." "Okay." Eugene complied. A light knock came from outside the door. "I'll go open the door," Eugene said. She went to the door and forcefully pulled it open. Eugene saw a familiar figure. His face was exquisite, and he was as elegant as jade. He had lost some of his youthful youth. Instead, he had gained some maturity, stability, and self-restraint. Eugene was extremely shocked. "Young Marquis." "Princess. Young Marquis has returned." "Aheng." Princess Xinyang rejoiced. Not bothering to put on her cloak, she quickly walked out of the room. In the snow-filled sky, she saw the sun that she thought of every day. Xiaoheng's body was covered in snow. It could be seen that he had been standing at the door for a while. He stepped over the threshold but did not immediately reunite with Princess Xinyang. Instead, he turned around and looked behind him. "Come in, brother." Chapter 891. Half an hour ago. A carriage covered in snow stopped in front of the city gate. Sheng Wanqing opened the curtain and poked his head out. He looked at the towering city tower and asked in surprise, "Is the capital in front?" "Yes." Xiaoheng nodded and opened the curtain a little. He looked at the endless crowd and said, "There are many people coming in and out of the capital in December. It's not so crowded on weekdays." "It's not bad," Sheng Wanqing said. The Zhao kingdom was a lower country. Although it was not as rich as the Yan kingdom, the court was stable and the people lived and worked in peace. There were many praises for the court and the emperor. The emperor of the Yan kingdom was a tyrant. Most of the people's opinions about him were negative. However, he was so powerful that no one dared to resist his tyranny. Xiaoheng smiled. The Zhao kingdom was not strong enough now, but he believed that one day, the Zhao kingdom would become a higher country. It required the efforts of many people, or even the efforts of several generations. But as long as they did not give up, there would be hope. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiaoheng asked Sheng Wanqing. When Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao went from the Zhao kingdom to the Yan kingdom, they took the land route. There were many checkpoints and detours. Because they did not have the privilege of the royal family, many official roads could not be taken. The process was greatly delayed and it took nearly 2 months to reach Chengdu. This time, they used the identity of the eldest imperial grandson to take the official road dedicated to the court and changed to the water route in the second half of the journey. They were lucky. The water began to freeze when they reached the shore. From early November to early December, they walked for a whole month. "No, I'm not tired," Shang Wanqing said. He was lying. Even Xiaoheng was tired, let alone a sick person like him. But the two brothers knew that Shang Wanqing did not have much time left. It was a miracle that he could hold on until now. Every step he took was like stepping on the roof of the King of Hell's palace. He did not know when he would fall. The carriage entered the city. Although Shang Wanqing was tired, he did not let go of the opportunity to appreciate the capital. "There are so many Tonghulu sellers," he exclaimed. There were very few of them in the Yen kingdom. It was also very difficult to see a Tonghulu vendor on the street, but there were actually quite a few shops that specialized in selling Tonghulu. Xiaoheng asked the coachman to stop the carriage in front of a Tonghulu store and bought a bunch of each flavor. "Here." He handed a handful of candied haws to Shang Wanqing. Candied haws are from Zhao Kingdom. Shang Wanqing picked a big and red one. Yen Kingdom didn't have it before. "So you like to eat candied haws because you miss your hometown." Xiaoheng watched him eat in silence. Shang Wanqing actually didn't have much of an appetite, so he played with it a few times. "Why don't?" He paused and said, "I'll go later." "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng asked. Shang Wanqing looked at the candied haws in his hand and stammered, that." Xiaoheng laughed and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Shang Wanqing denied flatly. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Don't worry. Mom will be very happy to see you." Shang Wanqing said in a low voice, "I'm not doing that. I don't know how to do that." The last 2 words of each of his sentences were vague and unclear. Xiaoheng could only make out the intonation, but Xiaoheng could still make out the 4 words through the telepathy between them. "I'm not the top scorer. I don't know how to study." Such a proud and arrogant brother actually had times when he was not confident. Sure enough, it was true that when you cared too much about someone's opinion, you would become worried about personal gains and losses. Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Mother will like you." Shang Wanqing curled his lips. "Look at you. I know what kind of son she likes." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "Is that why you secretly memorized poems?" Shang Wanqing's tiger-like body trembled, and his hair stood on end. "When did I recite a poem?" Xiaoheng burst into laughter. The two of them were really brothers. One of them exercised and strengthened his body behind his wife's back, while the other secretly memorized poems. Stupid sons had to meet their mothers eventually. The carriage arrived at Vermilion Bird Avenue near dusk. Shang Wanqing hesitated and refused to get off the carriage. When he finally got off the carriage, he leaned against the wall and stood in the alley, refusing to go over. Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he quite thick-skinned? Why was he more shy than he was about meeting his mother? The two brothers stood in the alley diagonally opposite for a long time. Xiaoheng saw little Jing Kong leave, so Shang Wanqing slowly followed Xiaoheng. That was how the snowflakes on their shoulders came about. At first, Princess Xinyang didn't realize who she was calling, but when Shang Wanqing, who was wearing a white cloak and holding a stick of candied haws, crossed the threshold, Princess Xinyang suddenly stopped in her tracks. The wind around them seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the snowflakes fell in large patches. The whole courtyard was extremely quiet. Her gaze fell on the handsome face that was somewhat similar to Xiao Hang's. Her breathing stopped, and her heart skipped a beat. Calling him brother didn't prove anything. It wasn't like Xiao Hang didn't have a brother. But her heart suddenly began to ache. It hurt so much. Why did her heart hurt so much when she looked at this person? Her eyes couldn't help but heat up, and her throat swelled painfully. Mother, brother is back, Xiao Hang said. Then, in the next second, he also froze. His gaze slid from Princess Xinyang's beautiful face to her bulging belly. Wait. He had only been gone for 9 months. What was going on? Shang Guanqing had long been so nervous that he was stunned. His brain was buzzing, and he couldn't think at all. Xiao Hang guessed right. When it came to meeting his mother, Shang Guanqing was definitely more nervous than Xiao Hang. All the face that he had given up all these years was now used up on Princess Xinyang. So shy. What should I do? Shang Guanqing belatedly realized that he was still holding a candied hawthorn in his hand. He blamed himself for being so nervous that he even forgot to put such a childish thing back in the carriage. What should he do? His mature and aloof image. Yujin was also extremely agitated. Who was this brother that the young duke had brought back? Judging from his age, he was about the same age as the young duke. Could it be? No way, right? Wasn't young Master Xiao Qing already dead? Princess. She looked at Princess Xinyang in disbelief. Princess Xinyang was already a bit out of breath. Pregnancy had changed her body. Under the influence of hormones, tears came at will. She wasn't at all like her former aloof self. Xiao Hang pulled his stunned brother to Princess Xinyang and said softly, "Mother, let's talk inside." The mother and son trio entered the room. Yujin was also waiting on the side. Xiao Hang sat in the middle. Princess Xinyang and Shang Guanqing faced each other. Princess Xinyang looked at the child and couldn't stop her hot tears. Shang Guanqing wasn't sad at first, but when he saw her tears, he suddenly felt distressed. The two people's emotions fluctuated too much. Only Xiao Hang could explain what had happened. Xiao Hang started with Shang Guanyan's identity. The female slave of the Yan Kingdom was actually the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom. She was framed and sold to the underground martial arts arena. She was rescued by Marquis Xianping. Princess Xinyang knew what happened after that. But what Princess Xinyang didn't know was that the crown princess of the Yan Kingdom didn't kill Shang Guanqing. She just hid him. When she left, she secretly took Shang Guanqing with her. Shang Guanqing was poisoned. The Qin Kingdom's medical skills were brilliant. She first went to the Qin Kingdom to ask for medicine. The Qin Kingdom's doctor saved Shang Guanqing's life. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. In order to keep Shang Guanqing alive, she had to take him back to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. After that, there was a series of upheavals in the Xianyuan family. Shang Guanyan was deposed from her position as the crown princess, but the emperor doted on Shang Guanqing very much. He still kept his status as the emperor's eldest grandson and let the state preceptor hall continue to provide treatment for him. However, as Shang Guanqing slowly grew up, his facial features gradually grew, and he became less and less like Shang Guanyan. Many people began to criticize Shang Guanyan, using Shang Guanqing's identity as an issue. They wrote memorials to impeach her for mixing up the royal bloodline. In desperation, Shang Guanyan had to secretly send people to the Zhao country to secretly draw a portrait of Xiao Hang and let Shang Guanqing disguise himself as Xiao Hang. And it was this move that exposed the existence of Xiao Hang to the Crown Prince's party. In order to save Xinyang's flesh and blood, Shang Guanyin exposed her own flesh and blood. Shang Guanyan's action of snatching the antidote that belonged to Shang Guanqing was hateful. But her heart to use the rest of her life to make up for it was not fake. Over the years, she treated Shang Guanqing as her own son, not only to make up for it. The mother-son relationship between them was real. Of course, Xiaoheng did not add his own opinion when he narrated the story. He only objectively stated all the facts. No one could forgive Shang Guanyin for Princess Axayan Yang, and no one could bear the pain of losing a son for her. Whether it was hatred, forgiveness, or something else, Princess Axayan Yang should have her own opinion. Shang Guanqing nervously looked at Princess Axayan Yang, as if waiting for her judgment. Hearing this, Princess Axayan Yang's mood calmed down. She looked at Shang Guanqing and bitterly said, "Actually, at that time, even if she did not snatch the antidote, you would not have survived. The previous emperor was on guard against your father. Marrying him was just a political bargaining chip. My dragon shadow guards were waiting to kill him at any time, and in order to prevent me from being soft-hearted, the dragon shadow guards would kill our child. If they did not succeed the first time, they would come a second time, until I completely lost you. I have also hurt Ahing deeply. Both of you are innocent. If I really want to blame someone, the first person I should blame is my father emperor. Second, blame me for being born into the imperial family. Finally, blame me as your mother, for not protecting you well. Not you, but you too." Towards her two sons, she was filled with a deep sense of guilt. After she learned the false truth that Shang Guanyin was the one who killed her son, did she not vent her anger on the innocent Xiaoheng? What right did she have to blame Shang Guanyin? Xiaoheng gently held her hand. The matter of the young duke dying in the fire on New Year's Eve had already passed. The knot in his heart had been untied. He was not a child abandoned by his mother. At the last moment, his mother used her life to protect him. Princess Axayan Yang choked with sobs and laughed. "I am very grateful to her for raising you. If it were not for her, I might have already lost you." Shang Guanqing's entire body relaxed a lot. He smiled and said, "Lady Mother also said that she was very grateful to you for raising little brother. Because if the real imperial grandson returned to Yan country, it would be very difficult for him to grow up safely. Fate was a very mysterious thing, but doing good deeds was not good for the future. Lady Mother." Princess Axayan Yang was slightly stunned. Shang Guanqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. "That is my mother." Princess Axayan Yang appreciated this form of address. She could feel that Shang Guanyin and Qing Er's mother and son relationship was very harmonious and natural. Xiaoheng said, "Since it's like this, let's not talk about the past." Princess Axayan Yang nodded. Shang Guanqing also did not object. Princess Axayan Yang looked at her lost and recovered son. She could not believe it was true. "Aheng, pinch me." Xiaoheng found it funny and said, "It would be better if you pinched me. How could I bear to let you feel pain?" Then Princess Axayan Yang really went to pinch him. Xiaoheng's pain made an emoji appear. "Mother, you've changed. You were not able to do it before." "Sure enough, I've fallen out of favor." Princess Axayan Yang awkwardly rubbed her son's red leg. Qing Er's return was too unbelievable. She was immersed in great joy and was truly at a loss for what to do. Shang Guanqing looked on dumbfoundedly. He felt that Princess Axayan Yang did not seem so difficult to get close to. It's all because of his stinky younger brother. He always said that his mother was as cold as a fairy and did not eat the food of mortals. He was very worried that he would be disliked. He had thought too much. This mother was quite down to earth. "But mother, what is this situation with you? Xiaoheng looked at her belly, which was about to hit the table. Is it my father's? When this was mentioned, Princess Axayan Yang became angry. She had clearly drunk the contraceptive soup. How could she still be pregnant? What was hateful was that she only reacted after 3 months. If she had known earlier, she would have drunk a few more bowls of contraceptive soup. She did not know if it was because it sensed its mother's dislike, but the little guy in her belly pitifully flipped over and kicked a few times, leaving its own footprints on its mother's belly. Princess Axayan Yang held her belly and sucked in a breath of cold air. This child really was noisy. Qing was very well behaved in her belly. Xiaoheng nodded seriously. It seems that it is my father's. Aside from my father, I can't think of any other man that can make you grit your teeth like this. Chapter 892. Is it going to be due soon? Xiaoheng asked. Princess Xinyang looked down at her belly and sighed. It should have been due long ago, but it just won't come out. The delivery date was 10 days later than the mammy's calculation. Every day, the doctor would come to check her pulse, which was normal. Xiaoheng roughly understood why his great-aunt didn't mention his brother to his mother. It was not easy for his mother to have this baby. If she rushed over to find Sheng Wanqing, the journey would be bumpy, and both the baby and the baby might die. People always needed a long time to digest bad news, but they could adapt to good news very quickly. To Xiaoheng and Sheng Wanqing, this little brother or little sister that was about to be born was one. To Princess Xinyang, this son that she had lost and regained was also one. Xiaoheng knew that the two had a lot to talk about, so he stood up and said to Yujin, "Aunt Yujin, there is still some luggage in the carriage." Yujin understood and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll ask someone to move it." "I'll go too." Xiaoheng and Yujin walked out together. The door of the room was open, and the feather-like snow was falling. The entire courtyard became white. Princess Xinyang was not used to being too close to men, but Sheng Wanqing was her own flesh and blood. He was someone she wanted to be close to even if she had to overcome her psychological barrier. When Xiaoheng was in the room, she restrained herself from showing too much affection. Otherwise, if Xiaoheng felt that she favored one and discriminated against the other, she wouldn't be happy. In fact, she was confused because she cared too much. Sheng Wanqing had suffered too much. Xiaoheng felt that it was right for anyone to dote on him. Princess Xinyang looked at Sheng Wanqing, hesitated, and said, "Mother, can I sit here?" She was referring to the seat Xiaoheng had just sat. It was closer to Sheng Wanqing. "Ah, okay." Sheng Wanqing agreed blankly. Seeing that she couldn't move, he quickly reacted. "Let me sit here." Princess Xinyang broke into a smile. Princess Xinyang was a beauty who had been treated well by the passage of time. The crown princess's beauty was aggressive and bright, while Princess Xinyang was more like a green lotus on top of the heavenly mountain. Elegant, calm, and graceful. On a whim, Sheng Wanqing decided to find a wife like his mother in the future. However, it seemed that there was no chance. Princess Xinyang stared at her son. She couldn't get enough of him. She had a lot of things she wanted to say to her son, but she didn't know where to start. He was not the only one who was nervous. He was worried that Princess Xinyang wouldn't like a son like him. Princess Xinyang was also worried that he wouldn't like her, a mother who had never raised him for even a day. "You." The Duke of Xinyang opened his mouth and tried to find a topic to talk about. "Right, why didn't Zhao Zhao come back with you?" Sheng Wanqing said, "Jin's state is still at war, so she can't come back for the time being. But don't worry, the most dangerous period has passed. Victory is within the grasp of the Imperial Court's army. Nothing will happen to her. Moreover, ever since the Gu army arrived, that Gu Chongqing didn't let the little girl go to the front lines anymore. She was mainly responsible for guarding Chuyang City and treating the wounded soldiers. Of course, this was also a very difficult task. After all, human lives were more important than anything. Every life was precious. Princess Xinyang relaxed a little. Then, did you run into Long Yi? Shang Wanqing said, I didn't run into him. Aheng said that he left after sending Aheng back to Yan country from the border. It seemed that Long Yi and Aheng had met. That was true. After being together for so many years, the one Long Yi couldn't let go of the most was Aheng. Before he went to find his answer, he would definitely say goodbye to Aheng. However, she had thought that Long Yi's answer was in Yan country. Now, it seemed that there was another place. Shang Wanqing didn't know much about Long Yi. He only knew that he was the princess hidden guard. He watched Xiaoheng grow up and seemed to have some background. Now, he was going to find his past. Princess Xinyang asked again, are you married? This was a topic that all parents in the world couldn't avoid. That's not right, you asked everyone. Why didn't you ask my father? Shang Wanqing said truthfully, I am not married. Princess Xinyang thought about how he had been poisoned all these years. Presumably, he was not in the mood to get married. She did not continue this topic and asked, has your poison been cured? This was the most important thing. Earlier, she had only been focused on her son and had forgotten the most important thing. It has been cured. Shang Wanqing said with a smile. Princess Xinyang asked doubtfully, when was it cured? Wasn't there nothing that the Imperial Preceptor Hall could do? It had to be said that a mother's intuition was very strong. Shang Wanqing had anticipated that she would have such doubts and said according to the script he had prepared, there is a type of purple grass. Its roots can be refined into a very powerful poison. Out of 100 people, only one person can survive. For people like me who don't know martial arts, the chances of survival are even lower. But as long as one can endure, all pain and poison can be cured without any medicine. Hearing that this method was so powerful, Princess Xinyang's heart jumped. This type of purple grass is very rare. Fortunately, the Han family of Yan country planted a purple grass garden at the border. After the Imperial Army took over the Han family, their purple grass garden was confiscated. I thought that since I was going to die anyway, I might as well try it. I almost didn't make it back alive to see you. As he spoke, he grabbed Princess Xinyang's wrist, feeling wronged. The purple grass poison is very powerful. I was in so much pain those days. When there were more details in a matter, it could be more convincing. Truth and lies, truth and falsehood. Coupled with his coquettish behavior, it was easy to believe. Her son's sudden closeness made Princess Xinyang so happy that her mind went blank. Have you ever thought about what if mother doesn't believe you? She's not that easy to fool. She's very smart. I have my ways. It seemed that he had achieved his goal. His mother was immersed in the joy of getting along with her son and lost her judgment and suspicion. But in fact, even he himself couldn't tell if he was getting close to his mother to achieve his goal, or if he had always wanted to be close to her. Princess Xinyang raised her other hand and gripped her son's hand tightly. She had finally calmed down, but her heart ached at his misfortune. You've suffered. She choked out, in the future, mother won't let you suffer anymore. He nodded and gently pressed his cheek against the back of Princess Xinyang's hand. Mother still loves me the most. She's much better than stinky younger brother. Stinky younger brother only knows how to make me angry. Princess Xinyang's tears immediately began to flow. After night fell, mother and son ate dinner in the side hall. Princess Xinyang smiled and looked at Shang Wanqing, saying, Ahing said that you don't eat fennel, so I told the chefs not to use any spices. Have a taste and see if it suits your taste. Shang Wanqing had lost all appetite for food long ago. These days, he had been forcing himself to eat. Otherwise, he would have the accompanying medical officer give him some fluids. But seeing the table full of delicious dishes, he still moved his chopsticks and tasted each dish. Is it delicious? Princess Xinyang asked with a smile, pretending not to see him forcefully swallow. Delicious. Shang Wanqing said, it suits my taste better than Yan country's food. Princess Xinyang gently smiled, even if it's delicious, you can't eat too much. It's late at night. If you eat too much, it's easy to get indigestion. Shang Wanqing's chopsticks paused, and the tip of his nose became sour. Something welled up in his heart, but his expression did not change. He snorted and said, all right, if I eat a little, then I'll eat a little. He had long since lost his appetite. Every mouthful was torture. Xiaoheng looked at him, then looked at Princess Xinyang. He then said to Shang Wanqing, you just ate so much tonghulu. Do you still have a stomach? Don't stuff yourself to death. Princess Xinyang quickly said, why didn't you say that you ate tonghulu earlier? Then quickly stop eating. Oh. Shang Wanqing looked deeply at her, then lowered his gaze and put down his chopsticks. Xiaoheng said, elder brother, still needs to return to Yan country. Princess Xinyang clenched her fists under her wide sleeves. She used a great deal of effort to resist the urge to cry. She looked at the two brothers and was slightly surprised, is that so? Qing'er will not remain in Zhao country. Xiaoheng sighed and continued to act with the two, elder brother and I have already discussed it. There is no need to change our identities. Princess Xinyang's swollen and painful throat moved a bit. She smiled and said, when will you leave? Xiaoheng said, there is a war at the border, and the emperor of Yan country has just passed away. There is no one in the court to take charge of the situation. Elder brother has to go back as soon as possible. Perhaps in the next 2 days. Princess Xinyang's right hand held the vegetables, and the nails of her left hand dug deeply into her palm. She looked at Shang Wanqing reluctantly, her eyes unconsciously turning red. Then will you still come back to see mother? Shang Wanqing smiled and said, of course I will, right, younger brother? Xiaoheng, yes. I will dress up as you and come back to see mother. Princess Xinyang's tears fell with a pitter-patter. Shang Wanqing looked at her with forbearance, wanting to say something but hesitating. Princess Xinyang wiped her tears and said with red and swollen eyes, I didn't expect you to leave so soon after coming back. Mother will pack your things. Yujin. Yes. Yujin opened the curtain and entered, helping Princess Xinyang up from the chair. Princess Xinyang left the side hall and walked through a long corridor. After turning the corner, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. In the wind and snow, she covered her face with both hands, trembling all over, and cried. Inside the room, Xiaoheng looked helplessly at Shang Wanqing. Mother saw through it. Shang Wanqing whispered, I know. Xiaoheng asked, then do you still want to leave? Shang Wanqing's expression was very calm. Every step that he took was not a last-minute decision but a decision that he had made from the beginning. I cannot die in front of her. I hope that she will remember me, the way I am when I am alive. A living son. Not a corpse in her arms that can no longer be awakened. That will be a nightmare she will never be able to get rid of. Chapter 893. In November, it snowed heavily for 3 days at the border. The people's doors were frozen, and the streets were also frozen. It was impossible to go out. The soldiers of Black Wind Camp were sent out to clear the snow and remove the ice. Ching Er and Ahang's luck is pretty good. It snowed just after they left. If they were delayed for one more day, they might not be able to leave the city. Pu's city was also snowing heavily. Shengguan Yen stood outside the tent, looking in the direction of the official road and muttering to herself. Huan Er put a thick cloak on her and said, "It's still dark. Your Highness, why don't you go back and sleep for a while?" Shengguan Yen gathered the cloak and shook her head. "No, I can't sleep." Huan Er tied a ribbon for her and comforted her. "Heaven helps the two little highnesses. They will be fine." Shengguan Yen nodded. "I hope so." Huan Er, as a confidant, already knew the ins and outs of these people. She sighed and said, "Marquis has been gone for almost 20 days. I don't know if he got the antidote for the little highnesses." Half a month ago, Marquis Xianping and Chongjing went all the way north along the Heavenly Mountain Pass and arrived at the northern border of the Yen Kingdom. After passing through the iron fence in front of them, they were no longer in the territory of the Yen Kingdom. "Let's stop the horses here," Chongjing said. "After crossing the mountains at the end of the valley is the ice field. Ordinary horses can't walk on the ice, and there is no food for them. Of course, if they are used as food, they can still be brought along." Marquis Xianping looked at the fat and strong Black Wind cavalry. He thought that if he killed the Black Wind cavalry and ate it, his daughter-in-law would kill him. The three people gave the horses to the soldiers at the border. Under the leadership of Chongjing, they passed through the valley, crossed the mountains, and arrived at the endless ice field. Yi Qing grew up in Qingdu and had never seen such a vast ice field. For a moment, he felt as small as a grain of sand. Marquis Xianping also came to the ice field in the extreme north for the first time. He couldn't help but slightly look at Chongjing and asked, "You mean, we have to walk?" "Of course not," Chongjing coldly said. Marquis Xianping looked at a certain person in amusement. "You're still standing up in front of me." Chongjing didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Yi Qing asked, "Is he angry?" "I won't," Marquis Xianping said lightly. Chongjing didn't know where he went. He only returned after about an hour, and he didn't come back alone. Instead, he sat in a very strange. Yi Qing frowned. What is this?" "And the one pulling the carriage seems to be a wolf." Chongjing stopped the snowmobile, jumped down, and said to the two, "They are dire wolves, specially used to pull snowmobiles." Yi Qing was surprised. "This is the first time I have seen a car without wheels." If Gu Jiao were here, she would definitely recognize that this snowmobile was similar to the sleigh she had in her previous life. It was not exactly the same, but the bottom was waxed, making it very easy to slide on the snow and ice. Chongjing said, "This is a snowmobile hidden by our Dark Night Island. Rumor has it that the Dark Night Island and the Six Nations didn't have any dealings. That was only in the political sense. In reality, the people on the island also needed to go out to purchase supplies and do some other things." The three got on the snowmobile pulled by 20 dire wolves. Chongjing stood at the front, Marquis Xianping sat in the middle, and Yi Qing sat at the back. Chongjing pulled the reins. "Sit tight, we're going." Yi Qing calmly replied, "Oh." The next second, he was blown out of the sad frog expression pack by the whistling cold wind. The speed of the snowmobile was too fast. The person was already far away, but the soul was still frozen in place. Even Marquis Xianping felt that this thing was too exciting. F***K. It was even more exciting than being carried by Long Yi. Chang Jing had played since childhood, so his expression was very calm. He drove the snowmobile and perfectly matched the speed of the direwolves. He didn't forget to remind the two, close your eyes. If you look at the snow for too long, you will easily get snow blindness. Yi Qing was already dying. Are you sure it's a snowmobile and not a flying one? I'm afraid I won't be able to make it back alive. In order to pass through the ice field before the blizzard arrived, Chang Jing practically didn't rest. But direwolves needed to rest, so whenever they needed to recover their health, Chang Jing and Yi Qing would go hunting nearby. At night, they slept in a temporary tent. The temperature in the ice field was very cold, but since they were all martial artists, their physique was different from normal people, so they were able to withstand it. These days lasted for an entire 7 days. When night fell on the 7th day, they saw an island standing on a layer of light blue ice. It's already frozen, perfect. Chang Jing said to Marquis Xianping and Yi Qing, otherwise, we'd have to swim. Yi Qing's mouth twitched, no boats. Chang Jing said, in order to prevent people from traveling during the cold winter, after entering October, all the nearby boats were withdrawn. The group of people sat on the snowmobile and slid across the thick ice layer. The ice layer seemed to have just formed, as there were some places that weren't thick enough. When the snowmobile passed by, it immediately cracked open. Marquis Xianping remembered that there seemed to be a lot of lakes on the way here. He didn't know if they were all frozen on the way back. If so, then he didn't need to go around, which could save a lot of time. When the snowmobile stopped near the island, more than a dozen guards on the island cautiously rushed out, drawing their bows and aiming at them. The leader shouted, "Who dares to trespass on the Dark Night Island?" Yi Qing felt a strong pressure. These people were definitely not ordinary guards, as each of their aura was unbelievably strong. Chang Jing took off her hat, looked up at the other side, and said, "Uncle Ling, it's me. Little Jing." The middle-aged man called Uncle Ling was shocked. He put away his bow and looked deeply at Chang Jing. "Aya, it really is Little Jing. Little Jing, you're finally back. You've been gone for so many years, the sect master is worried sick. I'll let someone inform your father. He will be very happy to know you're back." Chang Jing looked down and sighed. Uncle Ling's movements were fast, but the sect master of the Dark Night Gate, Chang Kuen's speed was even faster. When Chang Jing and the other two just got on the island, Chang Kuen was like a flying dragon in the sky, majestically arriving. Chang Jing was Chang Kuen's old son. Chang Kuen was older than the old chancellor, but he was strong. Although he had white hair, he was hale and hearty. His internal force was unfathomable. He landed steadily in front of Chang Jing, looked at the young boy who was almost 18 years old, and clenched his fists fiercely. Yi Qing whispered to Marquis Xianping, "Chang Jing ran away from home and didn't come back for 3 years. Will his father break his legs? His father looks very angry." Of course Chang Kuen was angry. His murderous aura was enough to destroy the world. Just when Yi Qing thought Chang Jing was going to be slapped away by his father, Chang Kuen hugged his son into his arms. "Father's little darling. You're finally back. Where have you been these years? Father has been looking for you so hard. Father thought he would never see you again." Chang Kuen burst into tears. Yi Qing, the father and son reunion drama wasn't over yet. 7 women who were as light as swallows flew over from the island. These people all had excellent qigong. The oldest was around 40, and the youngest was around 24 or 25. Their faces were all very delicate and pretty. The 7 people swarmed around the father and son, took out their handkerchiefs, and cried. "Little brother, where have you been all these years? Big sister missed you so much. Second sister also missed you so much. Third sister went to your room every day to clean, but didn't see you come back. Little brother, look, fourth sister is so hungry." Fourth sister cried and burped, then continued. Yi Qing's mouth twitched again. These 7 women were all Changjing's sisters? After Changjing was hugged by his father, he was also hugged by his 7 sisters. The sisters' crying skills were much better than his father's. Like a soulless puppet, he was hugged by his sisters. Changjing's mother passed away not long after giving birth to him. Although he didn't have a mother, the 7 sisters together were not to be trifled with. "Tell big sister, who took you away? You couldn't come back to see us for so many years." Big sister's reaction was the fastest. She didn't believe that her little brother had been wandering outside alone for 3 years. Marquis Xianping's heart thumped. No way. She could guess this. Changjing turned around and looked at Marquis Xianping. The 7 sisters and his father all looked at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping sighed without changing his expression. The fairies guessed correctly. Changjing was indeed taken away. It was I who saved him halfway. I was worried that those people would come looking for him again, so I personally sent him home. Yi Qing was stunned. In terms of shamelessness, you're number 1 in the world. Changjing raised his eyebrows and curled his lips. Marquis Xianping, a box of marbles. Changjing, no, I want 2 boxes. 1 box of enamel, 1 box of glass. Marquis Xianping, that's the most expensive. And don't you already have a box of glass marbles? Just bought it. Changjing said to Chang Kuan, "Father." Marquis Xianping painfully clenched his fist. His heart was bleeding, but there was a slight smile on his face. "Deal." "Yes, that's it." Changjing said to his father and sisters. Chang Kuan flew into a rage. "Who dares to kidnap my son?" Changjing looked at Marquis Xianping and raised his eyebrows. 5 boxes of marbles, I said it was the sword hut. Marquis Xianping, who never thought that one day he would be blackmailed by little Changjing. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.